Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Moneyline with Nancy. I am Nancy Naji, and it's nice to know that you're joining us again today. This morning, I want to begin with a question that should trouble everyone in positions of authority. What exactly is the primary responsibility of government? The answer is very simple: security of lives and property. Yet across Nigeria today, that social contract appears to be under siege. In the last few weeks alone, the nation has witnessed the disturbing escalation of violence, kidnappings, and killings. In Oyo State, what many described as a Chibok-style abduction shocked the nation. Armed men stormed schools. In the States, dozens of school children, some as young as 2 years old, toddlers, alongside their teachers. A teacher was beheaded. Families have been left in agony. Classrooms have been emptied. Communities have been traumatized. In Plateau State, the killing continues. No fewer than 25 people were reportedly killed in Kawel village of Bokos local government area after gunmen attacked sleeping residents in the dead of the night. Families were forced to run into the bushes as gunshots rent the air. We have also witnessed the killing of a former army spokesperson, a sobering reminder that no one appears immune to the worsening security challenge. It is a pattern, from school invasions in Oyo to mass abductions in Borno to families on highways and in their own compounds. Insecurity in this country wears 1,000 faces, and every face has a mother who cannot sleep. They are asking us to be patient, patient with the naira, patient with food prices, patient with fuel, but patient for how long? And patience according to whom? Who is asking us to be patient? The families in Ogbomoso still counting the days, or those whose children sleep safely behind gated estates and armed escorts? Patience is easy to preach when you are not the one going hungry. Patience is easy to preach when you are not the one waiting for your child or waiting by the phone for a word on a kidnapped child. That is the Nigeria we have. And to be honest this morning, speaking truth to power, yes, there are just a handful of positive developments. Troops in Katsina under Operation Clean Sweep recently neutralized suspected terrorists and recovered weapons following intelligence-led operations. Across several theaters, security forces continue to record tactical successes. But a bigger question remains: why does the threat continue to spread? Why is there fear in the land? From banditry to terrorism, from kidnapping to farm invasions, from communal conflicts to school abductions, from rural communities to urban centers, the geography of fear is expanding in the country. And here's what makes this conversation even more difficult for me. Because between 2023 and now, or even in the last few years, we've been told that we should commit money to fighting insecurity. In the last 3 years or so, Nigeria has committed well over 15 trillion naira to fighting insecurity, defense and related architecture through federal budgets. Security and defense allocation stood at about 3.85 trillion naira in 2024, rose to about 6 trillion or so in 2025, while the 2026 budget provided over 5 trillion naira for security and defense. So citizens are asking fundamental questions. I'm asking a fundamental question this morning. It's been so traumatic for me, even in the since I've been saying this for decades. Trillions have been spent. Why doesn't security still feel close to home? At the same time, Nigerians are battling a cost of living crisis that has metastasized because the cost of living has outpaced human survival. Food prices remain elevated, transport costs are high, purchasing power has been eroded, a lot of people are jackpot, our doctors have gone, and the official response has always been, be patient. We are told to be patient. And that patience has become an official response. But patient for how long? And who is asking for this patience? The market woman? The farmer afraid to go to his farm, or the parent who does not know if their child will return home from school, or those who can still afford to insulate themselves from the realities of the daily life. Or is it those whose children are schooling abroad under heavy private security or whatever? Is this those who don't know the price of a bag of rice or a liter of fuel? It is easy to preach patience when your belly is full, when your estate gate is gated, when your future is insured. You cannot ask a mother whose child is currently tied to the back of a terrorist motorcycle in a forest in Oyo State or wherever it is in the country to exercise patience. We have crossed the threshold of resilience. And as Nigerians, many Nigerians are saying we are tired. These are not the questions of politics. They are the questions of governance, they are the questions of accountability, and they are the questions of leadership. Government exists to deliver security, opportunity, and hope. When citizens begin to lose confidence in those three things, the conversation must change. And that is why I'm bringing it up again this morning. I've done it over the years intermittently because you might say, this is a business program. Of course, this is a business and a finance and economic program, but the security of lives and property is number one. And when you can get that done, every other thing will follow. The investors you are looking for will naturally come. You don't need to preach to them. All right, let's move along. After the break, we'll turn to the economy as usual and the financial markets with Professor Uche Owaleke, who is the president of the Capital Market Academics of Nigeria and a professor of capital markets at Nasarawa State University. Kefi, we will examine the CBN's new holdco rules, the state of Nigeria's FX reserves, and the recent movements on the Nigerian exchange. He joins me shortly. But before all of that, follow us on all our social media platforms and subscribe to Moneyline with Nancy TV YouTube channel for more insights, analysis, and exclusive interviews. Now, let's head into the news bulletin. We'll begin by telling you that the federal government recorded a strong investors' interest at its June 2026 bond auction, attracting 1.41 trillion naira subscriptions against an offer of 1.2 trillion naira. Data from the Debt Management Office shows investors bid 705 billion naira for the FGN January 2035 bond and 708.27 billion naira for the April 2037 bond. The government eventually allotted 1.22 trillion naira, with the 2037 bond receiving the largest share of 621 billion naira. The auction highlights sustained confidence in the federal government securities despite rising yields, with both instruments oversubscribed by more than 100 billion naira each. The federal government has directed regulatory and security agencies to crack down on the hoarding, diversion, and illegal storage of liquefied petroleum gas, also known as cocoon gas. The Minister of Petroleum, State for Petroleum Resources, Ekperekpe Ikpo, issued the directive during an emergency stakeholder meeting in Abuja aimed at addressing recent price increases. The NMDPRA has been tasked with strengthening market oversight and sanctioning operators engaged in market distortion. Government says new domestic supplies and increased imports are expected to improve availability and reduce LPG in coming weeks. Nigeria's broad money supply rose to 129.21 trillion naira in May, according to the latest data from the Central Bank of Nigeria. This figure represented 3.38% increase from 124.9 trillion naira recorded in April. Despite the CBN's tight monetary policy measures aimed at curbing inflation, the expansion was driven by growth in quasi-money, net foreign assets, and net domestic assets. On a year-on-year basis, money supply increased from 119 trillion naira in May 2025, indicating continued liquidity growth across the country. The federal government has called on cement manufacturers to reduce the price of cement, citing the impact of high cost on infrastructure projects and housing development. Minister of Works David Umahi said the government will begin formal engagement with producers from July 1 this year to address the persistent rise in prices. Umahi stated that contractors are increasingly seeking contract variations due to the high material cost, a situation he said is putting pressure on project delivery. He urged manufacturers to review their pricing to support national development and ease the burden on Nigerians. The Securities and Exchange Commission has signed a memorandum of understanding with Rwanda's Capital Markets Authority to strengthen cooperation and advance African capital markets integration. Speaking at the signing ceremony in Abuja, SEC Director General Momotimi Agama called for greater collaboration among African countries to promote investment and economic growth. The partnership will focus on harmonizing regulations, encouraging cross-border listings, and enhancing investor protection. The SEC says the agreement will help build stronger connections between African markets and support regional economic development. Transformative force in the financial system in Nigeria, in the financial services sector of Nigeria. Moneyline with Nancy, crew did go out to ask Nigerians what they think about the way digital banking is changing individuals, businesses, access, as well as the transfer of money. Let's take a listen.
The transformation of traditional banking services into digital formats, allowing customers to manage their financial accounts, conduct transactions, and access various banking services through digital channels. This includes online banking, mobile banking, and mobile apps, which provide a seamless and convenient banking experience that can be accessed via a mobile device. According to Enhancing Financial Innovation and Access Survey as of 2026, approximately 45% of Nigerian adults are digitally banked. By leveraging digital banking services, customers can enjoy a secure and personalized approach to managing their finances, with the ability to securely access their accounts at any time without the need to visit a physical bank branch. This digitization of banking services ensures that customers have 24/7 access to their accounts and can perform a wide range of banking activities, including the ability to deposit money, make payments, and save from the comfort of their homes or on the go. The use of digital banking also presents challenges centered on fraud, service interruption, lack of physical support, digital illiteracy, unreliable internet connectivity, and data privacy concerns. With the growth of innovations such as artificial intelligence, blockchain, and fintech platforms, digital banking is reshaping how financial institutions operate and how people interact with money. Nigerians explain how the introduction of digital banking has helped many Nigerians to save and have access to their money.
The digital bank has really helped a lot of businesses, has really helped even discipline to save. If you want to save using OPay, there is a way that OPay has already made things easy for you, that on their own they will be deducting money from your account anonymously, unknowingly to you, since you have already registered from January to December. The day you are receiving that money is as if they are giving you money as a gift. You understand? So which is something very hard for the local bank to do. Local bank, I know a lot of things that really happen in local bank. Local bank is a bank that humble themselves whenever they really want you to put money in your account. But after they have succeeded collecting your money to put in your own account, whenever you need your money back, you see the way they will treat you. You understand? But thank God that when OPay came, all these things has just become things of
Some
the past.
residents added that digital banking has made everything easy, especially money transfers at the comfort of their homes.
I just went into the bank and I did what I had to do and came out. But I can categorically tell you that for the first time this year, that was the first time I actually went to a physical bank to sort out some things. And I am 100% sure that after stepping into the bank today, I would probably not have to step into any bank again throughout this year. So I feel like digital it has made things so easy. Transferring money, yes, obviously there might be a little hiccup there, but if you're very careful, if you're very solid, digital banking has made my life more convenient and the lives of so many people. Now people at the comfort of their home can do as much as 5 million, 10 million, 20 million. They don't have to carry that physical cash into the bank. It has reduced the rate in which people steal people or rob people and everything. Right now, if you rob somebody or if somebody is being robbed, likely the chance that you will not really get any money from them because most people don't carry cash.
Oda mentioned that digital banking has created a room for financial support through loans.
It's more convenient because there are a lot of benefits. And again, they offer a loan. Sometimes it's not every time you have money at hand. You just need something to do something at the moment. So them offering loan is a plus also. Then for most especially OPay, for fast transaction, I bank with Zenith Bank, but most times Zenith Bank is just like where if I want to save a huge amount of some of money, I keep it there. But for transaction, I'll have to move it to my OPay for transaction and keeping the record. So for me, I think digital banking is more convenient.
Digital banking is transforming financial services by making them more accessible, faster, and customer-oriented. It reduces reliance on physical branches, enhances convenience through mobile and online platforms, and promotes financial involvement. As technology continues to evolve, digital banking will remain a key driver of innovation, efficiency, and growth in the financial sector, basically reshaping how individuals and businesses manage money.
All right, let's take a look at the markets and see how we traded yesterday. If Monday's trading session is anything to go by, the Nigerian market may just have delivered its first major statement after weeks of pain. Our investors recovered about 1.52 trillion naira market value as the NGX staged a comeback with the All-Share Index surging close to 1%. The rally was not random. It was driven primarily by the banking sector, where First Holdco, GTCO hit the daily price limits. Zenith Bank also posted strong gains, and the message from the market is clear. Investors are reassessing value in Nigeria's financial institutions, particularly as the industry moves through regulatory reforms. What is even more significant is the quality of participation. Trading volumes expanded, transaction values jumped almost 48%, and the number of deals executed rose sharply, and that suggests this was not just a short covering rally, there was broad investor engagement. In the fixed income market, the federal government's June bond auction also sent a powerful signal. Investors subscribed 1.4 trillion naira against an offer of 1.2 trillion naira, despite higher yields. Demand for long-dated government securities remaining robust, and that reflects continued confidence in the sovereign credit and the search for attractive real returns. Globally, however, the mood is far less optimistic. U.S. and European markets face pressure as investors sold technology stocks, as some of the biggest names in AI and digital economy coming under heavy selling. Across Asia, major indices closed lower as risk appetite weakened. We saw oil prices easing also on expectations of improved Iranian oil supply following diplomatic progress, a development that could help moderate global energy costs, but also creates new dynamics for oil-producing economies such as Nigeria. Gold prices also retreated as investors continue to weigh the possibility of tighter monetary conditions. At the bottom line, Nigerian equities market is showing signs of resilience. The bond market is attracting strong capital, but global volatility remains a major variable investors cannot ignore. And what also came up this morning is that Canadia's inflation accelerated to 3.2%. So that's it for the market. Let's take another quick break. And when we do return from the break, my guest, Professor Uche Waleke, will be joining me here. We'll be right back.
Out you come. With the shortage of brand new aircraft delivery across the world, Emirates decided to go it alone and refurbish over 200 of our existing planes at our own engineering facility. This makes it the largest retrofit program on the planet. For our customers, it means even greater consistency of a world-class product.
Every day, across forests, highways, towns and villages, Brave men and women stand watch so that Nigeria can sleep. They leave their families behind, confront danger head-on, and make sacrifices many of us will never see. Yet, the enemies of our nation continue their assault. They target our children. They murder innocent citizens. They force families from their homes. They turn thriving communities into places of fear and uncertainty. Their goal is simple: to break our spirit, divide our people, and steal the future of our nation. But Nigeria is stronger than terror. As we demand greater accountability, stronger security measures, and more effective action from those entrusted with our safety, we must also play our part. Support our security forces. Salute their gallantry. Stand with those who stand for us. If you see something, say something. Let us be our brother's keeper. We must never surrender to fear, despair, or hopelessness. This is not the time for division, not by tribe, not by religion, not by region, not by political party. Because terror recognizes no ethnicity, no faith, and no ideology. Its enemy is all of us. And together, united as one people, we can defeat it. For our children, for our communities, for our future, for Nigeria. Join the movement. Stand for our country. Stand for one another. Hashtag Unite Against Terror.
Out you come.
With the shortage of brand new aircraft delivery across the world, Emirates decided to go it alone and refurbish over 200 of our existing planes at our own engineering facility. This makes it the largest retrofit program on the planet. For our customers, it means even greater consistency of a world-class product.
TerraCube, unwrap joy, unleash taste.
Nigeria has survived everything, not because we are lucky, but because in the hardest moment, when the news breaks and the grip is wrong, someone somewhere makes a choice.
To confirm before spreading panic. To empathize rather than assign blame. To hold when everything inside said, who?
For terrorism is not only the attack that sparks our outrage. Terrorism is also the choices that follow, the ones that feed division and erode the bonds of nationhood and patriotism that hold us together as Nigerians.
Let us choose to defeat terror, one decision at a time. Take a pause. Choose Nigeria.
Let's all unite against terror.
Out you come.
With the shortage of brand new aircraft delivery across the world, Emirates decided to go it alone and refurbish over 200 of our existing planes at our own engineering facility. This makes it the largest retrofit program on the planet. For our customers, it means even greater consistency of a world-class product.
All right, welcome back to the program. My guest is Professor Uche Owaleke, Professor of Capital Market and the President of Capital Market Academics of Nigeria. Prof, it's good to see you again.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Nancy.
Yes. All right, I think let's just get started. Where should we even start from? Because we have quite a lot to discuss, trending issues, within the space. But I think I should start with the CBN new holdco rules because that came out a few days ago. Do you think that this is long overdue, like a correction for the sector, for these groups to be built organically over like a decade as it is, and the Central Bank of Nigeria is coming out to ring-fence banking risk against perhaps non-banking subsidiaries? What specific vulnerabilities do you think that the regulator is trying to address?
Yes, Nancy, thank you very much. You're asking where do we start from? Permit me to even start from, before I come to this question you asked, the very germane issue you raised,
during my introduction.
During your introduction, yes, quite germane. And yes, your program is on the economy, but of course, you can't delink the economy from, security. Yes, the primary objective of government is to provide, security for lives and property, but it's also to also ensure the welfare of the citizens. And the two are connected. Once you deal with the issue of insecurity, you can be sure that the economy will also naturally pick up. The issue of food inflation, for example, will drop because farmers will be able to go to farms. The issue of the quality of inflows, capital inflows, will also be addressed because foreign investors will be more interested in the permanent capital, the ones that stays, as opposed to the hot money or portfolio inflows. So you can go on. And back to the question you asked. Yes, I think the central bank in recent time has come up with a number of things to sanitize the sector. As a matter of fact, there are people that think, and I'm one of them, that when you talk about the confidence that are returned to Nigerian economy today, much of the credit, is to the central bank. Given what the central bank has done, stopping ways and means, improving, reserves, and sanitizing the forex markets, and so on, and so forth. Now, with respect to this recent regulation, yes, it is timely. Timely in the sense that if you recall, the last major one that has to do with regulating financial holding companies was in 2014.
2014.
Yeah. So now we have this, regulation. Yes.
Yes, he came out strongly against them then.
Yeah, but of course, this thing has been long, happening since the global financial crisis. We've had central banks all around the world trying to, get a grip on the holding companies' structure. You recall the Dodd-Frank Act in the U.S.
Dodd-Frank,
yes, after the global financial crisis. So what the central bank is doing is in line with this global trend.
And Alan Greenspan has passed.
Oh yes, may he so rest in peace. At 100.
Yes, at
100. Yeah.
That was a former central bank governor in the U.S.
Yes.
Governor that lived through, served for presidents, served for presidents, went through many financial crises and he still came out strong. So
yes.
I think he passed yesterday.
Yeah, yesterday.
Yes.
Yeah. So yes, the central bank, has. I think Central Bank of Nigeria has done well so far. Now you now ask, why is Central Bank doing this? Of course, you realize that over time, the banking groups are becoming a lot more complex. Complex and then interconnected. You have groups today that have interests in pension industry, insurance, fintech, asset management companies, and the rest of them. So it's important that whatever risks, whatever challenges, whatever problems that these subsidiaries eventually have. Of course, they have their own regulators. Don't affect the banks. And that's what the central bank, is after. So, in a way, overall, it is meant to protect depositors' funds. So, first and foremost, it's meant to protect the depositors' funds. It's also meant to ring-fence, risk. It's also meant to strengthen governance, which is very important. And that's why you find the most consequential, what has been considered the most consequential of that, regulation has to do with the 20% capital buffer. which is meant to ensure that if you're a holdco, you should be strong, you should be, resilient, something that is meant to boost their confidence. So the whole idea, what the central bank is actually doing.
Yes. Sorry, okay, Prof. Land.
Yes, what I want to say, what the central bank is actually doing is to, if you're a holdco, if you're a holding company, remain a holding company. Let it be, the central bank is trying to separate ownership, more or less.
What does holdco mean?
From operations.
Let's be a bit granular. Let's not expect that all our viewers understand this holdco. Can you explain that holdco structure?
A holding company, simply put, a holding company is a company that has majority shares in another company, known as a subsidiary. So you have company A, acquiring more than 50% shares in company B. Company A is said to be a holding company, and company B, a subsidiary company. And that's also why the central bank...
But company A, sorry,
yes.
Prof, I want us to break it down.
Yes.
Let's say a holdco is A.
Yes.
A holdco has subsistence shares in B.
Yes, B, C, D.
B, C, D, and Co.
Exactly.
And that B, C, D, and Co.
Yes.
are subsidiaries of A.
Yes.
As it were.
Yes.
The B, C, D, and Co. engage in different businesses.
Yes.
Insurance, pension, fintech.
That's correct.
And co.
Yes.
Isn't it?
Yes.
Good. So that's what holdco, that A means.
That's correct.
Okay, land on your point, and I'll come back to what I want to ask you. I wanted us to be clear.
Yes. So the central bank is saying now that a holdco, for example, Access Holdings,
First
GT
holdco.
Holdings, First holdco. Now, all of them should not be involved in the running, in the operations of their subsidiaries. That is essentially what the central bank is saying, for obvious reasons. And I have also said, when you have this type of interconnected structure, okay, it gets so complex. Remember, that's also part of what caused the global financial crisis, when you have complex products. So this time we have a complex structure, ownership structure that can also affect the depositors' funds. So central bank is trying to protect against contagion. Contagion, one thing happening in one and then spreading among the others. So the 20% capital buffer is simply saying, central bank is saying that if you have subsidiary companies, A, B, C, D, that the capital you should have as a holding company must be the aggregate of the capital, minimum capital of all those other companies plus 20%. Okay, so that is to ensure that the holding company is quite, strong and resilient. Of course, this also has implications because it means that for many of them now, they'll be requiring additional capital. And
where will the capital come from? Is it from the market? Is it retained earnings?
Yes,
Is it asset sales?
the recent one that was concluded on 30th of March. Yes, much of the money came from the market, from the stock market. Yes, over 4.6 trillion. You remember that three banks meeting the requirements. Many of them got their funds, from there. So it's also expected that in the next, coming months, we expect to see more public issues. We expect to see more rights issues, including private placements. So these holding companies are going to go to raise funds to be able to shore up their capital. And the capital gap has been, estimated at over 300 billion. So that is one implication, of that. Now, there is also the issue of governance change. The central bank is also trying to, correct. And that is the fact that today you find many directors, many members. You have a board member of company A. He's also a board member of the subsidiary and a board member of, sitting on many boards. So central bank says that can weaken board independence, and that can also, concentrate influence. So in order to ensure that the boards are independent, you are not allowed to sit on the same person sitting on several boards. So that will strengthen corporate governance among the groups.
So if you're on board Holdco, you're on
Yes.
the board of the Holdco.
Yeah.
You're not supposed to be on the board of the subsidiaries.
Like subsidiaries. And if you're on the board of one subsidiary, the board should have their own.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. The same thing also applies to even shared services. Central Bank is saying that each subsidiary should have its own, for example, compliance person. You have your own audit team. You have your own risk management, person, as opposed to the group. You have a situation today where you have some holdcos, influencing what happened in subsidiary from the group point of view. So the group risk officer, for example, is the one responsible for
the
even
risk of other
subsidiaries.
Okay.
Yes.
Prof, what I wanted to ask you, as we are now, who regulates the Holdco?
The central bank.
Is the central bank... Are the holdcos not complex for the central bank to regulate? Because the holdcos, as it were, have those subsidiaries under them, and the central bank may not have the wherewithal to.
Remember, the holdco is a person.
Yes, I know.
It's a person. So it's a person. So the subsidiaries you're talking about now, if they are, for example, asset management firms or pension or industry, they have their own, regulators.
I know.
Yeah.
I know.
But the Holdco itself is regulated by First Holdco, for example.
Is First Holdco a bank? I know we are going to, because I'm assuming I don't know it.
Yes.
And I'm asking the necessary questions.
Yes.
Yeah. The First Holdco, according to you, is a person.
Is a person, is a company.
Is a company.
Yes.
What kind of company?
Yes, it's a holding company.
Is a holding company?
Yes, within that holding company, you can also have
a bank.
A bank, yes.
Good. That's what I'm asking.
Yes.
That the First Holdco or whatever. Okay, let's say Nancy Holdco, Professor Uche Waleke's Holdco.
Yes.
Like you have,
let's use a typical example. You have say JITCO.
Okay.
Now JITCO, his holding company has the Guarantee
GT
Trust Bank.
Yes, Guarantee Trust Bank.
Limited.
Yes.
And also has this Habari Pay, the fintech arm. It has pension. It has so the central bank is the one regulating
which one?
The Holdco, yes.
That's what I'm saying.
Yes.
So the CBN is supposed to regulate the Holdco or the bank component of the Holdco, and perhaps that is why they're trying to do this. I don't know if you understand, because in other climes, for example, there's something they call, I think, the Financial Services Authority.
Yes, where you have the South Africa.
Yes.
The South African model is the Twin Peak.
Yes.
The Twin Peak model, you can't compare Twin Peak model.
But you understand where I'm going.
I understand where you're going.
Where you have a Financial Services Authority or whatever it is that oversees this. So if we're now seeing in the country a proliferation of holdcos, there's a risk, because they have bank components, which the CBN is supposed to regulate. So the holdcos now will regulate, and that's what I said I'm coming to. I hope you now understand.
I understand what you're saying.
So what happens then?
Yes, I think what you're talking about speaks to the structure of the kind of financial system regulation we're operating. Ours is the concentrated type, if you like, okay, as opposed to the fragmented structure that you have in South Africa, for example, and even in the UK.
Yes, it's in the UK.
Yes, but in the US, it's more like akin to what we have here.
They have their own SEC, they have their own Fed.
Exactly.
And I think each state still also have their own Fed.
Central banks. Yes. So essentially, it is the central bank, because remember too that I said, if once you have more than 50% shares in a company, you're already a holding company. So in other words, the person that has that more than 50% shares, whoever regulates that person, whoever should regulate that person becomes the regulator. I think that's the logic, and that's why the central bank is saying, but particularly for banks that have this Pan-African
presence.
Yeah, presence. The likes of Access, UBA, and so on. The central bank is saying that you must have 51% share in those subsidiaries, even though it has its own issues. One of the issues it has is that, for example, if in those jurisdictions they have laws that say that you cannot have up to 50% shares in their own subsidiaries. So that is, again, one of the challenges, that I see. So essentially what the central bank, has done, as I said, it is in line with global practice. I've talked about governance change. I've talked about the issue of shared services. I think I've mentioned that. I've also talked about the issue of the capital buffer. And there's also the issue of intra-bank lending.
Okay.
Intra-bank lending, which the central bank is also trying to stop. But in all of this, my advice to the central bank has to do with the transition time period provided 6 months. 6 months, which in my view is too short. If you look at what they're expected to do, they're expected to deal with capital raising. They're expected to deal with even governance issues, tax issues, even engaging regulators even across the
because they have Pan-African footprint.
Exactly.
So do you think that is also a way for the regulator to perhaps set a timeline that it knows that the industry would not meet, and you just cut your coat according to your cloth?
No, the central bank doesn't have to be aggressive about it. You see, it has to also look at what obtains elsewhere, globally. If you check around, these things have happened between 12 months, 18 months, and even beyond. All right, so I don't see why it should just be restricted to 6 months. Again, given what they're expected to do, the governance issues can be within 1 year. But in terms of capital raising, and considering the fact that these banks to finish raising capital, is going to take much more time. So as I'm suggesting, that minimum of 12 months, it should be from 12 months to 18 months and above. Remember too, there will also be the issue of even technology change.
Okay,
and so on.
Let's drill it down. Both of us are in this industry and we know what's happening. Yeah. Do you think that this move, that the Central Bank of Nigeria is quietly admitting that the holdco model, since we've been operating it now in the past few years, have become a vehicle for opaque control? Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes,
rather than genuine diversification?
I think so. That is what.
So
that is the gap.
That's why they're also giving them that 6 months.
No, but in all of that too.
But I also understand they can also, the point that they shouldn't also stifle innovation.
Yes, and remember too, there are also issues to do with even the risk of destroying synergy. Okay, the cost implications, and all that, and that's why, in my view, this is something the central bank should think of phasing. Implementing them in phases, and also giving a longer timeline. All right. So at the end of the day, let it be a case of you want to promote concentration of expertise, but decentralize accountability. I think that should be the guiding principle.
Okay. Prof, let's take a look at another. This one, the NGX is mulling it. The share price movement rules. What does this thing tell us about the regulatory direction of the NGX? Talking about how share prices move right now. So there needs to be a certain amount of volume for there to be a price.
Yes, we just finished talking about the banks and the holdco. NGX is also, a good example. It's a group structure.
Which is a holdco.
Yes. You have the operational arm, which is the NGX, limited. You have the regulatory arm, and then you also have the investing arm. So the NGX, again, in recent time, one can say has been quite, proactive in terms of some of the measures it has introduced. Remember, recently they expanded the trading hours, and recently again they transited T+1. So this is also one, good move, even though we don't have yet a time for the implementation. So what the NGX is saying is that it is time that they try to now, bring about true, price discovery. Let forces of demand and supply actually determine what the price is. So it's no more a case of, moving, using small quantities of stocks to move, a price. So going forward now, you now realize that there'll be more liquidity. You now realize that more confidence, and you also now realize that there will also be more. It will now be more difficult to even manipulate prices. Now,
But
what
wouldn't it
the
make it-
NGS is saying, let me
Okay,
come down.
yes.
It's saying that for any stock that is priced 1,000 naira and above, the likes of Seplat. Seplat today is 11,300. The likes of Airtel. Airtel is over 3,000. Okay. The likes of Nestle. Nestle is over 3,000. So for those stocks, okay, including Aradel, Geregu, over 1,000, Dangote Cement over 1,000. For those stocks, before you can move them, now you need to have just 10,000 units to be able to move. And when you want to move, when they have to move, their price must, has to change. It has to change by a minimum of 10 kobo, what we call the tick size. The tick size tells you the minimum amount by which a stock can move. Now, it used to be 100 naira. Okay, the 100 naira and above.
Yes.
Okay, now 1,000. The NJ is also saying if a stock is between 500 naira and 999 naira, the likes of MTN, which is 800 naira. Okay, the likes of Total, 640 naira. But there are very few there, I think about 4. Bua Foods. And then you also have Better Glass. So these 4 of them, before their prices can move, okay, that you need to have 50,000 naira minimum volume to move. Of course, the average volume that we trade in the market today is around 3 billion shares. Between 3 billion to 4 billion, 5 billion, value that last one was 4 billion valued at 200 and 3 billion valued at 240 billion naira. Now, if you have a counter, when I talk about a counter means a stock. Thank you. If you have a counter that the price is less than 500, before it was just 1 naira. Okay. Now, to move that stock, you need as much as 100,000. Okay, so what it means in essence is that those that used to be in Group A, or currently in Group A because it has not been implemented, like GT, for example, like Zenith, okay, Zenith around 117 naira now, GT around 127 naira now. So, under the current system, they're in Group A. But with what has happened now, once they start implementing, they will fall to Group C. It means that before their prices can move, you need as much as 100.
But wouldn't that stifle market liquidity?
Now, it has implications, both ways. And of course, the impact doesn't fall evenly. When you have a policy like this, you will always have winners and losers.
Yes.
Now, the winners are the premium stocks.
That's what
The premium stocks.
Yes.
Because number one, they are the tick size. They can move by 10 kobo, even though in relative terms it's still small. But for these other stocks that a lot of Nigerians hold, the banking stocks.
The retail-heavy ones.
Exactly.
Yes. Even the penny stocks,
yes.
as it were.
So their prices may appear sticky.
Yes.
Sticky
Yes.
because you need volume. And to make matters worse, before that, when they even move, they even just move by 1 kobo. Just move by 1 kobo. Yes. So if you gained like 10, because currently it's 10 kobo. If you gain like 10 kobo before, now you will need to have 10 times that movement because it's just to be able to have that.
So it will also stifle price movement as well. The way we see stocks, stock prices move in terms of price.
For the lower ones.
For the lower ones.
Yes, but the premium ones, again, that will also encourage people and even retail investors to begin to show interest.
In that.
Yes, in the penny stock. Exactly.
That if you have money.
Yes.
So
these are some of the
implications. The market is also trying to encourage retail investors or you can come into the market with any amount. Even with 5,000 naira, you can buy stocks.
Yes.
As it were. But with what we're seeing now, I don't know if it would encourage, and if it's the right time we are preaching, let's get our young people into this market. Young people that have very low purchasing power, many of them don't have jobs.
Yes, but you don't, low income earners and the people you're talking about, we don't encourage them to do go direct, buying shares.
Yes. No,
they should go through mutual funds, for example.
They do, exactly.
So the mutual asset
yes.
managers can put those funds and then be the ones to do the investment. I think it's a welcome development.
But Prof, you also know that we also have digital platforms now.
Absolutely.
On everybody's phone.
Yes.
Where I may not even need to go.
But that's not why you can also use, say, 10,000 to buy. Okay, if you use your 10,000 today cannot even buy Seplat.
Must I buy Seplat?
Eh?
I
Cannot buy
mustn't
Seplat.
buy Seplat to be in the market or
Okay.
to make gains from the stock market. Yes or
Yes,
no?
and you now buy.
There are some penny stocks or there are some not as expensive stocks as
yes.
those ones that
Yes.
you've called, but can still give value, even within the banking space.
Well,
Within the banking sector now, with 10K, I can still buy a few stocks. It may not be, of course, it will not be the ones that will move, but at least I have investment.
Yes,
You
but
understand what I
with, but
mean?
with this development, it will not be, encouraging to do that.
To do that.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Prof. We don't have time.
Yes, and that's why investor
Yes.
education is very important,
Important.
at this period, so that the investors also, understand why, this is, happening.
Okay.
And that is also in the interest of the market.
Okay. So, Prof, I think we just have to end it here. Anytime you come, it seems that the time is not always enough for us to discuss because
Okay.
I think we always have good conversations.
Oh, yeah, sure.
And time is not our friend.
Yes.
You come back again soon. Let's see how
Okay.
this plays out and for me to interrogate these further. But thank you very much for coming.
You're welcome,
As
Nancy.
always.
Thank you.
All right, I've been speaking with Professor Uche Waleke, Professor of Capital and Market at the Nasarawa State University, as well as the President of the Capital Market Academics of Nigeria. An association I'm also
a member.
Thank you. All right, so our President has been speaking in the last few minutes.
thank
I'll
you,
see you
Nancy.
all again tomorrow, God willing. Be the best you can be the change that you want to see. From all of us here in Abuja, have a good day. Bye for now.
AIT, sharing the African experience.
In all honesty, why do you want to go to Africa?
2 years isn't that long. I'll make the most of it.
You were nice and honest in college, and now what's happened? And you don't even recognize me anymore.
There's a couple who decided to explore Africa together.
Suburbs, which are going in a metropolitan area. Farming basically means at the end of the year, hopefully you paid all your bills. But that doesn't mean you have any money left to start the next season unless you happen to have such a good season. CSA is a great fit for our farm. I think I have about 600 CSA members.
Happy to be here. We're so blessed, yes.
My father used to borrow $25,000 at the beginning of the season and pay it back to the bank in September. instead of that now, we ask our customers if we can borrow that money, and they give it to us in February and willingly, and then we pay them back in vegetables through the season. They have 3 different size shares, mini, regular, and robust. If you're a mini share, you get 6, and you just come and pick out whatever 6 things you want. And if you decide you want 6 bags of tomatoes, you get 6 bags of tomatoes.
Oh my gosh, the produce is so fresher, has better flavor. It just, and you get to pick and choose what you want to use. It is just wonderful.
When you do something the same for 20 years or 15 years or 10 years and you keep coming once a week to somebody's house every week, they're going to get to be like family.
Bye. We should have gone Spencer. We should have gone Spencer.
Hey guys, I'm sorry.
So the farmers market part of our business is roughly 40%.
Welcome once again to The Sage. As usual, as always, thank you for being with us. Without you, our journey would be a lonely one indeed. A few weeks ago, we took you back to a promise we had made, which was to keep you abreast of the progress of our Global Entrepreneurship Program through the year. And so within the past 3 weeks, 3 to 4 weeks, we have taken you through the many things we have indeed already achieved this year. We've selected a new batch of entrepreneurs. We've put in place a strong team of facilitators, We've indeed conducted, using these skilled facilitators, the first capacity building workshop. It's been a lot of work, but we're so proud of our achievements. But now, back to the business at hand. A few weeks ago, we started a series, which is in the spirit of Conversations for Change, in which we accept the fact that as a people, as a country, we have difficulties, we have problems. And perhaps now more than ever before in the history of this country, we have difficult economic situation facing our country. Millions and millions of Nigerians are even unable to put food on their table. But we don't just fold our hands and decry our faith and wait to die. As a philosophy, we in C4C believe that there's always something that we can do to make things better. We believe in action. We believe in creating the change we need. Indeed, the motto of the organization. And so we started a series that we termed Living Out Our Hope for a Compassionate Nigeria. A Nigeria peopled by compassionate people. Because we felt that in the long run, that the answer for Nigeria and indeed for the world is that if we as human beings learned to be a bit more compassionate to one another, to do what we can to extend a hand of fellowship, to share the little we have or we don't have, that things are bound to be better. That is the law of the divine creator. That is what makes a better world. And in line with that, we started a series of while waiting for our leaders and our government to enact and implement the economic policies which would make things better, that the majority of us who constitutes the common people of this country can do something. We can begin to live out that hope for a better Nigeria by reaching out to one another. In an earlier show, we elaborated the many areas in which this can be done. We have dealt to some extent with the issue of health care, but generally the health of the people, and recognize the fact that we all have a role to play. But today, in this particular episode, we delve into another area. The issue of entrepreneurship, the issue of successful enterprises, which would really, truly contribute to the welfare, to the economic growth, to the progress of our country. We are going to spend some time dealing with this. Why? Because it is indeed a truly important topic. But also because we in C4C have a passion, as you already know, for this area. That is why we do the Global Entrepreneurship Program, which we have run for 7 years. That is why we are proud to say today that over 100 young people have gone through our program, and that so many of them are benefiting immensely from the training, the support, the empowerment they receive and continue to receive from us. And so, yes, but something that is also very clear is that enterprises, entrepreneurship, businesses are something we can all do. It is something, it is us, the people, that do. But particularly the issue, the concept of medium and small scale enterprises. While perhaps only a few lucky, gifted people can have mega companies, mega corporations, mega businesses, the vast majority of us ordinary people are the ones responsible for medium and small scale enterprises. These enterprises are crucial to a country's economy for many, many reasons. They seem totally obvious to us, but perhaps bear with me as I go into some of them. Why are they important? SMEs, a term I'm using for medium and small scale enterprises, do many, many things for a country, for an economy. One is job creation. SMEs provide employment to a large proportion of our workforce. It is not the mega corporations that provide employment. No. If unemployment is reducing in any country, anywhere in the world, it is often as a result of the success of their MSMEs. They are the ones that create jobs. They provide both skilled and unskilled labor. They reduce unemployment and they reduce poverty. Yes, so unemployment, poverty. But they are also very largely responsible for our economic growth. These businesses contribute significantly to GDP of any country by producing goods and services, fostering innovation, and supporting industrialization. They are the bedrock of many of these things. A country that has successful SMEs are on their way to a strong economic growth. Innovation and entrepreneurship. It is the SMEs that are positioned and poised to bring innovation to entrepreneurship. Small businesses often drive innovation. Why? They're more flexible and therefore more willing and able to take risks, to change practices, to utilize new opportunities, to create new products and services, and indeed to change their business models. They are the ones more ready to be competitive. And for us in C4C, we're passionate about this because we believe that these concepts of innovation, flexibility, change are best done and exhibited by young people, and therefore by young entrepreneurs. SMEs support income distribution in our country. They help distribute wealth and more evenly across a country. They are everywhere. They're in the urban areas, they're in the rural areas, they're in semi-urban areas. Yes. And so as they earn and support themselves and their families and their communities, they are distributing income, they are reducing income inequality. SMEs are important for supply chain development. What do I mean by this? They serve as suppliers and service providers for the larger industries. It is the smaller SMEs who may be producing whatever you want, be it clothes, be it shoes, be it whatever, who produce enough to supply our shops, our big industries. They produce the materials with which the bigger industries function. And so yes, they strengthen the overall business ecosystem. SMEs are important for export and foreign exchange earnings. These many of them, as they are able to export the things we produce in this country, contribute to our need for foreign exchange in supporting the needs of our country. They help our country earn foreign exchange and improve trade balance nationally and globally. SMEs are important for what we call regional development, and therefore we must encourage their economic activities in all areas of the countries. They're everywhere. They're numerous. No matter how rural, no matter how urban, SMEs have the capacity and potential to be everywhere in the country, reducing pressure on major cities and promoting balanced development. Resilience in economic crises. Unlike large corporations, which can be slow to adapt, as we had said before, SMEs can move quickly. They can take on economic challenges, making them vital for economic stability. And our situation today in Nigeria typifies that. Within the past year, as we witnessed unprecedented economic inflation, we in C4C, because we're in contact with many SMEs, have watched many of them adapt. There are numerous examples which we will bring to you. Some have looked at innovative ways, looked at perhaps the equipment they have, and found other ways to use that equipment to deal with the fact that perhaps the line they're in is no longer productive and profitable because of the inflation. We're looking forward to bringing you many examples of it. They are flexible, they are adaptable, they are quick and ready to respond. They are young and strong and optimistic. There are many more benefits I could go into. But because I think by now it is obvious to all of us that there's a great need to support entrepreneurs, to support small and medium scale enterprises, to support young people in particular, to be young entrepreneurs, to strengthen our economy, to provide employment, to feed themselves productively and positively, and not get into crimes and other things which desperation too often drives them to. But we can only end this by underscoring the fact that they cannot exist in isolation. They need to be supported. Governments and leadership need to provide a supportive policy and program environment that would enable SMEs to thrive. They must provide regulatory frameworks to ensure their sustainability and their growth. Leadership must have an eye on the urgent needs this group represents and must do everything possible to enable them to thrive, for when they thrive, our country thrives. I hope we have made the case. And in the next few episodes, we will bring into the studio concrete examples of what we mean. We will bring to you various SMEs, various entrepreneurs, various key players in this area, and of course, many young entrepreneurs, which is our particular passion, to discuss, to tell you that it is a living reality. It is not a wishful dream. Many of them are doing it. Many more of them can do it. Many more of you, our viewers, can join in this effort. To the many young people out there who watch us, who listen to us, who are our viewers and partners, you can do it. Sometimes, as the CEO for C4C, I feel so sad, because what I would like to do is to take on 1 million young people and provide them the support we know how to do, so that they can indeed be successful entrepreneurs. And yet we can work towards this. And in doing this, I call on organizations and other partners watching and listening to come join this effort. We in C4C have the experience, and we're willing to replicate, to share experience, to do what needs to be done, so that as many young people as possible benefit, and so that as many small and medium scale enterprises come into being in a sustained and profitable manner. So having said that, let me assure you that next week, in the next episode, we already have lined up for you a very, very exciting example of what we mean. We will be bringing to you 2 remarkable young women who have made their mark and who are beautiful examples of what we mean in terms of support to small and medium scale enterprises, in terms of support to ensuring that entrepreneurship lives and breathes and is a priority in this country. And so make sure you don't miss the next episode. Our guests are already lined up. They have a lot of wonderful things to share. And so join us next episode as we begin the guest interviews. Thank you so much once again for always being with us. The next few series, wow, are exciting and well worth the time. Let us make medium and small scale enterprises a strong pillar of our national development. I thank you. See you next episode.
The stories now break online. Don't miss anything from our real-time updates and exclusive content. Follow and participate in discussions on live TV studio programs to shape the narratives. Subscribe, engage, and share from AIT.live at AIT_online on X, AIT Online on Facebook, Official AIT Live on Instagram, TikTok, and Threads, AIT_live, and AIT Livestream 1 on YouTube. Stay connected with AIT. On air, online, on live.
The issues as they break. The multitude, the political figures, the state and non-state actors.
It's a serious threat to democracy.
And our government seem to be incapable of protecting.
The scheming.
This is not a period we should say bow and go. Every part of this country is equal.
The intrigues.
There can be no one person that is bigger than the party.
Deft moves and the momentous declaration.
We didn't get any protection. I'm not particularly against anybody.
We track and capture them all.
I don't believe it was for that reason in politics.
Follow in-depth analysis and no-holds-barred interviews.
Armed forces of the country is well capable. They need the political will.
Are they just waking up from sleep? Is there complacency?
Feel the pulse of happenings in the political arena on AIT Democracy Today. Widely acclaimed authority on politics. Monday to Friday, 7 p.m. Nigerian time.
"19-year-old Hussein Abdurrahman comes to this butcher shop every day to buy 8 to 10 kilograms of meat for Mogadishu's stray animals.
He is such a kind person. It's wonderful to show compassion and kindness to those who cannot afford it. He deserves support for this initiative.
Nearly 70% of Somalis live in poverty, making it challenging for many to afford food for their families, let alone for their pets. So Abdurrahman is filling that gap.
My goal is simple: to spread love and kindness throughout society. It's not just about animals, it's about reaching every corner of our community, from humans to animals, with compassion.
There are no official numbers for the stray animals roaming the streets of Mogadishu, but they are part of the urban scenery. Feeding the animals demand both time and money. Abdurrahman, who works at a commodity shop, dedicates a significant portion of his modest income to this cause. He learned his compassion from his grandfather, who also fed stray animals.
When you spend your money on good things, surely you will get back more, and your good deeds are already recorded by the angels.
Each day, Abdurrahman feeds 20 dogs and 30 cats along with some birds. The animals recognize him and rush to him. And every day he has a crowd of human admirers.
If all Somalis were like him, we would live in a better country. I encourage everyone in the neighborhood and in Somalia in general to support people like Abdurrahman because they spread love and kindness.
Somalia lacks an effective animal organization dedicated to the needs of stray animals, and the country lacks robust policies to protect them. Abdurrahman, a proud dad to 3 cats, aims to address this issue by creating an organization to support stray animals and extend his efforts nationwide. Jamal Ahmed Usman, VOA News, Mogadishu, Somalia.
In Nigeria, celebrations has many voices. Sometimes it is the quiet moment before prayer begins. Sometimes it is a steady clip of horses, steps on the ground. Sometimes it is the swish of cloth, the beat of drums, and the calls of praise singers, and the bright colors that turn a street into a living picture. Festivals bring people home to a family house, a palace square, or a road line with light, and while they last, stories and memories move from the crowd. Children learn songs, elders share how things were done long ago, and visitors are welcomed with food and open arms. On Africana, we trace those sounds, sights, and steps from quiet courtyards to busy roads to show how tradition stays alive when communities gather. Good day and welcome to this week's edition of Africana. I am Iwatweho Dokbesi Uduimo. Our first stop is in Lori, Kwara State for Ileya 2026. In the last days of May, the city filled with people returning home, answering the old call, Ile Tiya. It is a time to go home. At the Central Eid Ground, the Emir led prayers focused on faith and sharing with neighbors and those in need. After the prayers, the Grand Dauba brought the city to life. Horse moved in line under the Emir's banner. Their gear was stitched by hand and finished with brass. Drummers played rhythms passed down through families. Praise singers called out Oriki that named ancestors. Cultural groups danced in costumes that showed Ilori's many trends. Fulani, Yoruba, Nupe, Hausa, Kanuri, and Gobi moving together as one in Lori. Let's bring you this celebration.
In Ilori, Kwara State, Eid el-Kabir 2026, or Ileya, was in the last week of May, just like in most places. With the weight of history and the warmth of homecoming, the name itself carries heritage. Drawn from the Yoruba phrase, Ile Tiya, it is time to go home. For centuries, Ilori has been a crossroads where Fulani, Yoruba, Nupe, Hausa, Kanuri, and Gobiru people met, traded, and intermarried. That legacy of blending cultures shaped the city long before colonial borders, and it still defines how Ileya is celebrated today. The festival opened at the Central Eid Ground, where mass prayers, led by the Emir, gathered with worshippers, traditional title holders, and state dignitaries. Ileya commemorates Prophet Ibrahim's obedience and the divine substitution of the ram. A story of faith that resonates deeply in Ilori's predominantly Muslim community. After the prayers came the act of sacrifice and sharing, with meat distributed to family, neighbors, and those in need, reinforcing the Islamic values of charity and communal responsibility that have anchored Ilorin society for generations.
It's obvious, you can see the significance of it, which is celebration of our great cultural heritage within the Emirate. It's celebration of century-long history, you know, of horse riding, of course, of royalty, you know, heavily represented by our emir, you know, the Zulu Gabari himself, the emir of Ilorin, and of course the chairman of the Council of Traditional Rulers in Kwara State, in Materbai. You know, this work has been done for years now. We are here in peaceful celebration immediately after Salah. And you know what Salah means? This one we are doing. This is a heed of sacrifice, Salah of sacrifice, of charity. And you can see colorful, beautiful people of Ilorin, you know, and the entire Emirate. They are here in good number. So what I want to say here, it shows that Ilorin is working, Kwara State is working, Nigeria is working.
We want, while we are showing it, we want the whole world, particularly Nigeria, to know that there can be unity in diversity and there can be unity in prosperity. And therefore, we are selling this to the entire world, particularly Nigeria, so that our coming together in Ilorin, we see it as a blessing and we are making use of it. You can see different people, different culture, different heritage working together. We are showing not only our heritage and culture, we are equally showing our value.
At the heart of Ilorin's heritage is the Grand Doba, a tradition that traces back to the Emirates' pre-colonial era as a demonstration of cavalry skill, military organization, and royal authority. In 2026, the Doba once again turned the city into a living archive. More than 500 horses, adorned with hand-stitched embroidery and brass fittings, moved in procession under the Emir's banner. Drummer beats rhythms passed down through lineages of court musicians, while praise singers recited Oriki that named ancestors and recalled deeds of past emirs.
This is the way to go for us in Nigeria. This is the way for us to go in Africa. Celebration of our culture and our heritage will put us out there and will give us the right narrative that we need. This is a very colorful celebration, and this captures the stories of us as a people who believe in oneness, as a people who believe in celebration of culture, and as a people who believe in unity. This is colorful, and I would say that as far as the Nigerian Tourism Development Authority is concerned, our mandate is to market Nigeria. And we cannot market Nigeria without talking about the unique stories that Nigeria carry. This particular festival, if we are to tell the story of this festival, we are going to invite as many international tourists to Nigeria.
The country is extremely blessed with human and material resources. Every component of the country is extremely blessed. So I believe that the sky is our limit in the country and in this particular community.
Yes, if they can really partner with us and help us with this, I will be very happy. The federal government can even bring it on a higher level than this. We really appreciate it from Ilorin. I'm from Ilorin and I really like our culture. They make it more popular. We pray that by next year to see even more bigger than this.
Beyond the Doba, Ilorin's culture filled public spaces. The state-sponsored Ilea Groove at the Kwara State Amusement Park brought together traditional and contemporary art, while the Ewa Ilorin Salah Fiesta at the IBD Promotion Grounds featured live performances that blended modern Nigerian music with the festival's communal atmosphere.
Seeing a lot of beautiful faces. I can see your beautiful faces. And the ladies behind me, they are very, very beautiful. The importance of the Doba Festival is to acknowledge the relevance of culture in Ilorin. Ilorin is a very rich culture in heritage, the prestige, the way they act. See the display now, you can see for yourself. I think the Doba Festival is really, really relevant to celebrate our culture among each other.
First time exploring, so I just love it, the way I'm seeing new things. All the women here are so beautiful. That means it means that Ilorin women, we are so fine. Kwara State women, we are so fine and beautiful. And I love the event, the program, everything, the way they are doing, the way everybody is here, we're gathering. I love everything.
Ileya 2026 was therefore more than a seasonal gathering. It was a reaffirmation of Ilorin's heritage as a city built on migration, faith, and mutual respect. As the horses slowed and the drumming faded, the festival left behind the reminder that Ilorin's strength lies in its history, its living traditions, and the enduring bond between its people and the land they call home.
Partners and investors gathered. The message was clear. After 21 years, Calabar Carnival now speaks for the nation and reaches for beyond its borders.
Rethinking our collective destiny. This is the heartbeat of Carnival Calabar 2026. On May 31st, the theme for the 21st edition was unveiled in Lagos, not in Calabar, but in the city that holds Nigeria's business and media pulse. The message was clear. This festival has outgrown one state. It now belongs to the nation, and it speaks to the world. The room told the story. Those who built the carnival's foundation sat beside those who would shape its future. Diplomats leaned in. Broadcast partners nodded. Culture was not on the sidelines here. It was the agenda. Because after 21 years, Carnival Calabar is no longer just a December event. It is a statement of who we are.
We've been holding the events from point to point. I think last time we had in Abuja. All this is to make sure that our sponsors, who are party to making the carnival what it is today, are also what I would say partners in progress. We've gone to some other places, and this time around with Lagos. You know, we can't be talking to ourselves at home all the time. And Carnival is becoming a global event. So that's why we are coming here, so that this will afford almost all our sponsors and all the other Carnival fans and revelers to come and see the unveiling. I think from here they will begin to know what will happen.
They have already put everything in place. As a commissioner for works and infrastructure, we have put the necessary infrastructure in place for the hosting of the Carnival Calabar 2026. It's going to be something that we've never witnessed before. So today we're in the Eco Hotel, venue for the unveiling. So I use this medium to invite all Lagosians, people from all over walks of life from all parts of the country to come to Calabar, because the infrastructural development we have put in place is going to complement the tourism potential of Cross River State.
It will be 3 or 4 times bigger than what you have seen before. I mean, the state has moved from one level to another from the last time. Since we came into office, since His Excellency came into office, it's been one better carnival after another. And this one is not going to be different. This one is going to be exponential. I mean, from the hotels that we are fixing, from the roads, from security, from the environment, the golf course is okay for visitors that will be golfing. The waterfalls, our tourist sites are okay. So you're not coming just for the carnival, you're coming for an experience.
Carnival Calabar was born from a simple idea. Let Nigeria dance with its own rhythm. Modeled after the great carnivals of Rio and Trinidad, but fed by Efak, Kwa, Ejagam, Boki and Yakor traditions, it turned Calabar into the country's cultural capital every December. 2 decades later, the festival does 3 things at once. It preserves, It performs, it prospers. Rethinking our collective destiny moves the conversation beyond logistics and sponsorships. It asks deeper questions. What parts of our past must we carry forward? What new stories must we tell? And what will the children dancing today remember tomorrow? Across Calabar, the answer is already in motion. In workshops, band leaders are drawing new visions. Tellers are cutting cloth that will become moving art. Choreographers are teaching young dancers steps that their grandparents knew, but giving them a modern beat. The 12-kilometer carnival route will again turn into a living museum, but 2026 will feel closer to home. Organizers are pushing for more community engagement, more young voices interpreting heritage in their own language. This is tradition, but not trapped in glass. It is tradition working, dancing, and also singing.
It has to be a very greater event than the previous one. And we promise you that we're going to be there. In a country like ours, this is what is expected. If a state can champion an event like this, a cultural festival, year in, year out, bringing people together from all over the world, is huge. Making his people to be happy, contributing to their living. You can hear the costume, locally fabricated. You can imagine what the locals will benefit from it.
And this is what stands out the Carnival Calabash genre amongst other carnivals of the world. We took the framework from Trinidad and Tobago, cultural presentation, but mechanized and floats that can speak to their viewers, got them from Brazil, not undermining our culture. It is on this note that I announce the Band of the Year, the 10th Band of the Year for 2025, Traces of Time, Passion 4.
You may ask why this fidelity with the Calabar Carnival. Well, simply because it's one of the most amazing visits and events I have attended in the almost 2 years that I've been in Nigeria as the EU ambassador. In a country where you are confronting regularly with sad news in the press, which are also spread internationally, Calabar Carnival is here to show this smiling and happy face of Nigeria. It is here to remind that Nigeria is also joy, color, beauty, elegance, inventiveness, and people celebrating together in a peaceful atmosphere. And this happens in a wonderful corner of Nigeria called Cross River, and the carnival is making it more and more famous internationally.
This is also where culture meets the economy. Every December, Calabar changes, hotel rooms fill, flights land full, taxi drivers work late, restaurants run out of seats, hairdressers, fashion vendors, photographers, an entire city earns from the rhythm. Unveiling the theme in Lagos was strategic. It brought sponsors to the table early. It told investors, Carnival Calabar is not just color, it is a brand, it is a market.
Well, the theme for this year is rethinking our collective destiny. Rethinking our collective destiny. Last year, we had what was called shared prosperity. And it's very clear that we've set up foundations that are carrying us right to a new pedestal. That pedestal which we are going to enjoy the real season of fitness, which we started forgetting right from the first day that we took office. Times and economy has been tough, the whole country, not just the country, but the whole world. But we thank God because our economy is negotiating a positive trend. As all the fiscal indices and data are falling to proper perspective. Cross River State as a sub-sovereign is not left out. We've rejigged and strengthened our foundation in a way that Cross Riverians, even Nigerians, are going to be very proud of this sub-sovereign.
Culturally, Carnival Calabar is memory in motion. The Ekpe Secret Society, once the guardian of the folklore and spirituality, now steps onto the street as performance and pride. The Efak and the Kwa masquerade, with their towering headpieces, speak in drum and chant. Traditional war dances meet modern sound. Nothing is frozen, everything is alive. History works here too. Calabar was once a major port in the transatlantic trade. The Slave History Museum and the Old Residency remind us of that pain. Carnival does not hide it.
From Ileya's prayers and Durbar in Kwara to the unveiling of Carnival Calabar in Lagos State, this moment show culture in motion. They stay alive through shared meals, costumes, music, dance, and the work of many hands. Each event had its own mood, yet both remind us that heritage moves forward through the people who practice it every day. Such gatherings also help daily life. They welcome visitors, they support makers, traders, drivers, cooks, and many others. They fill hotels and market stores. The link between them is simple. African festivals carry meaning. They catch the eye of the people near and far, and they remain in the care of the people who keep them alive. These celebrations are not just dates on the calendar. They are living parts of who we are and places where the past speaks, the present finds joy, and the future takes shapes through music, movement, and community. That is our package for you this week. I hope you enjoyed every bit of it. Until next time, embrace Africa, live Africa, and promote Africa. I am Iwarweho Dokbesi Uduimo. See you next week.
"19-year-old Hussein Abdurrahman comes to this butcher shop every day to buy 8 to 10 kilograms of meat for Mogadishu's stray animals.
He is such a kind person. It's wonderful to show compassion and kindness to those who cannot afford it. He deserves support for this initiative.
Nearly 70% of Somalis live in poverty, making it challenging for many to afford food for their families, let alone for their pets. So Abdurrahman is filling that gap.
My goal is simple, to spread love and kindness throughout society. It's not just about animals, it's about reaching every corner of our community, from humans to animals, with compassion.
There are no official numbers for the street animals roaming the streets of Mogadishu, but they are part of the urban scenery. Feeding the animals demand both time and money. Abdurrahman, who works at a commodity shop, dedicates a significant portion of his modest income to this cause. He learned his compassion from his grandfather, who also fed stray animals.
When you spend your money on good things, surely you will get back more, and your good deeds are already recorded by the angels.
Each day, Abdurrahman feeds 20 dogs and 30 cats along with some birds. The animals recognize him and rush to him. And every day he has a crowd of human admirers.
If all Somalis were like him, we would live in a better country. I encourage everyone in the neighborhood and in Somalia in general to support people like Abdurrahman because they spread love and kindness.
Somalia lacks an effective animal organization dedicated to the needs of stray animals, and the country lacks robust policies to protect them. Abdurrahman, a proud dad to 3 cats, aims to address this issue by creating an organization to support stray animals and extend his efforts nationwide. Jamal Ahmed Usman, VOA News, Mogadishu, Somalia.
Issues as they break, the multitude, the political figures, the state and non-state actors.
It's a serious threat to democracy.
And our governments seem to be incapable of protecting
the scheming.
This is not a period we should say bow and go.
Every part of this country is equal.
The intrigues.
There can be no one person that is bigger than the party.
Deft moves and the momentous declaration.
We didn't get any protection.
I'm not particularly against anybody.
We track and capture them all.
I don't believe in godfatherism in politics.
Follow in-depth analysis and no-holds-barred interviews.
Armed forces of the country is well capable. They need the political will.
Are they just waking up from sleep? Is there complacency?
Feel the pulse of happenings in the political arena on AIT Democracy Today. Widely acclaimed authority on politics. Monday to Friday, 7 p.m. Nigerian time.
Thank you for joining us on the AIT News. I am Shola Jaisimi. A heavy explosion was observed at the Popular Market in
Thank you very much. Let's be seated. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let me welcome our special guest, the chairman of APC, Professor Nantawe Yilwada. He's here with us, with other members of the National Working Committee of the APC. I welcome all of you. Let me also welcome here the Honorable Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, His Excellency Ezewon Nyesom-Wike, CON. I'd like to welcome members of the National Assembly, both serving and former that are here, chairmen of FCT area councils, all the heads of parastatals and agencies of the federal government that are here, senior officials of the Federal Capital Territory Administration, members of the Honorable Minister's entourage, eminent people there, heads of security agencies, our royal father, APC chairman for the FCT, market women, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is with delight that I welcome all of you to the official flag-off of the construction of the service carriageways of the Southern Parkway from Arterial S20 Oladipo-Dia Way to Ring Road 2 of Oladipo Way, Gadwa District. Your Excellencies, a great city is not defined by the structures that rise upon its landscape. It is defined by the pathways that allow its people to move forward, by the roads that transform distance into access, by the connections that turn communities into centers of opportunities, by the vision that looks beyond the present and prepares for generations yet unborn. Today we stand at one of those defining moments in the continuous transformation of the Federal Capital Territory, a moment where vision meets action, where plans take physical form. I'd like to welcome all of you. Let me welcome this astute civil and structural engineer. He's been on the road for 34 years. He doesn't look tired. His vision and his ideas look new every day. Welcome the Acting Executive Secretary of the FCDA, Engineer Richard Yunana Dauda.
Your Excellency, the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, here represented by the National Chairman of the All Progressive Congress, Professor Nantawe Yilwada, ranking members and other members of the National Assembly that are here, both serving and former, Your Excellency, the Honorable Minister of FCT, Barrister Ezewon Nyesom-Wike, CON, other members of the Federal Executive Council that are present, area council chairmen that are here, all other top government officials that are present, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Permit me to align with the existing protocol as established by the Master of Ceremony as I welcome you all. It is my honor to express our gratitude for making our time to be at this occasion of the flag-off of the construction of 2 service carriageways of the Southern Parkway from Arterial Road S20, that is the Oladipo-Dia Way, to Ring Road 2. Your Excellency, the FCT administration as part of its mandates and a sustained pursuit of infrastructure development in the FCT, awarded the contract for the construction of 2 service carriageways of the Southern Parkway from Atira Road S20 to the Ring Road 2 to Mesa CGC Nigeria Limited in May 2026. And the contractor immediately mobilized to site and has commenced work. Your Excellency, the Southern Parkway is one of the major roads of the Southern Development Corridor of the city, starting from the Inner Southern Expressway, that is the Goodluck Jonathan Expressway in phase 1 of the city from the central area, and terminating at the same Inner Southern Expressway in phase 4 in the Southern Corridor of the FCT of the city. In line with the Abuja Master Plan, the road, when fully developed, will be the vehicular spine of the Southern Development Corridor of the city, providing inter-district connections to the faces of the city. This is similar to the one we have in the Northern Corridor, which starts from the Yaradua Center right down to Ring Road 2 in Life Camp presently. The development of the Southern Parkway over the years has been undertaken progressively in stages, with the phase 1 segments developed from the Goodluck Jonathan Expressway in the central area up to Ring Road 1, which is now called the Bola Ahmed Tinubu Way. The FCT administration, in continuation of its development, has now embarked upon the construction of these 2 service carriageways of the Southern Parkway from Atira Road S20 up to Ring Road 2. The Ring Road 2 is just by Lokogoma district. The scope of works for this project includes construction of these 2 service carriageways, each of 2 lanes and about 3 kilometers each. 2 river bridges of 2 spans each. We have drainage facilities and drainage structures like trapezoidal drains. We have pipe culverts, we have box culverts, as well as street lighting. Your Excellency, when completed, the road will greatly reduce and ameliorate the daily heavy vehicular traffic congestion currently being experienced on the existing roads that are around here, like the Abdusalam Abubakar Way, the Oladipo Dia Way, and other roads in the bounding districts of Durumi, of Gudu, Gadua, and Duboy in districts of phase 2 of the city. We thank the President, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, and the Honorable Minister of FCT, Barrister Ezenwo Nyesom Wike, CON, for the privilege to be part of this project. Thank you once again, and God bless you all.
Thank you very much, Engineer Dauda. We appreciate your work and your commitment to making FCT different. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the official flag off of this construction represents a deliberate investment in the future of Abuja, a future where movement becomes easier, where communities become better connected, where economic possibilities expand, and where infrastructure continues to serve as the foundation upon which the great capital city is built. Let me welcome the contractor now. They've had over 40 years experience doing this across Nigeria, building bridges, building roads, doing water supply. CGC Nigeria Limited is here as a contractor. Let me welcome the Deputy Managing Director of the company, Lu Haimeng, to address us.
Good morning, Your Excellency, the National Chairman. Good morning, Your Excellency, the Minister of FCT and the Ministers. Distinguished Senators, members of the House of Representatives, ladies and gentlemen, today is another good day for us to continue the story of Abuja development. This project, the Southern Parkway, is always a critical road in Abuja Master Plan. But a plan cannot change a city. A plan becomes meaningful only when It translated into road, translated into bridge, water supply, street light, and the infrastructure of the city, and the opportunities for the citizens. That transformation from paper to reality is called action and leadership. Yes, the leadership is from the urban minister, Mr. Wiki. This is what we are witnessing today. Yeah. Some people ask, what will Abuja will look like tomorrow? So I think today, Minister has given us the answer. Every completed road project is his answer. Every solar street light project is his answer. Every water project supplied is the answer. So all the infrastructure project is his answer. The answer is clear. Abuja is moving forward. Ladies and gentlemen, we are all expecting Abuja to be built as the modern, one of the modern city in the world, like Dubai. But great city is not built over one night. Today, we are taking the stamp on this journey. Yeah. So when a city is developed, investors get confidence. When transportation becomes easier, business grow. When water becomes accessible, community expand. Economic development is like a royal dog. So when this city is built up, when the infrastructure is ready, it will follow you wherever you go. According to the International Organization analysis, Nigeria is entering renewed economic period, with GDP growth by 4.1 to 4.5%. What about America? Is 2.3%. So this growth is under the agenda of Mr. President economic agenda. It is because of Abuja's contribution under minister's leadership. History will remember the one who transformed the plan to the reality. So at last, I want to be here to ensure the urban minister, to ensure the Abuja people. CDC will Nigeria Limited will deliver the good standard of this project, safety and on time. Thank you, everyone. God bless Abuja. Yeah.
I think you captured it appropriately. History will remember the man whose vision it was, but also history will remember you as a contractor that translated the vision. I'd like to quickly welcome here the eminent people that came here with our special guest of honor. Let me welcome the National Vice Chairman of APC South-South, Chief Victor Giadom. Welcome you, sir. Thank you very much. Also here is the National Vice Chairman, Southeast, Dr. Ijoma Arodiobu. Welcome you. Thank you very much. The National Vice Chairman, Northwest, Honorable Dati Garba Mohammed is also here. You're welcome. And the National Publicity Secretary, an eloquent man indeed, Honorable Moka Felix is also here with us. I welcome you. Thank you very much. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker understands that throughout history, the greatest cities have been shaped by the pathways that carry their ambitions. Roads have never been merely stretches of asphalt and concrete. They are the channels through which commerce flows. They are the bridges between communities and opportunities. They are the arteries that sustain the life of a growing city. I'd like to welcome this woman who understands all of this, including civil service rule. She is the head of the civil service of the FCTA. Please welcome Mrs. Nancy Sabanti. Nathan.
Your Excellency, the President, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of Nigeria, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, ably represented by the National Chairman of the All Progressive Congress Party, Professor Nantawi Yeltoda. Your Excellency, the Honorable Minister of the Federal Capital Territory Administration, Barrister Dr. Ezenwo Nyesom Wike, CON, distinguished senators and members of the National Assembly here present, members of the Federal Executive Council here present, friends and associates of the Honorable Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Executive Chairman of the Area Council, senior officials of the FCTA, FCDA, heads of securities agencies present, our royal fathers, members of the press, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Let me begin by thanking God for the opportunity to be here today and for his protection and guidance over our life that has brought us here today in good health to witness this historic occasion. On behalf of the staff and management of the Federal Capital Territory Administration and the Federal Capital Development Authority, I wish to extend our profound gratitude to His Excellency, the President, Commander and Chief of the Armed Forces of Nigeria, His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, for honoring us with his presence today to flag off the construction of the service carriageways of Southern Parkway from Arterial S20, Oladipo Diaway, to Ring Road 2. Thank you for your visionary leadership and for approving this critical infrastructure project that will ease traffic and boost economic activities in line with the Renew Hope agenda. We are thankful to the members of the National Assembly for their support and legislative oversight that makes this project possible. I also wish to express our deep appreciation to the Honorable Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Barrister Ezenwo Nyesom Wike, Mr. Project, for his visionary leadership and dedication to improving our city infrastructure. To the contractors, we appreciate your commitment to excellence and urge you to adhere strictly to the timelines, specification, and highest standards of safety and quality during construction. I also want to thank all the stakeholders, the traditional holders, community representatives, friends of the Honorable Minister, technical officers, staff of the FCT, FCDA, security agencies, protocol team, and every individual that contributed to planning this event. Once again, thank you for honoring our invitation with your presence. God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. God bless the Federal Capital Territory. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Head of Service. We appreciate you. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is said that behind every completed project is a story of dedication. Behind every decision is a responsibility accepted. And behind every achievement is a leader willing to take action. Today, we celebrate a man whose journey in public service has been defined by resilience, courage, and an unwavering belief that leadership must produce results. A man whose career reflects decades of service to the people. A distinguished legal practitioner, in fact, he's a life bencher. A respected statesman, former governor of Rivers State, that decorated the state with development and infrastructure. A leader known for bold decisions, strong convictions, and ability to transform ideas into visible achievement. He's the FCT Minister now. It gives me delight to welcome the Honorable Minister of the FCT, Barrister Chief Ezewon Nyesom Wike.
Your Excellency, Mr. President, ably represented by the National Chairman of APC, Professor Natawe Yewada, and members of the National Working Committee of the APC that are here with him. My brother, the Minister of State Petroleum Oil, Senator Hennekin Lobwebiri, the single senators and members of House of Representatives that are here, the Chairman, Board of Trustees of PDP, and Chairman, Governing Council of the University of Port Harcourt, Senator Mau Ohabunwa. Mr. Chairman, Your Excellency, Mr. President, let me take your kind permission to recognize the Speaker and members of the State House of Assembly of Rivers State who are here to appreciate the work being done by Mr. President. The Deputy Managing Director and Management Staff of CGC that are here, and the entire workers, the Acting Head of Service, Mandate Secretaries, Permanent Secretaries, Chief of Staff, Chairman, Civil Service Commission of the Area, Council Chairman, our dear leaders of various sectors that are here, gentlemen of the press, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Chairman, let me, on behalf of the Federal Capital Territory Administration, once again appreciate and thank you for coming to represent Mr. President in the flag off of the construction of the Southern Parkway by CGC Nigeria Limited. Today is our 10th day of commissioning of projects, but today was specifically selected because so many people have been asking questions. Are you saying that after commissioning of these projects, now that we are going into politics, there will be no more projects to be embarked upon? We said no, politics or no politics, we must continue to do that which Mr. President has directed to make sure that we change the entire landscape of the Federal Capital Territory. Let me say clearly, by the time Mr. President finishes his first tenure in May 29, 2027, before you be sworn in as the president in his second tenure, the landscape of Abuja would have entirely changed to the glory of God. Last night, at around, if I can recollect, around 11:30, 12 midnight, I called the Deputy Managing Director of CGC to assure me when will this project be completed. He said I should give him 2-3 minutes, let him call his team. He cannot say anything without consulting his team. Around 12:15 or 12:20, he called me back to say, well, his team has assured him they work day and night to make sure that this project is completed if we perform our own obligation. Of course, you know what that obligation means. What it means that monkey the job, now because 3 near 3. I finish this job on time, we finish on time because you have done your own part. That our own part is to make sure you bring your own kudi. Let me stay here today, 23rd of June 2026. I assure the Deputy Managing Director of CGC, and your management staff and entire workers that we will not fail you performing our own obligation of paying you. We have confidence in you. This is not the first time we are giving you challenging jobs, and you have performed. I want this road to be commissioned before we go for election, January 6, 2027. I've seen the National Vice Chairman of APC shaking his head when he was Commissioner of Works in Rivers State. Maybe this like this were not possible. Here in Abuja, it is possible. Here in Abuja, it is possible. So, Mr. National Vice Chairman of APC Southland, go home and sleep with your two eyes closed. We shall call you back. I'll call the chairman back to come again and present Mr. President to commission this Southern Parkway. It's very, very key to us. Sometime last week, I told you, CGC, that I want to know where this road starts from. And they took me. In fact, I'm surprised that they've gotten to this point. We came from this area. I'm surprised that the entire place has been cleared. Let me warn, and I've asked for the acting director of development control, the acting head of service. I hope she's here. I have noticed with dismay that most of your directors do not come around. And now that we are looking for the acting director of development control, he's not here. Take the message to him. Luckily, he's acting. He's acting. He's not director yet. I have the capacity not to make him the director. If he likes, let me go call workers for strike. So it lies on me to make him to approve the directorship. Telling him if he lost his job, he must be whatever activity that we are doing. I'll send this message to him. All these land grabbers that have started to develop land that is not given to them, he should go and bring all down, all should go down. Heaven will not fall, rather heaven will be at peace when things are done properly. So we have found out that each time we want to carry out construction, people who have not been genuinely allocated land, you see them just going in, forging documents. It will not work. It will not work. So tell the acting director of development control to liaise with the director of land to make sure those that are not given land there and that have started to construct, to come and tell us that they've started building, it is in vain. We will bring it down. So carry this message to him and let him take his work very, very serious. I'm sure his wife, his children, his parents are hearing it now because this is on live television. So let the wife hear, let the children hear, let the parents hear. If he does not do what we said, he knows what will happen. On that note, Mr. Chairman, let me invite you to please talk to the people of Gadua and then do the needful by flagging off the Southern Parkway to the glory of God. Thank you and God bless you.
Please sit down. Take your seats. Your Excellency, my big friend and big brother, and also the leader of the PDP, the Minister of the FCT, Barrister Nyesom Wike. My friend, my brother, the Minister of Petroleum, the State, Senator Hennikin, Local Bibri, the members of the National Working Committee. I want to use one person among them to recognize all members of the National Working Committee. The man that was nodding his head, the Vice Chairman, South, Honorable Victor Gadon. The members of the National Assembly here present, the Speaker and members of the Rivers State House of Assembly who are also here present. The staff and the general manager of CGC. And I want to recognize all other members of the APC, especially the chairman of the governing council and our senatorial candidate for the FCT, who is also here present. Let me stand on the protocol and recognize all the guests that are here present. Your Excellency, it's my singular honor and pleasure to be here to flag off the construction of the two service carriageways of the Southern Parkway from the Arterial Road S20 to Ring Road 2 in the Federal Capital Territory. The Southern Parkway is a major route of the Southern Development Corridor. It starts from the Inner Southern Expressway, I-6, in Phase 1, and terminates at I-6 in Phase 4 in the south. In line with the Abuja Master Plan, when fully developed, it will enhance vehicular traffic circulation within the southern parts of the city and provide vital inter-district connection across Phase 1 and to Phase 4 of the Federal Capital Territory. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we have already delivered the main carriageway. The main carriageway, the Bola Ahmed Tinubu Way, was completed and commissioned earlier in this administration. Now we're adding the service lanes to complete the vision. These service carriageways are not a luxury. They are to ease and are to give access to our people. Why does this matter to the citizens? Because today, the residents of Durumi, of Gudu, of Gadua, of Dubois, and the mass housing estate in Phase 2 face heavy vehicular congestion daily in S2, Abdusalami Abubakar Way, and S2, S20, Oladipo Dia Way, especially at peak periods. When these service carriageways are completed, that pain will reduce, if not ease completely. Traffic will flow, travel time will drop, businesses will save money, families will spend less time together, and traffic and more time together. That's the dividend of democracy. And that is the renewed hope that you can feel and you can touch every day. This flag off is part of the broader infrastructure revolution we promised Nigeria. In the last 3 years, we have refused to accept excuses. We choose actions. From the Arterial Road 20, N20, now Professor Wole Soyinka Way, to N16, interchange linking Jahi and Gwarimpa, to the roads in Kuje, and Gogwalada and Mabushi, and the FCT is transforming before our eyes. The Southern Parkway service lanes will further decongest the city, accelerate development of the southern axis, and bring socio-economic benefit to the residents of the areas. Let me pause here to express admiration for the Honorable Minister of FCT, Barrister Nyesom Wike, CON. Mr. Wike, you have earned your name, Mr. Projects. Most people thought that it was only in Rivers, but you've shown clearly that it's your DNA to always do projects. Through your action, and not just talk alone, you've shown that truly you are Mr. Project. Since you assumed office, you have awakened the abandoned project. You've set clear targets and you've delivered them in record time. You have brought discipline, vision, and political will to the FCTA. You are demonstrating the Renew Hope agenda across every district of Abuja. Nigerians are seeing it. I am also seeing it. We are feeling it. The transformation of the FCT under your leadership is real and is inspiring. And all I can say is that, well done, Mr. Minister. I also commend the Honorable Minister of State, FCT, Dr. Maria Mahmood, and the entire FCT administration. Your coordination, your supervision, your commitment to standards to ensure that projects like this are completed with quality as our people deserved it. The FCT is working as one. The result adjoining communities. I ask for your patience as work begins. Construction means diversions, slow traffic, and sometimes some inconveniences for a while. Please follow the traffic signs and instruction from the engineers and security team on site. Give our workers space to work safely. Bear with the dust and the noise around so that within the shortest time, your daily movement through this corridor will be faster, safer, and less stressful. Your cooperation during this construction phase is what will make the delivery possible. To the contractor, CGC Nigeria Limited, and all engineers and workers on site, we expect speed, but we demand quality. Employ our youth, engage our youth, train our artisans, make them part of the work. Make this project a source of job and skills for Nigerians. That is how we can turn infrastructure into common prosperity of our people. Fellow Nigerians, 3 years of this administration, the reforms are tough, but necessary. The results are here. The roads and bridges, the rails and housing, we are laying foundation for a new Nigeria that works and works for all and for our common prosperity. Stay with us, support us, stand by the Renew Hope agenda of Mr. President. The best of Abuja and the best of Nigeria are still ahead of us. On that note, it is now my honor, to the glory of the Almighty God, to officially flag up the construction of 2 service carriageways, the Southern Parkway, the Arterial Road S20 to Ring Road 2 for the benefit of good people of the Federal Capital Territory and for the greatness of our nation, Nigeria. Thank you, and may God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
I'm good. I'm good. After the flag off, we'll have a group photograph and then the national anthem. The national anthem, please. Thank you very much. Thank you.
AIT, sharing the African experience.
With an African country was signed to galvanize trading relationships. The UK-Nigeria-UK Pact, the acronym, the Partnering for Accelerated Climate Transition Program, completed its first phase, which focused on launching Nigeria's Climate Change Act and creating the country's first long-term electricity roadmap. And in March this year, as a sort of crowning all the past agreements, a high-level bilateral visit was made to the UK by Nigeria's Bola Tinubu on the invitation of King Charles. The result, which has been tagged a landmark £746 million maritime and port financing deal to redevelop the Lagos Port Complex and Tinkan Island Port, in which a £70 million contract for British Steel to supply 120,000 tons of steel directly supporting thousands of skilled UK jobs is embedded. What's in it for Nigeria? Not a few business and industry leaders in Nigeria asked aside deportation deals. So what will Starmer's successor have in store for Africa, for Nigeria, and even the Commonwealth bloc? The presumptive Prime Minister, Andy Burnham, gets into office by early September. Shola Jaisimi, AIT News, Abuja.
Up next is sports. Osagbovo Sifo is right here.
Thank you so much. Welcome. Lionel Messi has become the all-time leading goal scorer in the FIFA World Cup history. The Argentine captain scored a brace as his team defeated Austria 2-0 in their second Group I match to take his World Cup tally to 18 goals, surpassing the previous record set by Klose in 2014 World Cup in Brazil. The 8-time Ballon d'Or winner has now scored 5 goals in current tournament to help his nation secure early qualification to the next round. Meanwhile, France and Norway have also secured their places in the knockout phases following victories in their second group matches. France defeated Iraq 2-0 while Norway edged Senegal 3-2. Leaving the African side with a mountain to climb to secure qualification to the round of 32. Senegal must beat Iraq in their last group game and have any chance of reaching the knockout phase. Still talking World Cup, French television presenter France Pierron has been suspended after criticizing Belgian international Jeremy Doku over his reported decision to leave the team's World Cup camp for the birth of his first child. Doku's wife is expected to give birth in the early July when the tournament is scheduled to enter the quarterfinal stage. The Manchester City winger has indicated that he would like to be part when his child is being born. That was criticized by the presenter, and who said that it is unacceptable and questioned the role of fathers during childbirth. The comment sparked widespread backlash with many football fans, players, and family advocacy groups condemning the remark. The French Sports Daily has since apologized, stating that parents' comments do not reflect the organization's value. The presenter herself has also issued a public apology. The Professional Footballers Association backed Doku's position, saying that the demand of elite sports should not come at an expense of important family moment. The Fatherhood Institute also voiced its support, with Deputy Chief Executive Jeremy Davis describing the birth of a child as a life-defining event that overweights professional commitment regardless of financial rewards. And finally, preparations have entered the final stage ahead of the 2026 Nigerian Hockey Super League, which begins on June 25th with participating teams intensifying training for the competition. Former international Yohanna Farouk has commended the Nigerian Hockey Federation for its commitment to developing the sport through annual Super League.
And the main big thing for us in this National League this year is the Nigerian Hockey Federation President, Engineer Samuel Nkom, is going to be hosting the African Hockey President, Sef Ahmed, in Nigeria during the National League, which I believe they will do some courtesy call to the Sports Ministry and the Sports Commission. So it's going to be interesting because every year the two teams in both the male and female category represent Nigeria in the African Club Championship. So it's more of a bragging right, who is going to be the champion, who is going to win, and who is going to represent Nigeria. All right, thank you.
Farouk also welcomed the visit of African Hockey Federation President Ahmed and International Hockey Federation certified coaching instructor Michael Bellman, who will conduct coaching courses during the event. Farouk also said that the Nigerian Hockey Federation is committed to lifting the sport in Nigeria. The Super League will run from June 25th to July 5th alongside coaching and umpiring development program. Sport, many thanks for watching. I am Osaibovo Osifo.
So just before we go, Osaibovo Osifo, what are the talking points with regards to matches at the World Cup? I saw Kylian Mbappe getting 2. I saw Eden Haaland getting 2. And of course, you said it just a few minutes ago. The legend himself, they call him the GOAT, but it's still debatable. Talking about Lionel Messi, has now got to 18 World Cup goals. Your take on all of this?
The fact is, let's start from Lionel Messi. It's like he has been given the crown as, the crown as being the GOAT, having scored 18 goals at the World Cup. That has been a long time standing. When closest, scored 16 goals. A lot of people said nobody would beat that record, but Messi went on retirement, came back to break that record, and now also create his own. I'm sure it will get to like 22 goals because there's something I think he has on his mind to score in every goal. 3 in the first game, 2 in the second game. We don't know if his coach will play him in the last game.
Of the group stage.
Of the group stage. He may also, just be on the scorer's, sheet there. And as for France, before coming to this tournament, they were regarded as one of the favorites, to going all the way to lifting this tournament. And so far, they have shown, that credential. 2 wins from 2 games and being led by their captain, Kylian Mbappe there. They have shown all the credentials to going all the way. For Argentina, I don't think they have actually been that good. If you take away the goals from, Argentina, they have not really been superb, in their play. In their first game, they struggled. Second game again, if you take away those goals, you find out that the play hasn't been quite well for Argentina. Okay. I am particularly bothered about the African side.
Thank you. That's where I'm headed. About Africa. Senegal is out of the Nations Cup. 2 losses.
No, they are not technically out yet. Because although they don't have
any point.
They don't have any point yet. If they are able to beat Iraq well, in their final game, they may still stand a chance of qualifying as one of the best losers. Because if you look at other groups, many of the teams don't even have a point, and they have so far considered too many goals. For Senegal, they have just -3 goals. So if they are able to match that in their last match against Iraq, they may still, make it to the next round.
Okay, some analysis and perspectives, but for our sports correspondent, Osai Bovosifo. Osai, thank you so much for your insights on the World Cup.
Thank you so much, Shola.
That's AIT Reports. Thank you for watching.
The stories now break online. Don't miss anything from our real-time updates and exclusive content. Follow and participate in discussions on live TV studio programs to shape the narratives. Subscribe, engage, and share from AIT.live at AIT_online on X, AIT Online on Facebook, Official AIT Live on Instagram, TikTok, and Threads, AIT_live, and AIT Livestream 1 on YouTube. Stay connected with AIT. On air, online, on live.
Nigerian filmmaker Paul Cast is putting the finishing touches to his latest movie, Just the Two of Us. The project is due for release in April, and Cast says he's hoping it will hit big.
The storyline was mainly around a couple and how they were able to go through their journeys and go through lots of highs and lows, mainly trying to typify the kind of struggle that could come in when people are in relationships.
A former psychology student, Cast launched his movie career in 2019. In terms of output, Nigeria's film industry, or Nollywood, is the second largest in the world, behind India's Bollywood, producing over 1,000 movies annually. In December, the Nigerian movie A Tribe Called Judah became the first movie to earn 1 billion naira, equivalent to about $1.1 million at the domestic box office. Tribe Called Judah cast member Olumide Oworu says the movie about a single mother and her 5 sons struggling to make ends meet is a common Nigerian story.
I think everybody that saw the movie just saw a bit of themselves in terms of just wanting to do whatever it takes for your mom to be happy and comfortable.
Cast says the success of the movie Lionheart, directed by Genevieve Naji, which became the first Nigerian film to stream on Netflix in 2019, also inspired filmmakers.
We actually didn't have avenues of distribution like that, but ever since Genevieve came up and did Lionheart, and it just opened up, the door to Netflix and other streaming platforms. It just made people see possibilities.
But filmmakers say access to funding is still a challenge and want Nigerian government and financial institutions to invest more in the movie industry.
There's been improvements in the cinematics, the cinematography, the lighting, so there are more opportunities, sound design, as opposed to before when it was just, get a camera, you have a story, you point and you shoot.
And the result and the growing market is good news for filmmakers like Paul Cast and millions of Nigerians who are waiting to see the next big film on their screens. Timothy Obiezu, VOA News, Abuja, Nigeria.
The stories now break online. miss anything from our real-time updates and exclusive content, follow and participate in discussions on live TV studio programs to shape the narratives. Subscribe, engage, and share from AIT.live at AIT_online on X, AIT Online on Facebook, Official AIT Live on Instagram, TikTok, and Threads, AIT_live, and AIT Livestream 1 on YouTube. Stay connected with AIT. On air, online, on live.
years after President Bola Tinubu assumed office, Nigeria's journey under the renewed hope agenda continues to generate intense national debates. The administration has embarked on far-reaching economic reforms, including the removal of fuel subsidy, the unification of the foreign exchange market, tax reforms, and efforts to strengthen public finances. Government officials insist these difficult but necessary measures are beginning to produce positive results, citing improvements in some macroeconomic indicators, increased government revenues, renewed investor confidence, and signs of economic recovery. However, beyond the statistics, many Nigerians continue to grapple with the realities of daily life. The cost of living remains painfully high, with soaring food prices, rising transportation fares, escalating energy costs, and shrinking household purchasing power, placing enormous pressure on families and businesses. For many citizens, the anticipated benefits of the reforms are yet to be felt in their everyday lives. At the same time, insecurity continues to cast a shadow over national development, from terrorism and banditry to kidnapping for ransom and communal violence. Many communities still face persistent security threats that affect livelihoods, agricultural production, investment, and public confidence. While security agencies report successes in several operations, concerns remain over the frequency of violent attacks and the safety of lives and property across different parts of the country. The Tinubu administration marked its third anniversary in office on May 29 this year, and with it comes some important questions which require answers. Have the economic reforms laid the foundation for sustainable growth, or have they imposed unbearable hardship on ordinary Nigerians? Are the government's achievements sufficient to justify the sacrifices citizens have made? How effective has the administration been in addressing the nation's security challenges? And what must be done to ensure that economic recovery translates into real improvement in the lives of Nigerians? These are the issues we shall interrogate on today's edition of Jigsaw. Dr. Ene Ogbole is a member of the All Progressives Congress APC. She joins us on today's Jigsaw to assess the achievements, the challenges, and the road ahead for the Tinubu administration after 3 years in office.
All right, nice to know you're there. The program's Jigsaw on Africa Independent Television, AIT. I'm Oluyede Oworu, sitting in again for Gbenga Aruleba, who is taking care of business out of town. And like you heard from the prologue, we're going to be taking on things that have happened in the administration of President Bola Tinubu since he came into power in 2023. You can call it the good, the bad, and the ugly. And like you also heard, we are joined in the studio by Dr. Ene Ogbole, activist, public affairs analyst, and also a member of the All Progressives Congress, as you're about to find out when we start talking. So, many thanks for coming on Jigsaw. Perhaps we should begin on what's been making headlines today. Comments accredited to the NDC presidential candidate Peter Obi calling for President Bola Tinubu's resignation. Some people have called it a reckless statement made out of ignorance, but there's another school of thought that says, well, look, these are the conversations we need in a countdown to election, where, I mean, all the issues are addressed and none swept under the carpet. Where do you stand on all this?
Good morning, and thank you for having me. It's my pleasure being with you here to attend to pressing national issues and also to throw more light, on areas of controversies and all of that from an objective perspective. That is what I owe my country as an activist. That's what I owe my country as a patriot. And I will stop at nothing to do that. Obi at it again, if you ask me. That is what I'll call it. And it wasn't just a reckless statement like others said. And I think that statement was also made out of cluelessness and ignorance. That I can tell you for free. The question every right-thinking person will ask is, Why is he asking for the resignation of the president? That is one question on one side. And then number two, for whatever reasons he thinks that he's asking Mr. President to resign, of course, perhaps for reasons of maladministration or reasons of failure in government or so on and so forth. Anybody who is also reasonable and thinking in the right direction will know that he's clueless and he does not know what is happening in his immediate society. He does not know that the administration, perhaps because he doesn't want to know, from the point of an opposition person.
When you say clueless, do you really mean that?
Absolutely. And I'm going to justify that in no time. He's clueless, and I have my reasons for saying so. He's clueless because when he had the opportunity to bring about a paradigm shift in government and administration and development in his state, he didn't do anything. He's clueless because he does not see anything good in the government and country that he intends to rule. He's clueless because he has deliberately refused to listen, dissect, and know the truth that is on ground, and of course, where the government is headed to. So I think he's clueless.
But some people will say, well, there are some justifications for the cause. Maybe calls for resignation might be a bit extreme in some cases, but you really can't fault him for, having not so nice things to say in line with what people seem to be going through.
I don't understand when you mean that people say he's justified. How is this justified?
Well, I'm saying justified, but I'm saying that maybe calls for resignation might be extreme, but for him to have maybe seemingly unsavory things to say about the government, with what people are going through now, it's not out of order.
You see, Obi, by rights, has gotten to a stage in politics and leadership and governance where we should not expect to hear him come out to make careless statements. He should be guided at all times if he's what he claims to be. Because if you ask me, there should be concrete reasons why Obi should say the president of Nigeria should resign from office. That's number one. And then number two, even if you want the president of Nigeria to resign from office, you have to check the timing of your statement, number one. And then number two, there are other ways, other better and civil and diplomatic ways you can coin some of this, public statements that you make. A situation where somebody who claims that he deserves or has, the profile and then the pedigree of becoming the president of Nigeria cannot even guide the words that comes out of his mouth. It's questionable. It shows that he's just a clown, who is trying to.
Please be nice. Like a clown, that's a bit harsh, isn't it?
A clueless one at that.
Now, okay, so what you're saying now, you have nothing against him criticizing the president. Maybe it's just his choice of words and the way he's gone about it.
You see, criticism is part of governance and politics. But there's what we call constructive criticism. That is on one side. And then number two, when you want to criticize, you must have germane points with which you are throwing out the criticism and tantrums. You don't just wake up from one side of the bed one day because perhaps you are grieved that Nigerians did not vote you into power in 2023. You think it's your birthright to become the president of Nigeria against the wish of the people. And then that annoyance and grievances, just takes you off to say whatever you want to say when you want to say them without watching your word, without filtering the words that comes out of your mouth. What are the qualities of a leader? The ability to control yourself in whatever situation, the ability to watch what you say in the public space, the ability for you to dissect what you want to say, look at it from all sides to ensure that you don't just throw a country into trouble, throw a country into war, or begin to paint the picture of your country in a way and manner that is detrimental, particularly when you know that what you are saying is not true. And this is Obi's stock in trade. There's time for everything, like you and I know. There's time for campaigns, there's time for election, there's time also for governance. As patriots, what do? When the time for election is over, I think as patriots who actually want their country to develop, who want their country to be in peace and tranquility, who want Nigeria to develop and meet and compare favorably with other countries of the world, what you do is after election, you put politics behind you and begin to see how all hands can come on deck to begin to profile solutions. Because first of all, Nigeria has to exist before you can even be the president of Nigeria. But the situation where at all times, the only thing you have to say about the country that you so wish to govern, you so wish to change, you so wish, to develop, are negative in nature. It shows that you have other motives that are unknown to the people. And this is what we are thinking it is. Because he has never seen anything good with Nigeria. He has never seen anything good with our leadership. And then you now ask, what are your track records? When you were the governor of Anambra State, what did you leave behind? What are the concrete things that you can show to Nigerians and say, this is what I left behind, apart from throwing numbers and figures and data that are fictitious and unreal around?
All right, let me take your mind back to 2019, when incumbent President Tinubu was campaigning for President Muhammadu Buhari of blessed memory. He did say things similar. He did call for Jonathan's resignation in light of the security challenges that were on ground then. And he also pointed to some economic downturns that were going on. What's the difference between then and now?
Well, there's no difference. And whatever I've said about Obli is applicable to all politicians. Because like I've always reiterated, there has to be a Nigeria before we can talk about who governs the Nigeria. A situation where your words, where your comments, where your phrases are capable
Did President Tinubu say anything different? What, did it sound nicer than the way that Peter Obi has put it this time? Because it was also a resignation call.
We are saying the same thing, that people must guide their words. It doesn't matter who. As a politician, as a leader, as a patriot, because you never can also tell where the bat can go.
Yeah.
We must guide our words, and we must also be sure. We must also bear in mind that whatever we say, we speak for or against us at some point in time. And beyond that, we have younger ones whom we're supposed to mentor. We have younger ones who are supposed to learn from us. We have younger ones who are also going to make references to what we said at one point in our political history. And as a leader of
So
the
I
country,
think that to me that you're also of the view that probably President Tinubu then shouldn't have also called for his resignation.
well, I don't know whether that was too
I don't want
harsh
to put you
or
in the
not.
spot, but
I'm putting
I
you on the
take
spot.
that to me that that's what you're also.
He had his reasons, but I think that we can approach issues better and also make more civil statements that can bring about
So in other
peace
words,
and
calls for resignation, whoever it comes from, probably at a time like this, isn't the right thing to do. I guess
it
that's what
might
you're
not
saying.
be the right thing. Yes.
Okay, so let's move on to, you talked about germane reasons. That probably there were no germane reasons for calls for resignation. But with what's on ground, with the security situation that's on ground, with the way that people are grappling with economic realities, surely the present administration must be expecting some harsh words. The average man doesn't seem to understand a lot of the things that people in higher places are saying, and the views expressed by certain politicians actually do represent the views of a lot of the average Nigerians. What do you have to say about that?
Well, I'm going to speak from the point of strength and knowledge because if you ask me, I understand what it means to grow an economy, particularly when, the successor inherited a very damaged economy from his predecessor, where things were at the verge of collapsing and where the country was living on fiction and nothing that was real. There was subsidization of so many things. The dollar was subsidized. The petroleum was subsidized with a lot of crises surrounding it. And then here comes a leader who said, look, we can't continue in that trajectory. We need to begin to do things differently. We need to begin to do the right thing, not minding whose ox is God. Yes, you know what reforms are. You know what reforms represent. And one thing that is certain is this. I think that we need to begin to redefine the meaning of the meaning of the concept of reform, because many people, I think, are just beginning to throw this word reforms, just like that, not knowing the nitty-gritty and what reforms, entails. Reform is the best way to control, stabilize, consolidate, grow, and then begin to achieve development in any country of the world. There's no country that has developed to certain levels, whether the second or the first or the second world countries, that have not at one point in time embarked on serious economic reforms that touches on almost all sectors of the economy. You talk about health, you talk about power, you talk about infrastructure, you talk about the economy, you just talk about a holistic approach to setting a country on the right trajectory. It comes with pains.
Yeah, but for the average Nigerian in the last 3 years, pain to some people is actually putting it mildly for what they're going through. Some people are going through real horrible times.
No, but you see, let me tell you, whenever any government comes on board, we sing the same song. Both are activists, both are citizens, and that is also relative. Because I'm going to tell you a true life story, okay? Like I said before, development takes time everywhere in the world, even in your home. When you give birth to a child, the child is first an infant, and then he becomes a child, a toddler, and begins to grow until he assumes the status of an adolescence, and then maturity. And, life is in stages, particularly when you know what you're doing. You expect that everything happens over time, particularly in a complex society like ours, where everybody wants everything free. At what point are we going to develop? At what point are we going to take the bull by the horn? At what point are we going to start facing our economy realistically, not on illusion, not on falsehood? It is tough. It has to be tough. For instance, when you have a cancerous patient, you're living with cancer, it's excruciating pain. You have to embark on a surgery to remove the cancer to set you free. It's a bigger pain. But do you rather live with cancer and die in a short time? No. It's just to make up your mind. Face the pain of the surgery, and then you are free and free forever. This is what we are facing. We were in a very critical, epileptic situation. We were going down on daily basis. The economy was collapsing. Things were falling apart. And the center obviously was not going to hold. Until this man with experience came and said, look, it's not going to be funny. It's going to cost me my popularity. But it is better done than never. And this is why he embarked on these programs. But you also agree with me that to a large extent, this hardship is beginning to go down a bit.
Oh, really?
Yes, if you ask me.
I'm not too sure too many people will agree with that.
Well, I don't know. It's my opinion.
Yeah. Based on your circumstances.
And I'm going to tell you why.
Yeah.
When the president came on board, we were buying a bag of rice for about 100 and something thousand naira. Yes, that was the peak of the hardship. That was when the reform that was alien for the people or to the people was hitting very hard. But at some point, we also had to come in terms with reality. That was when every corner became one form of farm. Everybody went back to the farm. Everybody who was roaming around the city knew that there was a need to go and indulge in something productive. People started realigning and things started getting better. As I speak to you today, there's nowhere, whether the backyard of the house, whether the compound, there's nowhere you go to in Benue State that you don't see a farm. That is solving many problems. We have the health implication that is resolving. We have food sufficiency that is beginning to come on board. We have so many people are now even more active with their lives, their minds and thoughts. Do you understand? But the situation we had before was a situation where people didn't need to do much to get everything. How will that be sustained? And that was why we were living on falsehood. And that was why everything that was happening around was fictitious. And the economy was going to collapse in no distant time. Everywhere in the world, people labor to earn a living. And you must work hard to earn a living. This is what the president has said. He said, look, we must begin to aim higher. We must begin to achieve development in the real sense of it. We must begin to grow our external reserves. We must begin to take care of practically in schools. People have to begin to go to schools. And that is why you have the educational reforms. Medicals have to be subsidized and sometimes free. That is happening. Roads have to be constructed and built. Nigeria has been converted into a huge construction site. There is no time in our history when you have road construction going on simultaneously in the 36 states of Nigeria and Abuja inclusive.
I'm going to take you up on that later because it's interesting to talk about that. There's some people that are saying that this huge construction site that Nigeria has been turned into, some of the construction projects are not what the country needs right now.
No, I think I'm ashamed for anybody to say that roads are not what the country needs. What happens to commerce?
Or maybe not necessarily, not that there shouldn't be roads, but maybe where the roads,
Look,
type of project. For example, people talk about this Lagos, Calabar, Coastal Highway. They just feel the kind of money that's been expended on that thing. It's
because you see,
fall in line with our needs right now.
See, when you don't know what to say, you begin to exhibit ignorance. Okay. And if you ask me, any right-thinking Nigerian who comes to say that road construction has been on the front burner since I was born, and then somebody comes up to say, look, let us construct roads, and then somebody says it's not important or it's not pertinent, the person must be a clown.
But it's saying there's more important things.
What are the important things that he's not touching on? Tell me. What are the important things that the president is not touching on as we speak? You talk about education, he's touching on education. You talk about health, he's touching on health. You talk about power, decentralized power. You talk about tax reform, you talk about financial reform, fiscal reforms. Which area is he not? You talk about agriculture, with the introduction of livestock.
So a lot of those things you're talking about in the eyes of many aren't working. You're talking about power. A lot of people are talking don't have
this is the incubation period for every development.
There is 3 years down the line. It's not a long period of incubation, or what kind of incubation period are we looking at?
Let me tell you, yes. You see, right now, power has been decentralized. What that means is he has given states the power to generate and transmit lights. That is a policy and reform in the right direction. We've been talking about devolution of power. Analysts come here and talk about devolution of power from time to time. And at some point, I also ask myself, what do Nigerians want? They'll come and ask of this. Once you start, the same people who have been clamoring for what you have decided to bring to fruition, the next minute they are against it because they want to be in power or because they are not in tune with the person in power or something. Is it about ourselves or is it about our collective development?
Or is it some sort of jinx? Because you're talking about power. I mean, we're still stuck on what? I think less than 5 megawatts, so I didn't calculate this thing. The generation is a huge problem, and it's made to look like rocket science. Is there any? I don't think there's much that the administration.
I've just told you that power has been decentralized.
Yeah, right.
I've told you that, so that the
so what's likely to happen?
That is one, and I'm going to also reiterate some other points here right away. One of the biggest problems leaders face, or we are facing in Nigeria, is that of sabotage. Okay. There are people who have interest in some particular sectors, and whenever there are policies formulated to improve on those sectors, you realize that those who have interests, either by ways of business that they have established over time to make alternative supply to the people or something, they sabotage these policies. The same thing is applicable to our security. It's no news that in our security architecture, we have sabotage, and we also have fifth columnists within the security architecture. This is making the fight against insurgents and insurgency very difficult for the government. It is rather unfortunate that very innocent people, patriots, who have decided to serve their country, who have pledged to serve their country, to restore peace and order and security of lives and property, are losing their lives on a daily basis as frontliners in the battleground. But what baffles me is whether these people are still human beings. Why do they do this? Some of them are intended to run down the government, not minding the number of Nigerians, number of, what do I say now? Number of very innocent people.
It's interesting you talk, because people seem to frown at some of the things you just said now. Saboteurs, fifth columnists, which you are claiming are a major part of the problem. They said that when you identify these, why don't you fish them out, name them and shade them, instead of having anonymous saboteurs and fifth columnists that people in power seem to talk about?
It's just like a football match. When you're watching a football match and you're not the one in the pitch, you see all the mistakes. And you sit down in the comfort of your home, and then you begin to criticize and say how he's supposed to have thrown the ball the left way and then the right ways and all of that.
You sound like a sportswoman.
I'm not actually a sports person. I only play tennis anyway. That is by the way. So you make comments, you say everything, and they make it look very easy. But you can only know if it is easy or not when you get to the pitch. That is what happens. All hands are on deck. Everything within the confines of the law. But you must also remember that fighting security is not what you and I think it is. It is no news that people who we call insurgents and Boko Harams and whatever you want, or terrorists or whatever you want to call them, are our children, our brothers, our uncles and fathers, and so on and so forth. Tackling insurgency head-on by ways of neutralization and so on and so forth is just our last alternatives. It's not what any right-thinking person would want to do. Because when you lose people, you lose value. When you lose people, you decongest your country. When you decongest your country for reasons like that, you also lose strength. It is not what any right-thinking government or human being would like to do. But these are necessities. When that is ongoing, don't ever imagine that decisions are just taken impromptu to just go and kill, go and neutralize. And there are lots and lots and lots of factors you put into consideration before you sometimes arrive at those very brutal decisions of going to confront insurgents and terrorists and bandits head on. But whatever it is, one thing is certain. The Tinubu government is committed to enhancing security and securing the lives and properties of all Nigerians. And I can tell you for free that if there are ways they can go into profitable, negotiations or ways of wooing these people back and integrating them into the society, that would have been the best bet. But while those attempts are ongoing, why heads have been rubbed together, why decisions have been made.
Now, that's one place where I think you're really going to touch a few raw nerves from what I can gather, because these are people that have killed thousands. They've killed thousands, and you talk about reintegrating them back into back to the society where they've killed them.
That is an option. We can't lose
Is it an option? Should it be an option?
Well, it's dicey, and I'm going to tell you why.
Okay.
Terrorists are killing Nigerians. Nigerian soldiers are killing terrorists. The first question I want to ask is, does two wrongs make a right? Because in all of this, Nigerians are being brutally killed. In all of this, Nigerians are being brutally killed. The question is, how do we salvage this situation? How can we avert killing from both sides? Military killing the insurgents killing the people. It's what all hands ought to be on deck for.
Look, I think the first side is that we need to stop the insurgents from killing the people. If some people say if you have to wipe out the insurgents to stop them from killing the people, so be it. Doc, you're going to hold your thoughts for a minute. You're watching Jigsaw on Africa Independent Television. We'll take a short break. When we come back, me and Dr. Joe Obole will continue talking. Don't go away.
Thank you.
The stories now break online. Don't miss anything from our real-time updates and exclusive content. Follow and participate in discussions on live TV studio programs to shape the narratives. Subscribe, engage, and share from AIT.live at AIT_online on X, AIT Online on Facebook, Official AIT Live on Instagram, TikTok, and Threads on YouTube. Stay connected with AIT on air, online,
New chapter in political discourse. The conversations that matter most are stepping into the spotlight like never before. Political platform, the hard-hitting, no-holds-barred program you have trusted on Raypa Radio is making a powerful move to television. Tune in to Africa Independent Television, AIT, as political platform debuts on your screen, bringing deeper analysis, sharper debates, and the voices shaping our nation's future right into your screens. From policy and politics breakdowns to real-time discussions with key stakeholders, this is more than a program. It is where opinions are tested, truths are uncovered, and the people's voice is heard. Join seasoned hosts and expert guests as they tackle the issues that define our democracy. No filters, no distractions, just real talk. Political platform now on AIT, 9 to 10 a.m. every weekday. Stay informed, stay engaged, be part of the conversation.
All right, nice to know you're still there. And if you're just joining us, you're watching Jigsaw on Africa Independent Television, and the aura of the third anniversary of President Bola Tinubu's administration is still in the air, and we are taking a look at the good, the bad, and the ugly. And joining me in the studio looking at all these is Dr. Ene Obole. Dr. Obole is an activist, public affairs analyst, and a member of the All Progressives Congress. Doc, thanks for still staying with us. Now, just before we went on that break, you were talking about the issue of these terrorists, being our brothers, and that's, I mean, I think the former chief of defense staff was quoted as saying something like that, and he really set the cat amongst the pigeons and got a lot of people very angry. Surely, should we really be referring to people like that as brothers who are wiping out people in their thousands? I mean, and people are saying that it's because of views like that. That's why an approach that isn't militant enough is what's being employed, and that's why these guys are continuing to get away with murder.
Okay, thank you very much. As part of my introduction, I'm also a very strong member of the Tinubu Support Group, one of the pioneer groups that conceptualized, coming on board of, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu in their quest to restore peace, order, and development in Nigeria. But be that as it may, let me now, go back to the question that you asked. I'm over 40 years of age and a patriotic Nigerian. I'm a very civil Nigerian, a Nigerian who has been at my best in any way I find myself. I am entitled to my opinion, and I'm a very compassionate person. I have empathy, and I see Nigeria as a country that we should live harmoniously together and develop together a step at a time. And that is what informed my position on whether we should, deploy other measures, other ways of combating insurgency. Beyond my opinion, we have a government that is capable, a government with very brilliant and intelligent people, well experienced in all ramifications of economy and development, so both security and so on and so forth. So my opinion, I don't think really counts. The president, the administration and the president is at liberty
to do what it wants.
What they deem best for Nigeria, in line with the provisions of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, because nobody has the right to do anything out of the Constitution. And if the Constitution permits that this is what should happen, who am I to say that shouldn't happen? But I've only spoken as a mother, I've only spoken as a woman with a lot of compassion and who has serious concern about how well Nigeria move in the nearest future, because it's not just about now, because if we end up cleaning all ourselves, what happens from there? Do you understand? So that is why we have to be very careful with the way we handle this matter of insurgency. I'm not a security expert, like you know, but I'm only just, touching it on the surface just to be able to air my opinion about what I think is best for Nigeria, even though what I think is best might not even be good enough. So it behoves on the Federal Republic of Nigeria and what they deem right in that regards. Thank you. Okay,
there's obviously a clear link between the issue of economy and security, because it's been largely said that it's, the idle hands as a result of unemployment, as a result of a bad economy, is why we have so many bad guys available through these insurgents and people who don't mean the country well. So let's get back to the economy. Yes, you talked about, the Tinubu administration grabbing the bull by the horns. Country was going on a trajectory that was not sustainable.
Definitely.
Yeah, but as unsustainable as it is, the present reforms of the past few years have, like I said, have caused pains.
Can you repeat that, please? Repeat that, please. Repeat your question.
I said, yes, okay. I said that you yourself said at the beginning that the present administration halted Nigeria from going in a trajectory that was not sustainable.
Economic collapse, yes.
Economic collapse. And in some senses, we seem to hear reports that there are quite a few macroeconomic gains in terms of growth and all that. But people are saying that these are things that are not trickling down to the ordinary man. Are these things that we also have to wait? We've waited 3 years to get to where we are now. How much longer are we going to wait for things to really trickle down, for them to have the effect that will probably reduce unemployment, idleness, and make less of these bad guys available for insurgents?
But let me tell you something about economic recovery and stability. Maybe we need to ask Chinese people and government how they were able to make it.
Okay.
The sojourn to achieving development in China was not an easy journey. It took a lot. It took lives. It took hunger. It took sacrifices. It took risk. It took, I can go on and on and on and on and on. But one thing is certain. The government was ready on one hand, and the citizens also were ready on the other hand. We get it wrong most times because we, heap all the problems on the head of the government and administration at every point in time. We hardly point out where the citizens have obligations to meet that they are not meeting. For instance, it is multidimensional, and I'm going to just, expatiate on a few of them because of want of time. This government has come, and one of the cardinal points of the government is we want to attain self-reliance. How do you attain self-reliance becomes the question. I want to ask you in earnest, in your candid opinion, how many jobs do you think the government can create?
Okay, Doc, I'm the one that asks the questions around
Hold
it.
on.
So you're going to you're going to provide the answer.
Okay, don't worry, I'm going to provide the answer.
Yeah.
Definitely, I'm going to provide the answer. With the upsurge of AI and the likes of them, science and technology, white-collar jobs are beginning to give way in other parts of the world. So when you talk about job creation in this age and time, sometimes I wonder what you're referring to.
Okay.
It is said that necessity is the mother of invention. I think that we have to begin to look beyond our government, to begin to be people who create jobs for people. We cannot sit down and fold our hands and watch government create jobs. How much are our salaries? The government has put necessary reforms and resources in places where people, citizens, can access to create jobs from themselves.
Like?
We have loans. Go to livestock, what is it called? Livestock ministries. You want facilities, they give you facilities there and watch you grow over time. We have institutions that are there that look out for people who want to be self-employed, to create jobs for them, and also help them monitor and nurture these things to heights. But again, how can that happen when you have opposition who all they specialize in, whom their stock in trade is to demonize government and create apathy between the government and the people? Do you ask yourself one question? For how long have we noticed that our citizens no longer believe even in their government? How do you benefit from what you don't even believe in?
See, Doc, you're talking on the path that, I mean, it's going to pay me too, because we're looking at want of time. We're going to go to the politics because the countdown to the 2027 elections are no doubt on. But just before we move to the elections, listening to you talk, listening to a couple of other government, don't let me call you a government person, but at least people who are sympathetic to the government, we tend to get the impression that perhaps government isn't doing a great job in making what it's doing or what it has done known to the people. Because even listening to you, there's some things that I'm hearing from you that are pretty alien to me, and I'm a newsman. So I can just imagine what must be happening to the average man out there. Do you think that, perhaps government should be a little bit more, forthcoming or open in what it's doing?
Without missing word, I'm going to agree with you in that regard.
Yes.
I'm not here to deceive. I've promised, I've vowed on my honor not to lie to Nigerians.
Thank you very much
at the end of the day, if I lie to Nigerians, I'm lying to myself, and I'm also lying to my children and even children yet unborn. So I'm not in the business of lying to Nigerians. I'm a very objective analyst, and I hit the nail right on the head. Yes, that's what I do. I think that our governments can also do better with regards to projecting the government and her activities in good light, with regards to sensitizing the people on all the juicy programs and projects the government has on board to cushion the sufferings of the people. One thing that I know for sure is that President Tinubu has a track record of development. He might not have read economics from the university or wherever he's schooled, but I know that he's an unbeatable economist. He knows the nitty-gritty of governance, and that is why when he had the opportunity to govern Lagos State as the governor of Lagos State, without his constitutional or legitimate subvention during Obasanjo, he was still able to sustain his state. And even better than other states that were getting their monthly allowances or allocation from the federal government coffers. That was because he understands governance. He understands he's been one of us, so He knows exactly what we need, how we should get about getting what we need. He's a man with track record in governance. He's a man that dwells on development. He's a man that loves Nigeria and wants us to have the best within his powers and within his thoughts. And of course, you will agree with me that he's a president that listens. He listens to opposition. This is the first time in our political history, and maybe one of the few times where you have people from opposition parties constituting parts of the core of the government as federal executive members and so on and so forth. For him, the watchword is not party. Party is just a platform you use to get to office.
All right, talking about parties, like I said, we're going to touch on the politics of 2027, and we probably got a taste of what to expect over the weekend in Ekiti State with the governorship election there, where Abiodun Oyèbánjí was re-elected government. Because you smiling, there's a little grin on your face as I've mentioned in that. Yes, I can understand why. But from the Ekiti elections, does that serve as anything for us to go by apart from the result? Does it serve as an indicator of what to expect in subsequent elections and indeed the 2027 general election?
Absolutely. And you will recall that on several occasions on your platform here, I have, particularly with, what's his name? My friend, I've forgotten his name now, when he hosted, me on your platform here, I said it unequivocally, countless number of times, that what Nigerians are going to see is tsunami. And I have my reasons, for saying that. It was shortly after that, almost all the governors, they camped into APC for obvious reasons. And then, let me tell you.
Obvious reasons. Can you explain what you mean by that, Lily?
Reasons because they saw a government that is working. They saw a government that has come up with policies and programs they have never witnessed before in our history. I have a lot of people to believe that these governors were
self-seeking.
No. I don't want to believe that.
Yeah.
I don't want to, of course, there's nothing wrong with aligning with the center that is working, that is productive and functional. That's not this politics, by the way. Is it about segregation? Is it about opposition? Is it about quarrels? Is it about disagreement? No. Politics and governance should be about the well-being of the people. It should be about collaboration to attain better lifestyle and standard of living for the people.
Yeah.
That is the primary aim of government. So it's not about opposition. It's not about, dichotomy. It's not about aggression. It's not about quarrels. It should be about the people.
Yeah.
Once it is not about the people, it's no longer politics.
Is that the politics you're seeing now? Is that the kind of politics you think? Because you're not expecting the opposition to be nice to the government in power, are you?
The opposition members are self-seeking elements that can go to every extent to destabilize the country, and of course that is not.
So many people will agree with that. I think.
So what do you agree with?
You're trying to make it sound as if you are a little worried about having a strong opposition.
Look.
There's a difference between a strong opposition and a troublesome opposition.
Let me tell you, where is the strong opposition? Tell me the strong opposition. Where is the strong? In fact, I wish I have a better opposition. I wish I have better candidates representing other political parties than these clowns I have here.
Now, please, be nice with the language, please. Don't refer to them as clowns, please.
I have my reasons for calling them.
Clowns, that's a bit strong, please. We're going to continue.
Who is there to challenge the president? Who? I'm throwing the question back at you.
No, I'm asking the questions. I've told you already, Doc. You're the one to provide the answers.
Look.
You're the one to provide the answers.
I've not seen anybody who is going to compete with the president. What are you going to, how? On what grounds?
Through an election. Through an election.
Listen, let me tell you. See, can we be real here, please? Can we be real?
Yeah.
Atiku was one time the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Without missing words, you know what he represented. Obi was the governor of Anambra State. You also know who he is. Between you and I. Because there's something the press is doing. I said that before, and I think I have to do it again. There's what we call the corporate social responsibility. Yes, I am aware that as a business venture, you are here to maximize profits. That is not out of place. It's normal in a business environment like this. But beyond maximization of profits and so on and so forth, I think that you also owe the country where you have your company or your venture domiciled some certain responsibilities. Beyond everything, I think that you people need to design programs.
We people? We're talking about the media?
Talking about the media.
Okay, go ahead.
Where you call, in fact, call the spade a spade. Where you need to open up to Nigerians on what you collectively agree that is the truth from your perspective. I want to give you that leverage from your perspective. You know that these two candidates are not matched.
Are you saying the media is the one that's supposed to project that?
What I'm saying is this, particularly with respect to the achievements of the government as well.
Because there's some people that also believe that in the last 3 years, the government hasn't done an awful lot.
But I've just mentioned, these are verifiable facts. They are verifiable facts. You can go and verify everything I've said here today and call me back here and say it's otherwise, okay? I will apologize to Nigerians if they are not facts and figures. You get what I'm saying? Yeah. What I'm saying in essence is, there's no way that in your right, you can think that Obi or Atiku is an alternative for Tinubu, President Tinubu. I think it's possible. What's the yardstick? What's the grounds for comparison? You talk about their track records in whatever capacity they have served in the past. You talk about empathy. You talk about their sense of mentorship. You just name them. There's no grounds for comparison. And I can tell you quite unequivocally that at the point that Tinubu took over governance and government of Nigeria, if any of these individuals, any of these candidates succeeded in winning the election that time, maybe by now, Nigeria would have been history. We would have been saying there was in Nigeria. But God, in his infinite mercy, being the all-knowing God that he is, said, this is the right thing to do. And against all odds, he did it.
Okay.
That is where we are.
I guess, Doc, that's going to be a safe place for us to land. I'm sure the discussion isn't over. Probably bring you back in a few weeks. Maybe I'll do some verification, like you said, and find out whether all those things you said are really indeed true.
Thank you.
We've been speaking with Dr. Ene Ogbole. She's activist, public affairs analyst, and as you can gather, a member of the All Progressives Congress. We've been speaking for the past 55 minutes or so on the achievements of the Bola Tinubu administration since it came into power in 2023. Doc, many thanks for your time and the passion in which you said some of these things. And please, Doc, remember, I'm the one that asks the questions around here.
Thank you for having me. And also, I'm also a member of the Tinubu support group.
All right.
And we're here to do the needful, to do the best to put Nigeria on.
All right. That's where we're going to draw the curtain on Jigsaw for this week. Many thanks for your time and to join us when we come your way the next time. I'm Oloyede Uworu. Bye for now.
AIT, sharing the African experience.
This is a magical land where the four great ancient civilizations once intertwined For over 2,000 years, countless people have been inspired and nourished, crafting legendary stories. These stories are like spring water in an oasis, and everlasting, passed down through the ages. This land is called Dunhuang.
In all honesty, why do you want to go to Africa?
2 years isn't that long. I'll make the most of it.
You were nice and honest in college, and now what's happened? And you don't even recognize me anymore.
The stories now break online. Don't miss anything from our real-time updates and exclusive content. Follow and participate in discussions on live TV studio programs to shape the narratives. Subscribe, engage, and share from AIT.live at AIT_online on X, AIT Online on Facebook, Official AIT Live on Instagram, TikTok, and Threads, AIT_live, and AIT Livestream 1 on YouTube. Stay connected with AIT. On air, online, on live.
At 17 years old, Job Nimbi has never spoken a word. Born with speech and hearing disabilities, Nimbi and others at this Ghana school instead found their voices through photography. Nimbi says he is happy to share his life journey with the world through photos, and he wants to inspire others who live with disabilities. But Nimbi and his peers face significant challenges, including discrimination. Other hurdles are limited training and resources. Ghana's Statistical Service estimates only a fraction of the children with a hearing disability are able to pursue a higher education. Yet, Nimbi remains resolute.
So now, what I'm learning and focusing on is to become a doctor. So you know that one.
Photography was introduced to the Savalugu School for the Deaf by Geoffrey Buta. The award-winning photojournalist is on a campaign to amplify marginalized voices through visual storytelling. His project, Photo for Change, has one focus.
Train people, assist people to tell their own story in the community they find themselves, and as well as using photography or visuals to address societal issues.
Buta's Photo Club offers classes on photojournalism. In less than a year, students can take professional quality pictures by themselves and write captions.
So with the power of photography, they can tell stories around them. They can become visual journalists in the future. They can become broadcasters.
The teachers also benefit, with the club providing easy access to visual learning materials.
You have seen a picture somewhere that has connection with what you are going to deliver, the lesson you're going to deliver. And so you use the camera to take that photo, bring it to the class, and then show it to the children. Then you can develop your lesson from there.
Buta plans to expand his project to 10 more schools in Ghana and create exhibitions to showcase students' work. Other plans include setting up internship with media outlets. And in the long term, he wants to inspire a generation of students with disabilities to become award-winning photojournalists. Sana Nutod, VOA News, Savalugu, Ghana.
It is a night of African elegance as luxury fashion house Lord Pulse debuts at the female-led Candice Berman Gallery in Rosebank, Johannesburg. But before I dive into the style, here's what we have for you on today's show. We see how an artisan accessory brand from Eswatini is turning traditional weaving into modern elegance and economic opportunity for women. Discover how Joey Kubutlu left his job as an ad executive to make sustainable furniture in Johannesburg, South Africa. Then we go on a tour of Nairobi with visual arts curator Nyambura Warenge. I am Zimi Ngonapagate Mabunzi and you're watching AfriMax. Ojude Oba, meaning the King's Forecourt, is a colorful Nigerian festival where the Ijebu people come together in honor of their king and celebrate their rich culture. Take a look.
Ẹ káàbọ̀ sí ìlú Ìjẹ̀bú Òde. A few heard about Ojude Oba Festival. It is not just a festival, it is a living tradition where color speaks loud, history walk with the kings.
Ojude Oba started over 100 years ago when Muslim converts in Ijebu Ode came together after it to thank the Awujale for their freedom to worship. That simple thank you became today's Ojude Oba, the King's Forecourt.
This year, something different is happening. A princess, yes, royalty is once again riding into the spotlight. In the land where tradition has long spoken on behalf of women, Princess is rewriting the narrative, choosing to speak for herself with her grace and the power of her horse. She rides out, speaking volume with every gallop. Now, one may ask, how did she go from the palace hallway to the back of a horse? Few days ago, I met with Princess during her rehearsal. Let's find out. Good morning, Princess.
Morning.
How are you doing today?
I'm very well, thank you.
Great.
And you?
I'm fine, as you can see. I'm enjoying the weather, of course.
Great.
Wow. So what name do you call this?
It's 001.
001. Why 001?
Because it's literally one of the most, if not the best behaved horse in the whole of Ijebu land.
I'm pretty sure a lot of people will want to know, how did you become a horse rider?
Oh, fantastic question. Ojude Oba made me a horse rider. Let's start from there. But I've always loved horse riding from when I was a kid. But you know our parents are overprotective and then they will say, oh no, don't do this, you're gonna fall off, you're gonna do this. And I've always wanted to ride Ojude Oba as a kid. But my dad would always say, oh, prince and princesses don't ride Ojude Oba. You're meant to sit down and let the balogons and the elections come and do their thing. So we don't have a choice, we have to accept.
And how did you start it?
So one of my uncles also loves horse riding and he's been doing it to Ojude Oba. So I just decided to join them.
Okay, and your first experience, how was it like?
It's been selfish. I'm not meant to say it, but yeah, I need to say it so I can encourage other people. The first time I climbed on horseback, I fell.
Wow.
Like I wasn't even seated properly. The horse just did this and I fell.
Wow.
My first ever time. But that didn't discourage me. I still climbed and I rode all the way from my family house to the palace and back to the family house on horseback the same day. This will be my first year that I'll be doing stunts in Ojude Oba. Like the horse rearing, the dancing. It's something I've been practicing for a while. So yeah, expect that and maybe more.
Today is Ojude Oba Festival and the streets are alive. You can feel the energy, music, color, and the smell of food fill the air. Every corner welcomes you with something unique, a glimpse, a rhythm, and a heartbeat of the festival. The gong, the talking drum calls out like it's saying, welcome home. This is more than a festival. It is a celebration of tradition and culture. I'm here to join Princess at her family house as she prepares for the festival.
Today I'm wearing Black Ajuju 007 and it's specifically designed for me, for Ojude Oba, to showcase royalty.
As you can see, the horses and the riders are ready, and it is time for parade. Let's go there. So guys, look over there. Those are the horse riders. Now, let me give you a quick rundown of what is happening here today at the Ojude Oba Festival. Over 30 families are riding in this year's festival, all to honor the king, the Awujale of Ijebu Ode land. What makes Ojude Oba special from other festivals that we have in Nigeria?
I think it's because of the pop of colors, the horse riding, the regbe display. You know, that's one time where everybody bring their A game out. Everybody wants to wear their new glasses, everybody wants to wear their new jewelry. So the fashion, the pop of color, people love it. I don't just want Ijebu to be on Nigerian map or just on the map. I want people to see Ijebu through my lenses like, this is beautiful. People are doing this and they would also want to experience it.
Wow, I must be honest with you. I'm finding it very difficult to wrap up this report. The sight, the sound, and the horse riding. The energy from this festival is out of this world.
Well, we do love a good fashion show, which is why I am so excited to be here today at 223 Jan Smuts Creative Hub, Johannesburg. I'm here with founder and creative director Busisiwe Silwanyana, whose vision behind it all is as captivating as the looks on display. Busi, can you tell us a bit more about the inspiration behind this brand?
The inspiration behind the brand comes from me growing up, you know, and seeing my mother sew her clothes on the dining room table, and that inspired me a lot. And she used to be a good dresser as well, so as I was growing up, I was looking up to her. Collection really are based on dressing the boardroom. It doesn't necessarily mean that you need to be in corporate. You could be an entrepreneur, you could be a creative as well, who wants to look elegant, timeless, chic, but also with that African luxury in what you are wearing. So at Lord Paul's, we're just bringing African luxury into the boardroom, and that's what inspires all our collections, and also to make sure that we're able to dress that woman as well outside of their workwear.
We understand that you're showcasing both old and new collections. Tell us more about that.
Yes, so Lord Paul started in 2019, just before COVID. So after running for these couple of years post-COVID, we want to now to officially launch Lord Paul's to the public.
What we've seen so far looks stunning. I cannot wait to see more. In the heart of Eswatini, Coco Collection blends ancestral basket weaving techniques into trendy handbags. This is craft with heritage and hope.
All over the world, bags and handbags in particular are inseparably linked to their wearer. Simple and practical versions that can carry shopping or other mysterious items are humorously known as granny bags. They can be simple or intricate. And this handbag collective in Eswatini has looked to basket making to make something special.
That makes me proud of being Leswati, who can make something that will be known around the world, and also it will just make people know much about Eswatini, and also the product that came from Eswatini. They just boom. We had one of our bags, Tembi. It's a Tembi bag. It was on Vogue magazine, and the love we put when we're making the bags, I think also it added value on the bag.
The original design for these bags was inspired by how rural women in Eswatini were making woven baskets and mats. Product designer and developer Philippa Thorne had been working with master weaver Zintle Vilekati on a basket weaving project. In 2014, they started experimenting with techniques to showcase high-value weaving. Why did they want to expand from baskets to bags?
We started thinking that people have much of the homeware, like the baskets and the placemats, and we also need to keep the women doing more work so that they can do something that people will buy more also. Besides that, we were inspired about on weaving. Like I always say, I'm more than 50 techniques, so I can make a bag today, but next time I can make something else. The difference between a bag and a basket is that the bag is more refined, so the coil is smaller than the basket.
High-value handbags would mean that the weavers would earn more.
I really saw how in Europe craftsmanship was really highly valued as, beautiful for its artwork, for its skill, for the heritage and culture and the stories that it told. And I really felt like sometimes the weaving here wasn't respected in the same way that it really deserved to be. And really being able to create something that would give the women a living wage, would be able to kind of elevate weaving in the eyes of global audience, really.
But how did they overcome the practical challenges of designing functional handbags?
This bag, the Zintle, was actually the first bag we ever made. And it was quite a process to develop it. So it actually was over the period of about a year, from first developing the weaving side and then also the leather side. In terms of the leather, we worked with an NGO called Nest. I reached out to them and I said, I'm looking for someone with expertise in handbag design. And that's how we got introduced to our third partner, Sapna Shah. And then her, myself and Zintle embarked on this journey, to kind of transform the placemats into these beautiful, fully lined leather bags. What the three of us share in common is our values, and we all had very strong matriarchal influences in our life. Sapna had been working in a more corporate environment, and when she went back to India and she visited her grandmother basically showed her all the saris, the hand-woven saris she collected, and that really sparked her passion for hand artisan work. And then Zintle, learning from her mother and her grandmother, she'd always been passionate about it. Myself, I was very inspired by my granny. She always had piles of beaded jewelry and extravagant hats. So I think she kind of really sparked my interest in fashion, which kind of led me down this road of studying fashion and then coming out to Eswatini.
The basket and wicker product market was valued at $585 million in 2023. But the artisans who harvest the grass and weave the products usually don't earn much unless the weaving and product design is exceptional. Coco Collection has been intentional about protecting the environment while empowering the lives of the women weavers they work with. How have they done this?
We have a close partnership with Gone Rural. They're the ones who work with the women who conduct the annual harvest, and they also colour the grass furs. So on a sustainability side, we really want to keep working with natural fibres, and also that something that's biodegradable. So once people are finished with our bags, we're not leaving a footprint on the environment.
But what are the possibilities for growth within the current production model?
We will always focus on, in terms of growth, is product innovation and working with different weaving techniques and different natural materials. We're always on the lookout for green alternatives for some of the components we use. I'm following with great interest alternatives to leather, for example, and that's something we would like to incorporate in the future as there become more of those on the market.
So maybe we should all take time to slow down and look at how Grandma still does it. Instead of fast throwaway fashion, how could we impact the world if we shifted to classic, timeless styles that make the world a better place?
You have got to love South Africa's diverse fashion scene. From gussy street style to bold traditional prints, we have seen it all. But tonight we saw a more refined take on local fashion. And now I'm about to go catch up with some of the people who saw tonight's runway show. So Karabo, interesting thing about you, you are already wearing the brand. What exactly do you love about this brand, and perhaps maybe about the outfit that you're wearing today?
Yeah, I like that it amplifies who I am. I'm print, I'm color, I'm lively, I'm style. So I could find myself in the collection, because they dress different people, different tastes. So I'm glad I could find what I like.
Miss MC, I see you're also wearing Lord Pals today.
Yes, I am. I'm actually dressed up in the Overjoyed pants and jacket, which is part of one of their signature collections at Lord Pals. So I'm excited. I feel elegant, I feel sophisticated, and I think that's what the brand stands for.
Listen, tough choice, but what piece was your favorite today?
Very tough choice indeed. I'm going to have to pick two. The Fearless Lady ensemble. It's this black and orange ensemble. The black, with the black coats with the lace on it. I would definitely wear that. And I have to say, the very last outfits on the runway, it's extravagant. It's amazing. I love it.
Absolutely stunning. Listen, the first collection was absolutely amazing. Can we go see the second one now? Okay. After 20 years in advertising, Joey Kubutlu made a bold move into furniture design. Now he's building a brand that puts African heritage at the center of everyday living. Let's see what that looks like.
What's your idea of good furniture? If it's eye-catching, long-lasting, and well-priced, then maybe this man's designs are for you.
I'm a lover of all things design. I'm a trained designer, but a graphic designer. So all my life I've loved spaces, I've loved well-designed products and so forth. But I found myself not finding the furniture that I loved at accessible price points.
Meet Joey Kubutlu. He's been pretty much his entire career in advertising, and now he's a self-taught designer on a mission to make good design accessible and to put African heritage on the map as well.
I grew up with the fortune of doing a lot of traveling and moving around sub-Saharan Africa in particular. Being an African and consuming African culture, be it spaces, music, fashion, and so forth, influences my design. It cannot not influence my design. One of the things that's very, very common with our pieces is the fact that you hardly see any sharp corners in our designs. And I think that comes from the fact that within African traditional craft making, we're always making things by hand, carving wood by hand. And if you're doing stuff by hand, you're never going to have any sharp corners or very sharp right angles. The other thing as well is if you go into traditional African spaces, specifically like in the village and stuff like that, the furniture, or what we use as furniture, is quite low to the ground. So we sit on the floor, our beds are low to the floor and so forth. So you'll see across our furniture, a lot of the stuff is very low to the ground. The reason that we do that is that as African people, even just indigenous cultures around the world, the practice of being connected to the ground is quite important, of earthing ourselves. The intention hasn't been, I'm doing it because it's African, it's been organic. You know, the stuff that I'm drawn to when I design a piece, how I refine the piece is refined because of my experience, of my lived experience.
Much of South Africa's furniture is imported from China, but it's not everyone's cup of tea. Joey's furniture appeals to the middle-class market, looking for high-end, locally produced furniture without breaking the bank.
I think that our middle class is stretched financially, but they are still aspirational. And at the time, I was still in the corporate space. But even being in the corporate space, being very well employed as a senior executive, I found that beautifully made pieces of furniture were incredibly expensive.
What makes these pieces more in reach for young buyers?
A key intervention that we employ that allows us to achieve what we're trying to do in making the furniture accessible is the material that we use. One of the biggest costs is the material that we use, and we specifically use pine plywood. It's where they layer pieces of wood and compress them together. Now, pine plywood isn't typically associated with designer furniture. It's typically used for container ships and for building and stuff like that. But we saw the opportunity in this material because it's very, very strong. It's incredibly durable. So rather than using solid wood, which is what's typically used in high-end furniture, we opted for pine plywood, which is a cheaper material, but at the same time, its characteristics are that of hardwood.
For Joey, it's about storytelling through design and not just form and function.
One of the things that we do as well is all of our product names are named in indigenous African languages, whether Swahili, Shona, even Arabic, and so forth, just to tell the story of the continent in some shape or form. And also to be obvious about the story that we're trying to tell. And not just South African languages because I'm South African, but for the continent because our aspiration is to be on the continent and not just to be in South Africa alone. This is called the Moyo coffee table as part of the Moyo collection. And the reason why it's called Moyo is because Moyo is the Sepedi name for the baobab tree. The African baobab tree have got these massive big trunks. They're considered spiritual trees, and they were so big that people also lived inside them because they could be hollow at times. These very, very thick legs are an ode to that, reminiscent of that, of this very thick, very rooted structure that you see in nature. And essentially what this range does, it attempts to mimic that.
Joey's designs show us that beauty, heritage, and accessibility can live in the same space, and that good design is meaningful design.
Our last stop is Nairobi, where visual curator Nyambura Warenge takes us through the city's bustling creative pulse. Let's join her and see more.
Hello, I'm Nyambura Warenge. I'm a visual arts curator. We're here in Nairobi, the capital of my country, Kenya. Nairobi, with an estimated population of over 5 million people, is an energetic place. It is also one of Africa's fastest growing cities. In just over a century, Nairobi has transformed from a modest railway depot to vibrant metropolis, an economic and cultural hub in East Africa. Away from the busy streets, the city boasts lush highland terrain and the savannah that houses our famous wildlife parks. In stark contrast to those natural wonders is Mathare, one of the largest informal settlements in sub-Saharan Africa, home to almost 500,000 people. In the late 1800s, Kenya was known as British East Africa, and the traces of this colonial past are all over Nairobi. Kenya became independent from Britain in 1963. These days, Nairobi has a cutting-edge contemporary art scene that sits side by side with more traditional creative legacies. All of this makes Nairobi an exciting cultural destination that reflects a rich past. My country has an ancient history of trade with other Indian Ocean cultures. And so, we are a multicultural nation with competing viewpoints. The shows I curate offer a perspective on the complex identities that Kenyans are embracing. Together with curator Don Handa, I created a show called Found Footage. I would love to show you one of my first exhibitions, Found Footage. Found Footage looks at two photographers, one Kenyan, one Iranian German. The Found Footage show featured the work of Mahdi Sae, who documented Afro-Iranian communities through photographs. The Found Footage exhibition also profiled the work of Nairobi photographer Migwen Thiga, who captures coastal Kenyan communities. By featuring these two photographers, this exhibition explored questions around the identities of Africans in Indian Ocean communities. In this exhibition in Found Footage, I really looked at also getting archival footage. And this also is set up so that people interact. One of the goals of being a curator for me is how does the public engage with the work? How do they live and leave the space engaged, enlightened, and with new visions? Another exhibition I'd love to tell you about is 27. And I was brought in as a curator to catalyze a discussion around not only gay and lesbian human rights, but the rights of freedom in our country. Section 27 of the Kenyan Constitution speaks of the right to equal protection before the law. And with this exhibition, I explored how this applies to the LGBTQI+ community who are criminalized in Kenya. My next big show was Norma XR, which showcased 6 artists working with virtual reality experiences.
The XR experience Norma brought everything together for me as a curator. How I wanted to engage with the public deeply over different types of technologies. More importantly, Norma was experimentation. So there you have it. I've introduced you to some of my favorite children. How about you come and join me in Nairobi, the capital of my country, Kenya.
And that is it for tonight. We hope that you enjoyed the show. I'm about to go mingle now, but do hit us up on our socials. And until next time, goodbye.
travers les innovations et les expériences qui font bouger les lignes. Une occasion de réfléchir aussi sur la marche de l'Afrique avec nos invités. Aujourd'hui, c'est le dessin et la BD qui sont à l'honneur. C'est l'heure d'Initiative Africa. Bienvenue à toutes et à tous. Voici le sommaire de votre magazine. Dessiner, illustrer, expliquer, raconter, oser la critique, telle est la mission d'Annick Kamgang. Cette franco-camerounaise attachée au coup de crayon et au pouvoir des mots a grandi avec l'exemple d'un père qui avait choisi l'opposition politique. De quoi nourrir l'inspiration de toute une vie d'artiste et d'activiste. Cam, de son nom de plume, est notre invitée du jour.
Je suis artiviste, donc artiste et activiste, parce que j'utilise le dessin comme une arme, entre guillemets.
Concilier pinceau, tradition, formation et voir éclore des talents. Une mission essentielle pour un atelier vacances de peinture organisé en République du Congo.
Le dessin, c'est depuis le bas âge. On fait le dessin depuis 6 ans. Voilà, c'est ici que j'ai appris à faire la peinture. Je trouve ça intéressant. J'ai appris beaucoup de choses et je continue toujours à apprendre.
Rencontre avec la franco-camerounaise Elions qui veille depuis Conakry au développement de la BD africaine pour le grand bonheur des amateurs du continent.
C'est une belle occasion de mettre en évidence la compétence des auteurs africains. Donc c'est une fierté pour nous que cette expo ait lieu.
En République du Congo, les écoles d'art sont quasi inexistantes. Pourtant, intéresser le public à l'art et détecter des talents pour la préservation du patrimoine culturel est une tâche essentielle. Une mission même qui s'est assignée cet atelier vacances de peinture pour les enfants de moins de 17 ans, organisé depuis quelques années par le musée Cercle Africain. Il vise non seulement à occuper les enfants pendant les vacances, mais aussi et surtout à réveiller en eux des passions et pourquoi pas contribuer à faire naître des vocations artistiques. C'est un reportage de Brice Kinou à Pointe-Noire.
Au cœur du musée Cercle Africain de Pointe-Noire se déroule chaque année un atelier de peinture pour les enfants de 6 à 16 ans. Pendant 3 mois de vacances, les enfants apprennent à manier pinceaux et couleurs. Le programme d'atelier, qui s'inscrit dans une dynamique de transmission culturelle, ne se limite pas à enseigner des techniques picturales. Les enfants sont encouragés à puiser dans l'imagerie culturelle locale en peignant des motifs traditionnels ou des paysages typiques de leur région. Si certains avaient déjà l'habitude de dessiner à la maison, d'autres s'y sont initiés pour la première fois, guidés par l'envie de créer des œuvres uniques.
Le dessin, c'est depuis le bas âge. On fait le dessin depuis 6 ans. C'est ici que j'ai appris à faire la peinture. Je trouve ça intéressant. J'ai appris beaucoup de choses et je continue toujours à apprendre.
Quand j'étais arrivée ici, mon monsieur m'a dit dessine ce que tu penses de ta tête. J'ai dessiné des poissons. Et avant, je ne dessinais pas très bien les poissons. Après, je me suis améliorée. J'ai pu dessiner un beau poisson que j'ai peint moi-même. Que mon monsieur a rajouté un peu de touche pour améliorer le tableau.
Les enfants sortent de cette initiative grandis avec de nouvelles compétences. Les encadreurs comme M. Guillaume Makani, artiste peintre congolais, se disent satisfaits des enfants et de leurs œuvres. Ils prévoient de suivre de près un certain nombre d'entre eux qui ont attiré leur attention et appellent les autorités à la création d'une école d'art pour réveiller certains talents cachés.
Si un jour si vraiment on peut avoir vraiment cette idée-là d'avoir une école d'art ici à Pointe-Noire, vraiment ça serait vraiment très très bien parce qu'il y en a plein d'enfants, je dis bien plein. Certes que tout le monde n'arrive pas ici au musée, mais même dans les quartiers, il y en a plein qui dessinent très très bien. Alors si nous on pouvait les encadrer et les pousser, vraiment on aura plein de peintres dans notre pays.
Les parents, conscients de l'importance de cet apprentissage, jouent un rôle déterminant dans cette expérience. À la fin des 3 mois de cet atelier, les œuvres réalisées par les enfants sont présentées aux parents lors d'une cérémonie de remise d'attestation. Certains expriment même leur surprise face au progrès rapide de leurs enfants.
Au début, je ne m'attendais pas à ce que j'ai vu aujourd'hui. Je ne savais pas que ça se passait comme ça. Mais à la fin, je dirais que c'est un truc sérieux, c'est quelque chose de sérieux. Ça s'est bien passé. L'enfant est passé, tous les enfants sont passés avec leurs tableaux, leurs dessins. On a vu tous les dessins que les enfants ont pu dessiner. C'est génial. C'est tout ce que je peux dire, quoi. C'est génial, c'est beau que les enfants s'expriment comme ça.
Pendant ces 3 mois de formation, d'abord, j'ai constaté que cet atelier-là a réveillé cette passion pour l'enfant qu'il avait pour l'art. Il s'est découvert de la passion pour l'art et il m'a même fait, on va dire, une vidéo pour me dire maman, c'était une bonne idée, il fallait que tu m'inscrives. Et j'ai vu comment l'enfant a évolué au fur et à mesure et là, je suis comblée. En fait, je suis contente de voir les réalisations de l'enfant.
Les organisateurs de l'atelier estiment que ce type d'initiative peut renforcer les liens entre générations et permettre aux enfants de s'approprier leur patrimoine tout en développant leur créativité.
On leur apprend à peindre, on leur apprend à exercer ce qui au départ n'est qu'un divertissement, mais qui demain peut devenir un métier. Et la formation ne s'arrête pas seulement à ce que les enfants tiennent le pinceau et peignent. D'ailleurs, ils commencent par le dessin, donc ils dessinent avec le crayon à papier. C'est plus tard qu'ils peignent sur la toile avec un pinceau. Mais ça ne s'arrête pas là. Il y a aussi un discours qu'on leur tient. Un discours qu'on leur tient en leur montrant l'importance de la peinture.
En offrant aux enfants les outils pour s'exprimer, le Musée Cercle africain joue un rôle essentiel dans la sauvegarde de la culture locale, tout en semant les graines d'une future génération d'artistes. Ces jeunes, armés de pinceaux et de rêves, pourraient bien être les porte-voix d'une nouvelle vague artistique pour préserver le patrimoine et construire un nouveau chapitre de l'histoire de l'art en République du Congo.
Et quand on parle BD et Afrique, on pense aussi immédiatement à Cam ou Annick Kamgang, cette dessinatrice qui vit à Paris, a œuvré dans la presse à Jeune Afrique avant de découvrir l'attrait de la BD reportage. Elle est la co-autrice de Lucha, chronique d'une révolution sans armes au Congo. C'est un sujet sur l'engagement citoyen, proche d'un thème qui lui est cher, les droits humains, l'opposition politique en Afrique. Elle s'est confiée à Laurent Soustras et Thierry Schiller.
Annick Kamgang, bonjour. C'est
Bonjour,
rare,
Laurence.
mais on ne sait pas par où commencer avec vous. Vous vous définissez comme artiviste, artiste et activiste. Quels sont donc vos moyens d'expression?
Oui, alors je suis artiviste, donc artiste et activiste, parce que j'utilise le dessin comme une arme, entre guillemets. Et donc j'ai 3 moyens d'expression. Le premier, c'est le dessin de presse. J'exprime mes opinions, mes idées politiques à travers donc ce moyen impertinent qui est le dessin de presse, qui utilise des procédés comme la caricature ou l'ironie pour commenter l'actualité et critiquer ceux qui nous gouvernent, par exemple. Mon deuxième moyen d'expression, ma deuxième arme pour exprimer mes idées, c'est la bande dessinée. Il y a quand même une continuité avec le dessin de presse. Le dessin de presse, c'est entre l'art et le journalisme. Et la bande dessinée, et notamment la bande dessinée reportage, c'est entre la bande dessinée et le journalisme. Et donc, je raconte une histoire, l'histoire de Lucha, qui est un groupe de jeunes Congolais de la société civile qui se battent pour les droits humains à Goma, au Congo. Et donc, je raconte leur histoire et leurs engagements, leurs combats pacifiques dans un milieu difficile, qui est l'Est de la RDC. Donc ça, c'est ma deuxième manière de m'exprimer. Et la troisième manière, c'est l'illustration. L'illustration, c'est un dessin, une idée. Je la fais dans le cadre de commandes pour des ONG qui se battent pour les droits humains en Afrique. Et ça concerne souvent les droits humains et les sujets politiques en Afrique et dans la diaspora africaine.
Dans votre parcours, vous avez mentionné une enfance passée dans des conditions particulières et les convictions de votre père. C'est ce qui a déterminé votre vocation?
Oui, tout à fait. Mon intérêt pour la politique et ma volonté en fait d'exprimer mes idées politiques à travers le dessin, ça vient d'une enfance passée dans les années 80 en Afrique centrale. Je suis née à Yaoundé et j'ai passé mon enfance dans les années 80 à Bangui. Et enfant, je savais quand même qu'on était dans un pays où on ne pouvait pas dire tout ce qu'on voulait, sur tout ce qu'on voulait, et notamment sur le président. Et j'avais un père qui s'intéressait toujours à la politique. Et je me souviens quand il était petit, quand par exemple il y a eu Thomas Sankara au Burkina, je me souviens de ça. Je me souviens aussi de quand Nelson Mandela est sorti de prison, je me souviens de ça, on avait regardé ça à la télé. Donc j'avais un père quand même qui s'intéressait beaucoup à ça. Et année décisive de ma vie, les années 90-91, c'est une année qui m'a marquée parce que ma vie familiale a basculé. Ce sont 2 années qui correspondent à des mouvements des populations en Afrique centrale francophone et en Afrique de l'Ouest qui demandent davantage de liberté d'expression, qui demandent aussi le multipartisme, parce qu'à l'époque, il n'y avait qu'un parti politique. Et donc, il y a eu les mouvements donc, des émeutes, etc. Et notamment à Yaoundé, les villes mortes, mais aussi à Bangui, là où j'étais. Et c'est à ce moment-là que en fait, mon père se politise, lui qui était fonctionnaire camerounais, dans une organisation internationale à Bangui. En fait, il se politise, il publie un article où il dit qu'il est normal en fait, que les peuples africains demandent le multipartisme. Et sa hiérarchie tombe dessus, lui demande des explications. Et lui, en fait, il était fonctionnaire et en fait, il était tenu à ce qu'on appelle le devoir de réserve. Il disait qu'il n'avait pas trop le droit de s'exprimer, en fait. Mais lui, il a assumé, en fait, ses propos. Et là, il bascule, il rentre au Cameroun et il devient opposant politique. Donc ça m'a vraiment marqué. Et je pense que ça explique mon intérêt pour les sujets politiques, les sujets relatifs aux libertés d'expression, aux droits humains. Voilà, donc c'est décisif, ça a été décisif.
Et le dessin, vous avez toujours dessiné. Vous vous souvenez de vos premiers dessins? Que vous a apporté la formation que vous avez ensuite suivie à Paris?
Alors enfant, dans les années 80, je dessinais... je me souviens, en maternelle, j'avais gagné un concours de dessin. On devait faire, je crois, un concours où on devait dessiner des hôtesses de l'air de la compagnie Air Afrique. Et moi, j'avais gagné, j'étais toute contente. Et donc ça, c'est un des premiers dessins dont je me souviens, puisque j'avais gagné un concours. J'ai continué. Et par contre, je dessinais quand même beaucoup d'images que je voyais dans les journaux et aussi dans les catalogues. Voilà, les catalogues de mode. Voilà, donc, mais rien à voir avec la politique. Et alors plus tard, le dessin politique est arrivé par cette histoire-là, je vous dis, des années 90 qui m'a marquée. Et j'ai suivi effectivement des formations. Quand j'ai commencé en fait le dessin politique de manière professionnelle, j'habitais déjà à Paris et j'ai suivi des formations pour adultes en cours du soir. Et ce que m'ont apporté ces formations, c'est à la fois déjà des contacts et un petit réseau dans le domaine de l'illustration. Ça m'a aussi dit, bon, je ne suis pas totalement un imposteur dans ce domaine puisque j'ai aussi la formation. Donc ça m'a aidé à prendre confiance en moi. Et ça m'a apporté des connaissances techniques aussi pour dessiner avec des logiciels, etc. Et ça m'a aussi apporté une culture générale artistique. Après, pour la culture politique, comme je suis sur le dessin politique, alors là, ce sont mes lectures personnelles qui m'apportent ça. Et c'est le fait que j'essaye le plus possible de suivre l'actualité.
Envie de faire rayonner votre entreprise en Afrique et en Europe? Augmentez votre visibilité avec Fréquence Business grâce à notre réseau de chaînes de télévision nationales dans plus de 40 pays. Chaque semaine, plus d'une centaine de diffusions à travers l'Afrique, l'océan Indien et l'Europe. Ne manquez pas cette opportunité unique. Alors n'hésitez pas, contactez-nous dès maintenant.
Bienvenue pour la deuxième partie de notre émission. Nous allons tout de suite retrouver notre invitée Annick Kamgang, mais avant cela, je vous emmène à la rencontre d'une autre grande dame africaine du dessin. Impossible en effet aujourd'hui de parler de la bande dessinée africaine sans évoquer Joëlle Épée-Madingue. Elions, comme elle se fait appeler, s'impose comme l'une des belles plumes du continent. Elle contribue également à la valorisation de l'identité de la BD du continent, notamment à travers le Bilili Festival qu'elle a créé en République du Congo. Notre correspondant Sayon Kourouma l'avait rencontrée à Conakry. Regardez.
Ce sourire n'est pas anodin. Il s'agit là du sourire d'un fervent passionné de la BD, tout heureux de participer à ce vernissage dans la capitale guinéenne. Pour Oscar, c'est un rêve longtemps caressé qui se réalise aujourd'hui, celui de pouvoir revisiter l'histoire de la bande dessinée africaine.
C'est une belle occasion de mettre en évidence la compétence des auteurs africains. Donc c'est une fierté pour nous que cette expo ait lieu.
Ce vernissage de Conakry, il s'agit en fait de l'exposition en itinérance dans le réseau des instituts français du monde entier de l'événement Koubouni, les bandes dessinées d'Afrique.
J'ai énormément appris. L'avantage de l'exposition, c'est qu'elle retrace vraiment l'ère d'aujourd'hui et demain. Et donc c'est très intéressant de pouvoir retracer la totalité du chemin.
Cette incroyable exploration de la BD africaine est sans nul doute la plus remarquable et co-organisée par cette autrice, Joëlle Épée-Madingue.
Mais enfin, il ne veut peut-être pas le reproduire en étage.
La Camerounaise est co-commissaire de cette exposition en collaboration avec la Cité internationale de la bande dessinée et de l'image d'Angoulême.
Alors, pourquoi Afrique.s? Parce que avec mon co-commissaire, on voulait vraiment rappeler que l'Afrique n'est pas un village. Donc ça veut dire qu'il ne faut pas s'attendre à une homogénéité de traits, de sujets traités, de création de personnages ou d'apparence des personnages. On voulait montrer que Afrique.s fait référence à plusieurs Afriques. Donc on a tenu à écrire Afrique.s et pas Afrique S ou Afrique au singulier.
Cet événement n'est qu'un des projets de cette autrice des BD africaines. Née à Bafoussam, dans son Cameroun natal, Joëlle est considérée comme l'un des porte-flambeaux du 9e art du continent. Le riche parcours de la franco-camerounaise commence en tant qu'autrice de la bande dessinée La vie d'Ebn Douta. Une BD qui a véritablement lancé la jeune carrière de celle qui est surnommée Elions. Et aujourd'hui, l'aventure continue 8 ans après l'édition du premier tome.
Pour l'instant, il y a 3 tomes. Donc il y a le tome 1, le tome 2, le tome 3, je travaille sur le tome 4. Je m'inspire beaucoup de ma vie quand j'étais étudiante.
Et grâce à l'expérience acquise de la vie de Ben Douta, Joëlle s'investit aujourd'hui pour la promotion de la BD d'Afrique. Directrice de festival, co-commissaire de différentes expositions temporaires de bandes dessinées sur le continent, Elions porte plusieurs casquettes dont celle de l'organisation de la plus prestigieuse exposition de bandes dessinées d'Afrique, Bilili BD.
C'est vraiment un festival créé pour réseauter, pour faire réseauter les auteurs, pour faire communiquer les profils des Camerounais, des Togolais, Sénégalais, des Européens.
Un réseautage qui permet aujourd'hui à Joëlle Épée-Madingue d'identifier de nouvelles perspectives d'affaires. Elions dessine pour des magazines, des collectifs BD de plusieurs pays, mais aussi assure des commandes pour des particuliers et institutions, pour des festivals ainsi que des ateliers BD à travers le monde. Comme pour dire que le 9e art africain est en pleine expansion.
La BD africaine a de l'avenir. Définitivement. Définitivement. Et j'ai même envie de dire, au-delà du fait qu'elle ait un avenir, elle entre dans son avenir.
Et Joëlle, elle, joue carrément le rôle d'ambassadrice. L'autrice présente dans plusieurs capitales africaines continue d'écrire son histoire entre la préparation de la 7e édition du Bilili Festival au Congo et la conception du 4e tome de la vie d'Ebn Douta. La directrice du festival veut continuer à mettre des étoiles dans les yeux des amoureux de la BD.
Nous retrouvons la dessinatrice et artiviste Annick Kamgang. Elle lève le voile sur son nouveau projet de BD sur la lutte d'indépendance du Cameroun dans les années 60, dont la publication est imminente. Écoutons-la. Annick Kamgang, vous êtes connue depuis la BD La Lucha, le mouvement de jeunesse citoyen en RDC. Comment avez-vous conçu ce travail et que représente cette œuvre pour vous ?
Alors, je vais d'abord répondre à la deuxième question. Donc déjà, c'est la première fois, donc c'est ma première publication. Et donc, juste dans ma carrière, c'est important. C'est la première fois que je fais une bande dessinée. Alors, comment alors, la genèse du projet Lucha, Chronique d'une révolution sans armes au Congo, cette bande dessinée raconte l'histoire d'un groupe qui se bat pour les droits humains en RDC. Et j'ai aussi rencontré Justine Brabant, qui avait déjà écrit sur la RDC. Elle avait écrit un sujet sur les groupes militaires qui sévissent dans l'est de la RDC. Et qui commettent des crimes en toute impunité. Et quand je lui ai parlé de ce groupe, Lucha, qui se battent pour les droits humains en RDC et qui mènent un combat pacifique dans un environnement violent, elle a dit « Ah oui, vraiment, j'ai vraiment envie de faire ça. » Parce que moi, j'ai vu cette région marquée par cette violence-là depuis plus d'une vingtaine d'années. Et quand je regarde ce qu'ils font, là, ces jeunes de Lucha, ça donne de l'espoir. De voir cette audace-là de mener un combat non violent et pacifique dans un environnement aussi violent. Mais on n'a pas trouvé un journal ou un média d'actualité africaine qui veuille comme ça parler de Lucha en bande dessinée au jour le jour, toutes les semaines. Parce que c'était vraiment une année 2016 électorale très difficile. Et au final, on a sorti ce livre-là. En 2018, donc 2 ans après l'année électorale. Mais ce qui est bien, c'est que le journal Jeune Afrique à l'époque a quand même diffusé intégralement la bande dessinée sur son média en ligne. C'est comme ça donc que le projet s'est fait.
Vous avez dit que le dessin de presse est un sprint et la BD un marathon.
Oui.
Vers quel exercice tendez-vous le plus naturellement aujourd'hui ?
Vers le marathon, le travail de longue haleine qui est donc propre à la bande dessinée, qui est d'approfondir un sujet, de réunir le maximum de documentation écrite, mais aussi visuelle, et aussi des archives, et de se poser et d'écrire. C'est ce vers quoi je tends davantage aujourd'hui.
Parmi vos projets figure un projet de BD.
Oui.
Un projet de BD au sujet du Cameroun, le pays de votre père où vous êtes né vous-même. Vous pouvez nous en dire un peu plus ?
Oui, bien sûr. Alors ça, c'est un projet de longue haleine, pour le coup. Là, c'est vraiment un marathon qui a commencé en 2020 et qui n'est pas encore complètement terminé, puisque je suis à la recherche d'un éditeur. C'est un projet qui vient de ma volonté de comprendre les raisons pour lesquelles, dans les années 90, dont je vous ai parlé, là, des années où il y avait des mouvements qui demandaient davantage de liberté en Afrique centrale, ces années-là où en fait mon père devient opposant et où ma vie bascule et où en fait il nous envoie en exil. Alors je suis d'origine guadeloupéenne, donc on a été envoyés en exil, ma mère, moi, et mes frères et sœurs en Guadeloupe à ce moment-là. Et après, j'ai pas revu mon père pendant plus de 20 ans. Voilà, et je me suis toujours demandé en fait d'où venait pourquoi il est devenu opposant politique à ce moment-là, et puis pourquoi aussi il avait la possibilité de s'exiler avec nous et de partir, mais il ne l'a pas fait. Donc je me suis toujours demandé d'où venait ce patriotisme et cet attachement viscéral à son pays et à la libération de son pays. Et c'est là que j'ai découvert une histoire que je ne connaissais pas bien, que j'ai découverte en faisant cette recherche personnelle, en essayant de comprendre les choix de mon père. Et j'ai appris donc que dans les années 50, 60, 70, donc il y a une lutte de libération au Cameroun menée par un mouvement qui s'appelle l'UPC, l'Union des populations du Cameroun, pour l'indépendance du pays. Et j'ai aussi découvert que cette histoire restait taboue aussi au Cameroun, et restait taboue au Cameroun pendant de très très longues années. Et donc j'ai décidé, en découvrant cette histoire, d'en faire un roman graphique. Et malheureusement, l'année où j'ai commencé ce projet, en 2020, mon père a disparu. Il faisait partie intégrante du projet, il a disparu. Mais j'ai quand même décidé d'aller au bout du projet et donc de raconter cette histoire-là.
Et donc, la BD reportage africaine, pour vous, c'est aussi une manière d'amener les gens à réfléchir, à questionner le passé, le présent et peut-être même l'avenir?
Oui, tout à fait. Ce qui est assez bien avec la bande dessinée reportage, c'est que quand on pense bande dessinée, on pense plutôt à un univers enfantin, etc. Mais vous avez dans les années 90, et c'est ce qui m'a marqué, je pense, pour la bande dessinée, vous avez l'apparition de ce qu'appelle le roman graphique, avec par exemple une maison d'édition française comme l'Association, et une BD qui m'a vraiment marqué, qui s'appelle Persépolis, dont l'autrice est Marjane Satrapi, et en fait qui parle de son enfance en Iran, et qui, à travers son histoire familiale, son parcours, parle de l'Iran. Ce que je trouve intéressant, c'est de mêler à la fois ce que la bande dessinée permet, sujets politiques, d'actualité, et histoire personnelle et familiale. Voilà. C'est ce que permet aussi la bande dessinée, le roman graphique. Et je trouve que, pour le coup, l'actualité africaine et les sujets politiques et les sujets aussi liés aux droits humains africains se prêtent complètement à ce genre de BD qu'on appelle la bande dessinée reportage.
Et voilà, Initiative Africa, c'est fini pour aujourd'hui. Vous pouvez retrouver l'interview d'Annick Samgang ainsi que nos émissions sur notre site africaonair.com. Et bien sûr, n'hésitez pas à nous suivre sur nos réseaux sociaux et à liker, partager, commenter avec le hashtag Initiative Africa. Et n'oubliez pas, la semaine prochaine, même chaîne, même heure, je vous donne rendez-vous avec Business Africa. Bonne semaine à tous.
The stories now break online. Don't miss anything from our real-time updates and exclusive content. Follow and participate in discussions on live TV studio programs to shape the narratives. Subscribe, engage, and share from AIT.live at AIT_online on X, AIT Online on Facebook, Official AIT Live on Instagram, TikTok, and Threads, AIT_live and AIT Livestream 1 on YouTube. Stay connected with AIT. On air, online, on live.
Well, thanks for staying with us. Welcome to Political Platform on RayPower Radio and Africa Independent Television, AIT. My name is Amechi Anapwe. Now, President Bola Tinubu, as opposition leader on November 6, 2014, asked then President Goodluck Jonathan to resign. He tweeted, "Why would any part of this country be under occupation? In any civilized country, Jonathan should resign." Now, on Monday, key opposition figure and presidential candidate of the Nigeria Democratic Congress, NDC, P2B, asked for the resignation of President Tinubu on grounds that he has failed both in security and economy. The presidency, in immediate reaction, rejected the call, saying it is childish and hollow. We will examine the resignation call in our analysis today. Now, Catholic bishops of the Bado Ecclesiastical province have issued an urgent demand for the immediate rescue of the 29 pupils and 7 teachers abducted from schools in Orire local government area of Oyo State. Recall that terrorists invaded 3 public schools in the area on May 15, resulting in tragic fatalities before taking the students and staff into the deep forest. Have we forgotten these helpless citizens? Anyway, we'll find answers to this question on our program today. Our guest today is Jared Tenebe, chairman of the All Progressives Congress in Edo State. He was billed to join us on this program on Monday virtually, but was unable to do so due to connectivity challenges. He's in town in Abuja, so he'll be joining us physically to offer perspectives on the outcome of the election in Ekiti State and how it will shape the 2027 general election. My colleagues are here with me, Shola Jaisimi and Adebayo Bodri. Shola, good morning and welcome.
Thank you, Amechi.
Is it tit for tat for President Tinubu, like he did to Jonathan in 2014? P2B in 2026 is asking him to resign and leave office over failures of governance and delivery of promises.
It's a straightforward one. You know, when you're outside the house and you throw stones in, if you now get into the house and people now throw stones to awaken you, to get you at alert, it shouldn't be something that you feel pain over. I don't believe in tit for tat. But when we talk about governance and the institutions of running of the state, when President Tinubu, you read the tweet, you had the caption there on air, what he said. He said so many things when he was in opposition. And now the call has been made to him by someone else who is seeking that office because President Tinubu said it has been his lifelong ambition to be the president of Nigeria. So probably after doing governorship, started building the structure, now he's there. So if he has asked Jonathan to resign, and Jonathan did not resign, Jonathan ran the second term election and he lost.
It will be difficult for a president in a presidential system to resign.
The issues around
before the end of term.
It's very rare because they believed it. Even America, the only person who has, there have only been 2 persons who have resigned from the presidency. One in the early 19th century, then the other one, Richard Nixon. In 1974.
Due to this Watergate scandal.
So if the issues that Peter Obi are bringing to the fore is what everybody knows, that we have huge insecurity. The president has rightly beat his chest to say these and these are the things we have done. We've decimated over 15,000 terrorists. We have gotten this, gotten that, gotten that. But the issue festers. In Plateau yesterday, 20 people were killed. In other parts of the country, people have been killed. So my own problem is the messaging. And I keep looking at what Yoruba people call Egbon, your elder. Someone who is, I think he's 70 this year. Uncle Bayo Nonuga. We don't do uncle in broadcasting, but I'm just trying to say that. That he needs to, with due courtesies to him, get into what I call strategic communication courses. It's not too late to go to school. One of my bosses here picked a PhD at what age? So on a serious note, when you begin to use terms like it's hollow, it's childish, speak to the issues and get the substance of your response to what somebody's accusing you of come to the fore. So my issue is just this morning about the kind of messaging, the response. We don't use language or comments that are unsavory when it comes to issues of governance. Speak to the issues, then people will know we're serious.
You see, if you pick a copy of Shehu Shagari's autobiography, Beckon to Serve, he devoted a whole chapter on Chief Obafemi Awolowo. He said, Obafemi Awolowo never saw anything good in his administration. But what he failed to mention was that Awo was outrightly a critic of his government. But what Awolowo did was that he always proposed solutions, policy alternatives, policy options. I recall vividly that the last budget of Shagari, for instance, within 2 hours after Shagari addressed the National Assembly, Awolowo addressed a press conference. He broke the budget into pieces. He put things that are not supposed to be there, and he put forward policy alternatives. I think that is what is likely lacking in this Fourth Republic. What we have is the situation where opposition criticize for criticizing's sake without putting alternative policy options. And whoever is in government must not see those in opposition as enemies. In fact, they are the greatest people that are of tremendous assistance to him, because if they don't criticize him, he will get carried away as if everybody is OES boys. And so it's not supposed to be in a democracy. So when the people criticize, it must be seen as a call to sit right, think deep, and come out with solutions.
Was it what Tinubu meant in 2014 when he demanded for the resignation of
That's exactly what I'm saying. If at that stage, Jonathan did not engage in name calling, I do not see any reason why we should engage in that for now. There was no basis for it. Any administration that doesn't have critics, that government must know that something is fundamentally wrong in the society.
Now, the call by Peter Obi flowed from the resignation of Starmer, British Prime Minister, yesterday. And Peter Obi was saying if he could do it, then because apparently in the face of failure, he's saying we have a bigger failure here, you should also do it. But if you take a look at the British system of government, it's parliamentary. The turnover of prime ministership, leader of the party, is high. In the last 10 years, we have seen how... seven of them. Now, if you also take a look at Italy, Italy is another country that practices parliamentary system. The turnover of their prime minister is also quite high. Shola talked about the US that has been practicing federal presidential system for more than 250 years, going to 300 years, only 2 presidents.
250 by next week.
Yes, yeah, So it will be difficult. Perhaps they do it to put pressures on the sitting president. What Tinubu did in 2014 was apparently to put pressure. Inside of him, he knew that Jonathan would not throw in the towel. It appears the same strategy now to remind the president that there are some things you're supposed to do that you're not doing.
The issue is very straightforward. If you are in office and you criticize from outside, if you're not in office, rather, when you get in, expect criticism. What you must just hope for that it is constructive. Once it's not constructive, then there's a problem. Adebayo Bodun spoke about preferring alternative solutions. And I'll go back to Peter Obi's message. Did Peter Obi provide, or has he been providing constructive solutions, or just you criticize, you knock, you hit, when you provide, because I need to go back and check, because all I know, Peter Obi has been pointing at that you do this way back. He said China, China, China. Now I don't know what he's putting together. So those who are in the president's camp and those who still believe that, cut this man some slack. I'm talking about cutting Tinubu some slack, that the man is trying his best, that point to the things he has done, then profile about how he needs to get it done. So latching onto Starmer's resignation from the, as leader of the Labour Party and Prime Minister, which will take effect in about 2 months or thereabout, may not be the actual thing. But it's good, so that when you look in one direction, because the president of this country was seated with Starmer when he went to the UK in March, after seeing the king on that, state visit, and a few weeks or months later, Starmer says, I need to go. The members of my party, both the ones in parliament and all of that, they say I cannot lead them into the next election because of this, and that. I won't go into Starmer's record. He tried his best and all of that. But it remains to be seen. Can that happen here? Israel, it doesn't.
What are the constitutional processes for a sitting president to leave office? In a federal presidential system like we have in Nigeria, the president can resign. He could also be forced to resign on health grounds, where the cabinet will also play a prominent role to appoint a medical officer to go through the records and all that. And ultimately, the National Assembly can impeach. Impeachment is not on the card in history. It's only governors that have faced impeachment successfully in Nigeria. Impeaching a sitting president is an uphill task.
It is an uphill task, and in a situation where you find, I use OES boys. If you know the meaning of OES boys in Onitsha, the OES boys are those who respond to their leaders in motor parks, and they obey him. Whatever he says becomes order, becomes the law. And so when you have OES boys at the level of our legislature, you cannot even expect, you don't contemplate any impeachment. The critical organ, arm of government that's supposed to perform the critical role of overseeing everything, calling the executive to order, they are not doing their job. They are not doing their job, so automatically that job is left for opposition. And if opposition do not speak out, like I said, it means the society is sleeping. And society not supposed to sleep under democracy.
So let's remind ourselves that just last week, the legislature, a section of legislature, the opposition,
the new leadership in the House of Reps.
Yes, they spoke out. In fact, Fred Agbedik said President Tinubu should resign. That was what he said as leader of the minority caucus in the House of Reps. So what we may be asking now is the minority leadership in the Senate, can the person who is there, Abba Moro, can he do the same thing? Because I like to, name call people in public office.
The Senate will reconvene today on an emergency session we hear, and it borders on security and all that?
Correct. So if Senator Abba Moro holds a press conference today, then Nigerians are going to say, oh, opposition, you are waking up to your responsibility as those who should guide. But do you know what happens? And it's something I looked at for some time, and I said it's unfortunate. Because when people get on a platform of a political party and get into the National Assembly, there's this notion, and our senators, our House members try to play that notion that we are all, as they call themselves, distinguished senators of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. They try to remove that party and opposition divide and say we are honorable, we work together. But they forget that political parties sponsor them to go into that place, and those political parties have their mantra, they have their philosophy, they have their ideology, which is that, look, if you're in opposition, look at what the government is doing. So all the parakpo in Yoruba, that means forget everything, we are all one. Yes, you're all one as members of the House.
You know why they're doing that? Mostly is because they want to curry favor from the presiding officers, be it the Speaker, be it the Senate President. Most of them koto because the Speaker and the Senate President are so empowered that they can put you out and you won't get any privilege.
And like Uju said, even to speak on the floor.
Yes, as little as recognizing you to speak on the floor. It's only the Speaker or the Deputy Speaker, the day he's presiding, the Senate President or the Deputy Senate President, the day he's presiding, that can authorize you to make a contribution to either a motion or a bill. If they don't point you out, you're left out there And they are so empowered. The powers conferred on them are so much. Committee,
composition.
If you're not in their good book, they'll put you in one committee where nothing is happening, that is not juicy. You're not oversighting parastatals that are generating revenue, the juicy ones. If you can't, I mean, so because of that, some of these House members, because they have pressures.
Senators.
Yes, National Assembly members, they have pressures from home to also help in offsetting medical school fees, school fees. They want to be part of that patronage sharing, and they kowtow to the leadership of to the presiding officers of the National Assembly.
It's supposed not to be so. It's supposed not to be so because, for me, I do not know much about First Republic, but I was already growing up as a young man in Second Republic. I could see the vibrancy of opposition at the level of both the Senate and the House of Representatives in the Second Republic. I could see the leader of the Unity Party of Nigeria, the late Senator Debbie. I mean, when it is time for me to speak, he will speak forcefully. He will speak with intelligence. He will criticize when it is time to criticize. He will applaud when it is time to applaud. And you have people like Senator Ayo Fasami, and so many of them then that were on their own. And you have members of the PRP, MPP, even particularly immediately when the accord between the MPP and MPN broke down. You see them asserting their right in the Senate, and they were not. But that did not lead to collapse of leadership, and that was why it was possible for the late Joseph Wyatt to remain Senate president without anybody.
And it did not lead to their suspension from the Senate. Natasha was suspended. She stood up and wanted to make a point. The senator,
look at the controversy over it now.
Ningi was suspended because he spoke up. Was Ali Ndume suspended?
Yes, he was. Yes, Ali Ndume was suspended.
In this 10th Senate?
I think the last one.
Okay, and I'm just making reference to this 10th Senate. And I was listing these names based on what Adebora Bodore has said. In the past, there were those that tried to speak up and do things differently. Those that try to do it now were suspended. And there are traces of, in fact, as the Senate reconvenes today, there is this concern that Adams Oshemole may be suspended by the Senate for the allegation he raised against them on a program on AIT Democracy Today that signatures,
which he has tried to walk back.
Yes, that signatures of senators were forged for the suspension of Natasha Akpoti.
I'll just make a submission here, which is as part of I want a legislature that is very strong. And for a legislature to be strong, either the Senate or the House, it needs to have a strong personality as the leader. And the reason is because so that person can look the president in the eye and say, Mr. President, this, and this is not in line with what the law says, etc., etc. We don't want lackeys as leaders. And if you look at the whole trend, if not for the fact that the way Bukola Saraki got in there as the leader of the Senate, it wasn't the choice of his party, but he struck that deal. And, and he was able to look at President Buhari and say, oh, no, Mr. President this, Mr. President that, no, we reject this, we don't, this, your nominee is not suitable, and all of that. But besides that...
So it starts from if the executive plays a role in the choice of leadership of the National Assembly, they're almost conquered.
Yes. If you take your mind back, during the third term saga, the Senate president then was not the choice of his party, the PDP, but it was senators themselves who plotted and said we must have our own Senate president. Nobody would. Yes, Kai Namani. Kai Namani was not the choice of the PDP.
Yes.
In fact, it was not a choice. And that was why, when it came, those who met and pushed, including members of PDP, senators of PDP, who pushed him and made him the Senate president. And that is why he has to encourage a process that led to the truncation of the third term. If he had been the party's choice that was pushed then, I doubt very much if that Senate president will have the courage to truncate the third-term agenda the way it was done by Nnamani.
You can imagine if the third-term agenda is now, how would the National Assembly, this 10th National Assembly,
even the kite has been flown in a little way now, and they said we will put a bill that will do 6 years. These are strategies. If you look at the way politicians do their things, they test the waters.
6 years single term.
Yeah, they test the waters. And look at what has happened in Zimbabwe. Their parliament has amended their constitution. The crocodile, that's his nickname. Mwangwa, I can't remember. He has those nice vowels. He will continue beyond 2030 because the parliament has made the decision. And the parliament will now has also adjusted their constitution to say they will be the ones to elect a president, that it will no longer be a direct election by the people.
Until we reach a stage where the lawmakers will sit on their own and pick leadership on their own, we will continue to have the leadership of the National Assembly that is not independent, that cannot demonstrate independence on its own terms.
We also need to take a look at the quality of people that are elected into the parliament. Now, the parliament is a critical arm of government. If you take a look at our leadership recruitment process, take a look at our elections, how people are railroaded into offices, then you begin to accept the fact that you're not putting in your best 11. As a political scientist, in fact, as a social scientist, you know that if you're traveling on a road or you're embarking on a project and it seems so easy, then you stop and ask yourself, am I on the right track? Because ordinarily, you're supposed to face some challenges, some hurdles, and you're supposed to scale it. And this is how our democracy is structured. I call it struggle of opposites. Struggle is different from conflict. In life, it's all about opposite, day and night. Cold and even for a human being to come, there's that struggle among all the XY chromosomes and all that. And in our democracy, that struggle is supposed to be there. The outcome of that struggle will be a better order. When we said, go and do your duty, check the executive. We're not saying fight them. The constitution asks you, check their excesses. Guide them.
Before they get to the spot of excesses, check them.
Check them, because if you just everything, was it the former Senate president?
Even the current one.
What's the name again from Yobe State?
Ahmed Lawan.
Ahmed Lawan that said anything the President Buhari wanted, we'll support.
Senator Fabio has said the same thing. If he wants jet, if he wants yacht,
we'll give him.
We give him.
To them, is loyalty to the man is a way of showing loyalty to the president, but they forgot that their loyalty should be to the state.
In fact, I'm thinking we can get to the point where the people we copied the presidential system from, that's the U.S. Many may not know, but of course, I'm a political scientist and political veteran, Mr. Adebayo Bodunrin. The American system doesn't have a Senate president. Neither does he have a deputy Senate president.
If there's an emergency tie, the vice president comes in to cast a decisive vote.
The leader of Congress, which encompasses the House of Reps and Senate, is the Speaker of the Congress, of the House of Reps.
So if the American Congress come together like in joint sitting,
the Speaker is there's no Senate president. They only have majority leader, minority leader. In the House of, in the House of Reps of the U.S., Speaker, then minority leader. That's what he has.
And that tells us that we have gotten to that point where we have to take a critical look at the powers of the presiding officers. They are first among equals. They are equals. In fact, you may be a Senate president coming from a constituency that has the least number of constituents. You may be leading. There are some constituencies or senatorial districts that have ×3 the number of people in your own, but you're leading. Your leading does not make you a lord over them. So till we get to that point, when we strip these presiding officers of these excessive powers, it will enable the other members to begin to.
I think what we need to just put on the table is we look at the laws that are there in the House of Reps and the Senate, the House rules. Because if we have a strong legislature, it helps us. If we have strong personalities who are supervising those arms of the legislature, it will help us. What we must look at is the personality of those people. If the personality shows that they are, with due respect, subservient, people who cannot, like you've said, Adebayo said that it shouldn't be adversarial. It should be on points of governance. Once we have persons like that, then we don't need to curb the powers. We just need to ensure that they follow through with the powers and allow the powers to take its course with regards to how the legislature works.
But why I talk about the executive powers is for instance, if you want the person to declare a seat vacant, if, for instance, a member of the parliament defects from one party to the other and there is no division in his party to warrant his defection, it's left for the presiding officer to either take a decision or not. The Constitution empowers the Senate President or Speaker to declare his seat vacant. If he fails to do that, which we have seen play out, because of some party primordial consideration, they will ignore the law and nothing happens.
You see, partisanship can blindfold the most articulate mind. And so, most decisions at the level of the legislature are influenced by partisanship. So it's left them with no option of doing what is right most of the time. And so what they do most of the time is what is wrong. So for instance, if somebody, because he's leaving that party, his party, and crossing over to another political party, may likely be in the benefit of the presiding officer. So what happens in that instance is that he's joyfully welcoming him. So he will not do that. And that's what we are witnessing. And you find in most instances is that people leave their political parties to join the ruling party. And the ruling party produce the presiding officer either at the level of House of Representatives or in the Senate. So they encourage it. They encourage it. What they are supposed to discourage is what they are encouraging. And until we reach a point where lawmakers in this country, I do hope we reach that stage, that lawmakers in this country will come on their own, take a decision, and decide who will be their leader at the level of the National Assembly.
Okay, it's even worse.
And the situation is, I won't talk of National Assembly.
Yes.
The situation is worse.
The subnationals. You don't even talk of it at the subnational, but perhaps it's time for us to go on a break. We are still expecting our guests to join us, Jared Tenebi, for perspectives on the outcome of the Ekiti election. We expect him to also respond to accusations that he was an observer, reportedly accredited by INEC for the Ekiti governorship election when he was an interested party. And of course, how the Ekiti election and its outcome will shape the 2027 general election. We're still hoping we'll get him across. But do stay with us as we go on this break.
The stories now break online. Don't miss anything from our real-time updates and exclusive content. Follow and participate in discussions on live TV studio programs to shape the narratives. Subscribe, engage, and share from AIT.live at AIT_online on X, AIT Online on Facebook, Official AIT Live on Instagram, TikTok, and Threads on YouTube. Stay connected with AIT. On air, online, on live.
In the hallowed chambers where laws are forged and a nation's destiny is decided.
This is your parliamentary program, Inside the Parliament on AIT.
Voices rise, opinions clash, debates ignite.
We cannot be apologetic in the discharge of our constitutional duties as lawmakers of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
The burden of proving that the elections have been conducted peacefully and in accordance with law must shift to INEC.
From the Senate to the House of Representatives, this is where policies are tested, laws are crafted, and authority is held to account.
We spoke to some lawmakers on their opinions of the document presented
presented by the president.
Every motion, every argument carries the hopes of millions.
We need more hospitals, more health clinics in communities so that they can effectively take care of the primary health need of our people.
The questions are tough. The exchanges are intense.
Mr. President, you can have your way, but I will have my say. You can use the gavel, and I will use my voice.
And those who want the proviso are 55 in number. And so the proviso says.
But who truly stands for the people? Who is driving the change that defines our tomorrow?
Let us tell ourselves the truth. Why are we here talking about LGBT, GTBT, whatever?
Get the answers on Where Nigeria Decides on Inside the Parliament on AIT every Tuesday, 4:30 p.m.
Thank you so much for staying with us while we are still expecting our guests. Let's move on to another issue now. The bishops in Oyo State are speaking up. They are saying we have nearly forgotten the school children and their teachers who are in captivity in the forest somewhere in that part of the country. And they are asking the authorities to take responsibility and ensure their immediate rescue. Let's take a listen.
So all efforts are directed towards getting the abductees freed. Is to strengthen supervision and is to have heart-to-heart discussion with our officers and men on the field on the method review an abduct method that we contend effectively with the emerging security challenges facing the country.
That's a Deputy Inspector General of Police speaking and reassuring the nation that these children and their teachers and administrators would be rescued. But we are still making efforts to get the video of the bishops that spoke up in Ibadan yesterday. Till they spoke, it appears the nation has moved forward, gentlemen. Before you could say Jack Robinson, yes, before you could say Jack Robinson, we move ahead with our lives, forgetting that toddlers are out there in the deep forest, no shelter. I don't know what food they're giving them, exposed to snake bites and all that. Are we doing enough? Some of the security officials are saying, yes, most of the actions are being underplayed for strategic reasons and all that. But our conscience should be pricking us at this instance.
For me, one aspect which I have commended, which I will probably commend is those who are occasionally on the street of Ibadan protesting. They have not been molested. They have allowed them to have their say. But beyond having their say is the action that we're expecting from those in positions of authority. You see, you cannot keep a 4-year-old, a 3-year-old, somebody under the age of 10, continuously under the dehumanizing condition they are inside the forest. I think something urgent needs to be done. We must not take a look at what happened in Dapchi or in Chibok. We repeat itself. That we keep on talking on for decades. For nearly over a decade, we are still talking about it. That up to today they have not been freed. Those kids, the trauma, the pains they will be going through. 3-year-old, 4-year-old.
Imagine if you're the parent. Can we just imagine it?
I mean, it's not something. It's not something that.
Okay. Anyway, let's take a break now to hear from the bishops that spoke up in Ibadan Monday.
State governments all over Nigeria. Nigerians today seem no further than where we were 10 years ago with security of lives and property. Violent kidnapping is becoming normal news across farmlands, and villages which are regularly ravaged and seized. Policemen and soldiers are attacked and murdered, and now schools are under attack. We urge the federal government to exert its might and sincerely work with the Oyo State government to speedily secure a return to normalcy in Oyo State and in the entire nation. We strongly appeal to the federal government and the National Assembly to fast-track the processes of approving state police and put policy and legislation in place to prevent its misapplication.
The federal government should exert its might. And Sholaja Simi, that might is so huge. If they exert it, you're likely going to achieve results.
It's been said, not a few. The bishops are just amplifying what not a few have said. We feel for those who are in captivity in Orire. It's something, if you think about it, 2-year-olds, 3-year-olds, 9-year-olds, their parents, and all of that. Orire is a metaphor. But like Mustafa Mohammed will always remind us that there are many others in captivity in Borno, in Yobe, Niger, in Katsina, in Zamfara, in Sokoto, in Kebbi, many others. So the onus is on all of us, not just us in the media, those who are in political authority as well, to continue to speak about the issues. If a chief of army staff, if an IG, if a DIG, an AIG, as the case may be, or a CP, holds a press conference, he must give periodic updates. Even on this stage.
Yes, or update on what is happening to those children.
Exactly,
we should
and
be
what they are doing tactically, yes, that won't impede, rescue operations. The media has a huge role. On this our station, I'm talking about the TV platform now, because we're on Ray Power as well. We were doing a countdown of those in captivity, but we stopped it. Is there a time for us to go back to it? Not just to Orire now. All the others we know who were kidnapped en masse by terrorists. And we do a countdown. So when we see, we remind ourselves as the media, we spotlight, then we now pass it back in the court of political authority and security operatives that, look, these people are in captivity. I hold the view that if you're in the security services or, law enforcement, and you have not done what you need to do, it's a hard one, then get out. Resign honorably. It happens in other climes. But people just sit there in office, see the DIG, it was all smiles. I know those smiles were smiles of, I want to reassure you. But the seriousness of the issue, maybe until the professor, whose wife is the vice principal, comes and meets him and hugs him and cries in front of him like that professor cried in front of Governor Seyi Makinde, then the DIG will know the seriousness of the issue.
Well, we hope that we do the needful. We must not be seen to have moved ahead, not just in Ibadan, Oyo State, in Ubai, Iskira. Almost a few days apart, school children were also abducted. What are we doing to really get to their safe return? And these are the documented, reported ones. We have it somehow that know that indeed there are so many cases that are unreported, prompting the former governor of Kaduna State, Ahmed Makarofi, to ask the president to declare a state of emergency on security. To him, it has gone beyond the normal. Declaring a state of emergency, he claims, would arm the president with the powers he needs to really get hold of the atrocities terrorists, bandits, criminal groups are unleashing on Nigerians. Would the president think along that line? Anyway, back to our supposed guest for today, Jared Tenebi, chairman of APC in Edo State. He received accusations and criticisms that he observed the elections in Ekiti State last Saturday, that he shouldn't have been seen there. He was supposed to join us on this program on Monday yesterday, but due to connectivity problems and challenges, was unable to do so. Today was due to join us, having come into Abuja, but for some reasons he is unable to make it, but we still want to give him his right of response, and we'll be sharing with you excerpts of the interview he had on another program on this station, Democracy Today. At least give him that chance to respond to the huge allegations and criticisms against him.
Anyway, what brought me to Ekiti? We have a forum of APC state chairman all over the country, and we all agreed that in any standalone election, we have to go give support to our fellow chairman in that election. That was how I got to Ekiti, not to monitor election or whatever. So what you saw on the internet is a creation of AI. And you know that these opposition people, they know how to do that a lot. So I think it was AI, it was not me.
Okay, so you are putting it on full authority that you were in Ekiti, but that you were not in any way accredited by INEC as an election observer, and you did not participate as an election observer.
I was never accredited, and I have never been accredited. It's clear AI, and they are fond of doing it, and they will continue to do it. And AI is going to cause problem for everybody in this country.
Have you been able to track the root, the origin of this AI? I'm sure our producer will put that picture of the supposed picture. Look at it.
Yeah, the first place I saw it was on Dino Melaye's handle. And you know, Dino Melaye is fond of things like that. He knows how to act drama a lot.
He's an opposition figure.
Yes, because they have failed. They've lost the election woefully. I think they were trying to generate one thing or the other from it. And don't forget that I have him. I have taken him to court on singing the old national item to use it to cause problem when he went to the INEC to protest, and he gathered people, thugs, youth, to start singing the old national item. And that national item is at law, and I went to court to get action of Magnamos to compel the DSS and the police to prosecute him. And it's a very serious offense, and I think that's the reason why he went to go and start doing this. It's creation of AI, and it's AI.
AI, artificial intelligence. Everybody is blaming AI now. If you're caught with videos or pictures, some people find it easy. I'm not making reference to him, just generally AI. But the truth is that when there's a way you can verify whether images or pictures are indeed products of AI. So all we need to do is to run it through the app, to ask the AI, use AI to ask AI, was this manipulated by you or some other algorithm? And you get the answers, gentlemen.
Amechi, I looked at Mr. Jarrett Tenebi as he was talking to TVTR on that program. I have a right not to be convinced. But what he has done is to serve it in the court of another person, pointedly accusing Dino Melaye of generating this. It's funny, but it's very, very serious. And probably what we need to do, aside running some of these things through AI, if we had journalists who were at the hotel, or those who saw him maybe going on his own monitoring, the simple thing we do is move close and do videos with him. You know, and Bayo Bodunri was also there in Ekiti.
Bodunri, where you were in Ekiti?
I was in Ekiti.
What did you see?
I didn't see him as a person, but I can say authoritatively with my eyes, I saw scores of people wearing that particular type of vest. And
are you sure your eye is not AI manipulated?
It's not AI. I saw a large number of them. And I can tell you that in the last, since 2020, even before 2023, a general election, INEC came out that because of dwindling resources, they will no longer provide jackets. They will no longer provide
for journalists?
Yeah, for journalists and observers. Even file, even jota, even biro. they stop it. But they were doing it before. So it means that individuals now, well, most of the observers I saw in Ekiti, for instance, they provided, they produced their branded with their names on it. But this particular jacket carried it at the back and in front.
What's the inscription there?
INEC approved observer. INEC approved observer. That's what all of them were wearing. And it was khaki color. I saw it. I saw them. In fact, a large number of them, close to almost about 15 of them, came to Delight Hotel, where we set up our temporary studio, and we are transmitting from in Ado-Ekiti. So I saw them, they were there. So what one could say is that that particular type of jacket were mass-produced by a particular group for whatever reason they want. But where they are officially
represented by the acting head of civil service of the FCT. Distinguished senators and honorable members of the House of Representatives, those in office and those outside office, members of the National Working Committee of the All Progressives Congress who have come on the entourage of the National Chairman. I recognize you, the National Vice Chairman South Chief Victor Giadom, National Vice Chairman Southeast Dr. Ijoma Arodiobo, National Vice Chairman Northwest Honorable Garibadati, and National Publicity Secretary of the APC Felix Moka. The acting executive secretary of CDA, Engineer Richard Yunana Dauda, the representative of the CCECC Company Limited, represented here by the executive director, CCECC Limited, Mr. Henry Shaw, mandate secretaries, heads of departments and agencies of government present, your Royal Highnesses, distinguished friends and well-wishers of the FCT, invited guests, members of the Fourth Estate of the realm, distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. I've also just been told that the Honorable Deputy National Woman Leader of the APC is also here with us, Hajia Zainab Ibrahim. We'd like to welcome all of you. Thank you very much for honoring the FCT Minister with your esteemed presence at this occasion. Your Excellency, the President, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, ably represented, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good evening and welcome to this historic occasion. It's an occasion that is very welcoming. It's an occasion that we are gathered for to witness another milestone in the transformation of the Federal Capital Territory. Today's event is not just about the road project, it is about connectivity, economic growth, improved mobility, and better living standards for the residents of the Federal Capital Territory. This project that we're about to witness its flag off reflects visionary leadership, purposeful governance, and a commitment to delivering infrastructure that directly impacts the lives of Nigerians. Under the renewed hope agenda of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu GCFR, the FCT continues to witness remarkable development with roads, districts, and public facilities, and receiving renewed attention. The synergy between the President and the Honorable Minister of the Federal Capital Territory has brought visible progress across the territory. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, as we gather to celebrate progress and a leadership style that places infrastructure at the center of development, you are all very warmly welcome. And so at this point, without much ado, Your Excellency, our Chief Host, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to, at this point in time, invite for the project overview, the Acting Executive Secretary of the FCDA, Engineer Richard Yunana Dauda. Please make me welcome Engineer Richard Yunana Dauda.
Your Excellency, the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, here represented by the National Chairman of the All Progressive Congress, Professor Nentawe Ilwada, ranking members of the National Assembly that are here, both serving and former, as well as other members, the Honorable Minister of FCT, His Excellency Barrister Ezenwo Nyesom Wike, CON, other area council chairmen that are here, all other top government functionaries that are present, ladies and gentlemen. It is my honor and privilege to warmly welcome you to this memorable event of the flag-off of the construction of Collector Road CO1 in Institution and Research District from Nile University to Ring Road 3, including the dualization from Atira 01 to Nile University. Your Excellencies, the FCT administration, in her relentless commitment to providing infrastructure in the FCT, has awarded the contract for the construction of Collector Road CO1 in Institution and Research District from the Nile University to Ring Road 3, including dualization from Atira 01, which is the base university roundabout, to Nile University as a stage 2 of its development to Mesa CCECC Nigeria Limited. The Institution and Research District of the Federal Capital City is located in phase 3 of the city. It is planned to accommodate educational institutions like universities, research institutions, and other government institutions as provided in the Abuja Master Plan. The district is being developed in stages, with this project being a major intervention in opening up this district. Your Excellency, the scope of the current stage involves the construction of Collector CO1 from the Nile University to Ring Road 3 and as an extension of the recently completed section from Base University Junction to Nile University, with a total length of about 6 kilometers. It also includes the dualization of the section from the Base University Junction to Nile University. The works include site clearance and earthworks, surface water drainage systems for the entire 6 kilometers, construction of box and pipe culverts of various sizes, about 8 in number, asphalt paved road works, 2 bridges, one of 3 span and the other of 4 spans over rivers, then street lighting. Your Excellency, when completed, the project will open up the institutional and research area of the city for development. It will also provide access to several communities and connect the Lugbe district and ultimately the airport road to this institution and research district. It will also reduce travel time, improve security in the area, while also providing access to several already developed government institutions and establishments, such as the 330 kVA mega substation of the TCN, the Whooper Sewage Treatment Plant, the National Power Institute, and Defense Intelligence Agencies, and other offices that are already developed within this district. In the course of the works, many Nigerians will be directly employed and many more indirectly. We thank the President, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, and the Honorable Minister of FCT, Barrister Ezenwo Nyesom Wike, CON, for the privilege to be part of this laudable project. Thank you all for coming, and God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Yeah. Tinubu today, Tinubu tomorrow. 2027, oh, now here we go vote.
Absolutely. We need to appreciate him for that insightful presentation as an overview of the project that is about to be flagged off. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, behind every major project lies technical expertise and commitment to delivery. Please join me in welcoming the representative of the contracting company, CCECC. The executive director is here with us. I'd like to welcome Mr. Henry Shao as he comes to give us his remarks.
Now who they do what? Tinubu is a project. Tinubu infrastructure. Tinubu. Now who they do what? Tinubu. Tinubu.
His Excellency, the President and Commander-in-Chief of Armed Forces of Federal Republic of Nigeria, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, JCFR, represented today by the National Chairman of APC, Professor Litawe Yewata. Your Excellency, the Honorable Minister of FCT, Nizam Zinvo Wiki, CON, the distinguished members of National Assembly, the Chief of Staff, Executive Secretary, Mandate Secretaries, Permanent Secretaries, all distinguished guests, you are welcome and good afternoon. It's my honor to stand here today on behalf of CCECC Nigeria Limited at the flag-off ceremony of the construction of Collector Route CO1 in the institution and research district from the Nile University area to Ring Road 3. This project is a continuation of the route linked to the body of ventures with Nile University, which may be regarded as Phase 1. The new extension will involve the construction of about 6 kilometer route and 2 bridges. With the new extension, the connection will be further carried forward Ring Road 3, thereby opening up this area for great accessibility, development, and future growth. Look back to the only 8 months ago, this area still largely under development. The river will stood as a natural barrier between the body of ventures and Nile University. But today, we can all see the remarkable transformation that has taken place. The road has been paved. The bridge has been constructed. The body of ventures and Nile University are now connected. This achievement is a clear result of the Renewed Hope agenda, which is being strongly and continuously implemented here under the strong leadership of Your Excellency, the Honorable Minister of the FCT. More importantly, Your Excellency, your vision for this area extends far beyond Phase 1. In order to bring more opportunities to this district, Your Excellency has personally visited this area for several times and given clear directions that this Phase 1 should be extended towards Ring Road 3. Therefore, Your Excellency, I would like to express my sincere gratitude for your continued trust, leadership, and support. On behalf of CCECC Nigeria Limited, I hereby make this commitment. We shall work closely with the FCDA team, the host communities, and all relevant stakeholders. We shall fully mobilize our construction resources, maintain high standards of quality and safety, make every effort to deliver this project on time and to the required standard. Thank you, Your Excellency. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, the representative of CCECC. Your Excellency, permit me to very warmly recognize 2 more members of the APC National Working Committee that have come on the entourage of the national chairman standing in here for the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. I'd like to recognize Professor Abdulkarim Kona, APC Deputy National Secretary. We welcome you. Barrister Idris Shuaibu, National Vice Chairman Northeast. We welcome you as well. Thank you very much for coming. To deliver the vote of thanks, it is my honor to invite the Honorable Minister of State for the Federal Capital Territory, Dr. Maria Mahmoud Bankure, who is unavoidably absent, but in her stead, we have the acting head of the civil service of the FCT, Mrs. Nancy Sabanti Nathan, to please deliver this vote of thanks on her behalf.
yeah, Dr. Maria, tell me something. Dr. Maria, tell me something. If you don't follow Tinubu, you don't follow Bona. Dr. Maria, tell me something.
His Excellency, President and Commander of the Armed Forces of Nigeria, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, ably represented by the National Chairman of the APC, Professor Nantawe Yelwadat. Your Excellency, the Honorable Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Barrister Ezenwo Nyesom Wike, CON, distinguished senators and honorable members of the National Assembly, both serving and former, friends and associates of the Honorable Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Executive Chairman of the Area Councils here present, senior officials of the FCT, FCDA, heads of securities here present, members of the press, ladies and gentlemen. It is with profound gratitude and deep sense of appreciation that I stand before you to deliver this vote of thanks at the flag-off ceremony for the construction of Collector Road C01 in Institutions and Research District from Nile University area to Ring Road 3, body of Benchers Road continuation. First, I wish to thank God Almighty for granting us the strength and protection to witness this important occasion. On behalf of the Federal Capital Territory Administration, I wish to extend our heartfelt appreciation to the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, for his visionary leadership, which has paved the way for transformational projects that are touching the lives of communities and residents. Let me also thank the National Assembly for their unwavering support and commitment to approving necessary resources that makes such project possible. My deepest appreciation goes to my boss, the Honorable Minister of the FCT, Barrister Ezenwo Nyesom Wike, CON, Life Venture, for your dynamic and unmatchable leadership that continues to inspire progress and development in line with the Renew Hope agenda. We remain grateful to all stakeholders for your understanding, support, cooperation as we embark on this vital project. Finally, I wish to thank specially the friends and supporters of the Honorable Minister for their faith and belief in his capacity to deliver the positive changes. Thank you all for being part of this memorable occasion. God bless the Federal Capital Territory. God bless Nigeria.
Thank you very much, Madam, for that vote of thanks on behalf of the Honorable Minister of State of the FCT. Your Excellency, our distinguished special guest of honor, Your Excellency, our chief host, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the Englishman says that leadership is measured by results. Our next speaker is someone that is known for action, execution, and visible transformation. Since assuming office as the Honorable Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, he has driven development across the territory from the city center to the satellite towns. And a song just rendered in the air, Yendeba, Yendeba. He is one man who has said that he will not leave any part of the FCT out. If he gives to the people in the southern part of FCT, he gives to those in the west, he gives to those in the northern part, he gives to those in the southern part. Today, Your Excellency, residents can see the dividends of purposeful leadership. Please join me in welcoming the Honorable Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, His Excellency, Chief Barrister Nyesom CEO, the Honorable Minister. Your Excellency.
Your Excellency, the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, ably represented by the National Chairman of the All Progressive Congress, Professor Natawe Yewada, former Minister of Humanitarian Affairs, members of the National Working Committee who are here, the single senators and members of the House of Representatives that are here, the Chairman Board of Trustees of the leading opposition party, Senator Mao Ohabunwa. Mr. Chairman, with all due respect, let me recognize the hope of democracy, those who stood by the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, the Speaker and principal officers of the State House of Assembly, Rivers State, Right Honorable Martin Amewule and his team, our dear brother Professor Clement Adibe from Chicago, the Deputy Managing Director, the Executive Director and members of the management staff of CCECC, the Secretary of the Body of Benchers that are here, Acting Head of Service, the Executive Secretary, FCDA, Chief of Staff, Mandate Secretaries, Permanent Secretaries, and all other management staff of the FCTA, our dear leaders that are here, our dear women, our traditional rulers, our youths, gentlemen of the press, ladies and gentlemen. Your Excellency, Mr. President, let me once again join the Executive Secretary, FCDA, in welcoming you to once again flag off the construction of Material CO1 Nile University. This morning, you flagged off the construction of the Southern Parkway. This afternoon again, you have made our time to be with us to also flag off a trial of CO1 Nile University to Ring Road 3. That, of course, shows how committed you are to the welfare of the citizens, residents of Abuja. Your Excellency, as you are coming, let it be known from the Body of Benchers that road is one of the roads that we commissioned in this 30th anniversary. Our attention was drawn by the Body of Benchers during the call to bar of our legal practitioners in the last call to bar. The Chairman Body of Benchers during the call to bar ceremony pleaded with the FCT administration because of the traffic problem coming for bar ceremonies that will be necessary for that road to be put in place. And we did that. We are happy to have completed that. Today, we are continuing with this so that we no longer have log jam. Those of them who will be coming to the bar, to the Body of Benchers, or the call to bar ceremony, or the university. Why I don't want to talk about universities, I'm not there to advertise universities. So because they collect fee from students, they are not paying me to advertise them. So I'll try as much as I can not to be mentioning the universities. But to develop this research institution area, that's the best way I can cover up. So if any university want me to advertise them, do us favor by paying the necessary fee for advertisement. So we're happy that you are here, and I want to assure you that, like we said in the morning, Mr. President has given the directive, all must be done, whether politics is across the corner or not. We must complete every assignment. We must fulfill all the promises we have made to the people of FCT. Be assured that by the grace of God, CCECC has assured us that latest January, they will complete this road, and we believe we'll bring you back here to come again and represent Mr. President to commission this road. Mr. Chairman, today is the 10th day of the 31 days earmarked for commissioning of projects. Like I said in the morning, why we included flag off is that people are worried that now the election is approaching. We hope that we will not abandon or we will not stop after the commissioning. Here is to reiterate and reassure the citizens and residents of Abuja, whether politics or not, will continue to work to make sure we give you the promises, we fulfill the promises that Mr. President has assured you of getting. So let nobody be worried that now that politics is in the corner, that will abandon any project. We are not tired. We continue to work while we prepare for the inauguration of Mr. President in his second tenure in office. So, Mr. Chairman, I thank you for coming. We will not relent. We will continue to invite you. Let me commend CCECC. This is one of the companies that have shown commitment anytime assignment is given to them. If I remember very well, just last week, we were able to commission the Albee Clinton Road, Tundum Emadakin. That job was done within 7-8 months. We have completed that work and it has been commissioned. That was done by His Excellency, the Senate President who represented Mr. President. And I do know again next week, flag off, I think by Mr. Speaker, who will represent Mr. President, to flag off the one of Madakin to Zuba. Since ECC is assigned to that responsibility, and again, they are assigned to this responsibility. They have never failed us, and we plead and urge them not to fail us. We will continue to partner with them. They are good people to partner with. That they have always said they will do their own work. We will also make sure we fulfill our own promise by making sure that we pay them on time. But again, I want to thank them for their commitment to the development of FCT and Nigeria in general. Therefore, Mr. Chairman, I know you've spent so much time with us today. Of course, who will not be happy spending time in doing the right thing and letting people know what your administration under President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has done? It has never been, no history, no government since the creation of Abuja can say, if at all, they've earmarked 7 days to commission project. Mr. President, first year in office, we took 9 days. Second year in office, we took 19 days. Third year, we're taking 31 days. Who knows in fourth year what will happen? On that note, I invite you to come and flag off this project to the glory of God. Thank you and God bless you.
We go there to battle for Tinubu. 2027. We go there make your borders. We go there to battle for Tinubu. We go there make your borders. We go there to battle for Tinubu.
Please, can you have your seats? The workaholic, the tireless, ever working. I don't know when you sleep, Mr. Minister. The Minister of FCT, Barisanyasom Wike, CON. You know, Your Excellency, I'm jealous that you're in PDP. I wish I can corner you and bring you back to APC. But I'm happy that PDP borrowed you to us in 2023. And I'm happy that the national working of PDP, I saw your letter then, borrowing you to us. I didn't know that it will lead to such remarkable feat by you, demonstrating to APC that what APC can do, some of the PDP members can also do it. The Minister of State, FCT, Dr. Maria Mahmoud, here represented by the head of service of the FCT, members of the National Working Committee, led by the 3 vice chairmen, and other members of the NWC who are here present. The members of the National Assembly here present, and also some of the former National Assembly members here. I want to recognize specifically Senator Magnus Abe, a friend, a brother, elder brother, and this time a member of APC and not the PDP. The Minister of FCT to our party to work for us. Ladies and gentlemen, let me thank you for coming. Your Excellency, it's my honor to stand here today to flag off the construction of this Collector Road CO1 from the Nile University axis to the Ring Road 3 in the institution and research district of the Federal Capital Territory. Your Excellency, maybe you selected me because I'm from the research and also from the university environment. And you know that maybe after leaving the office, I may end up in the classroom. So I best fit flagging of this project because it will support my future and where I will finally end up. To the university community, this road is more than a route. It is a connection between learning, law, and the future of our capital. It is also a continuation of the road already completed and linking the body of benches, Nile University and Base University, which we will commission as a part of the project marking 3 years of the Renew Hope agenda of Mr. President. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the Institutional Research District was designed to be an intellectual heart of Abuja. Universities, law chambers, research centers, and innovation hubs are growing here. But ideas cannot move if roads do not move and connect the hearts and people together. That is why this Collector Road CO1 matters most to this regime and government. It will open up access to students, for lecturers, for lawyers, for researchers, and also to the residents. It will reduce the travel time, ease congestion, and link this district already and directly to the Ring Road 3 and wider city. When completed, education and enterprise in this area will move faster. Under the New Hope agenda, we made a choice to finish what was started and to start what we must finish. The first phase of this corridor connecting the body of benches, Nile and Base University is done and ready for commissioning. Today we begin the next phase to Ring Road 3 to complete the loop. That is how we build a city with a plan, not a city of abandoned pieces. Infrastructure must be continuous and it must also be useful to the people within the environment. To the students, staff, and management of Nile University, Best University, and body of benchers, I know construction will bring diversions and delay for a while. Please bear with us. Follow the guidance of traffic officials and engineers on site. Give the contractors room to work safely. Endure the short discomfort now so that our campuses and chambers will have permanent access, safety, and dignity for decades to come. Let me express my deep admiration to His Excellency the Minister of FCT, Barrister Nyesom Wike, CON. I keep on saying, your energy is unmatched. I don't know how you sleep. Sometimes I watch you on TV, on site, moving from one project to another. You supervise yourself. You don't sense. You are there physically. You took over a federal capital with many stalled projects and turned the FCT into a delivery agency. Every day we see an increment, an improvement. I was here just some months ago, and when I came over here, I was almost lost. Every month, every week, you make addition to FCT. You have domesticated the renewal agenda of Mr. President, street by street, district by district. The transformation of Abuja under your watch is bold, visible, worthy of commendation. All I can say is that well done, Mr. Minister, for making it Yedimba.
No be war. Yes, no we can our leader. No be Jojo. Tinubu, our president.
No be wo.
Yes, no we can our leader. No be Jojo. Tinubu, our president.
I also commend the Honorable Minister of State, FCT, Dr. Maria Mahmoud, and the entire FCT and FCTA and FCDA. You are ensuring that every project we flag off today stand the test of time. The FCTA is working as a team, and Abuja residents are the beneficiaries of your effort. To the contractor and engineers on this project, build with speed, but build with quality. Employ Nigerian youths and artisans, transfer skills. Make this collector road CO1 a project that will train people and will serve them. It's important that you employ our youths. It's important that you transfer skills. It's important that you left behind citizens that are better off before this project. That is how infrastructure can create wealth and common prosperity for our people. Fellow Nigerians, 3 years into this administration, the results are speaking. From the Southern Parkway to the Institution and Research District, while laying the fiscal foundation for knowledge-driven economy. Education, justice, and innovation needs roads to strive. Today we provide those roads that are needed to provide those justice and education and innovation to our people. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now my honor, to the glory of God, to officially flag off the construction of Collector Road CO1 an institution and research district from the Nile University area to the Ring Road 3 for the advancement of learning, to the growth of Federal Capital Territory, and for the greatness of our country, Nigeria. Thank you, and may God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
The President, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, speaking through the National Chairman of the All Progressives Congress, is being led now to the area for the official flag-off by the Honorable Minister of the FCT. Round of applause for the guest of honor. That's the official flag off done there by the National Chairman of the All Progressives Congress. Can we have that round of applause for him? This flag off is the opening of new pathways to opportunity, connectivity, and development. When the story of the FCT is written, please, after this, there'll be a group photograph with the guest of honor, the minister, and the heads of government that are here. That's a group photograph taking now. Immediately after this, it will be national anthem. Please, can we be on standby for that? The national anthem, please.
The emperor, the conqueror, the champion, the lion is here.
AIT, sharing the African experience.
As the #1 content creator on YouTube, what if I told you that you could make millions just creating content for YouTube? You want to know how? Stick with me to the end.
And now, let's join ace broadcaster Mamode Akuga as he takes us inside the Niger Delta.
Hello out there and welcome. It's Inside the Niger Delta, the authentic voice of Niger's oil-rich region. I'm your regular host, Mamode Akuga. Residents and small business owners across Rivers, Delta, Cross River and Ondo states are lamenting the rising cost of cooking gas, which they say is placing additional pressure on their incomes. They're calling on the government to seek a permanent solution that will stabilize prices and reduce Nigeria's vulnerability to external market shocks.
The last decade has witnessed a steady increase in the use of liquefied petroleum gas, LPG, popularly known as cooking gas, as a cleaner, safer and more efficient alternative to kerosene, firewood and charcoal. While many urban households and businesses have embraced this transition, several middle-income earners and ordinary Nigerians are beginning to reconsider as a result of the continuous increase in the price of the commodity. The latest surge in the price of cooking gas follows tensions in the Middle East, which in recent months have continued to disrupt global energy markets and influence commodity prices. Business owners across Calabar, Port Harcourt and Ondo State shared with us how the rising cost of cooking gas has continued to negatively affect their operations.
It affects me well. And they say finish like that, no gain. Instead of gain, now for gas. Now they use. I never increase the price of my food. If I increase, I go do, go they buy, I go they carry and go as go eat.
It's not an easy thing to me because all my benefit is inside the gas. So now it's hard for my children now to even get what they will eat. So I'm pleading for this government to think about what they will do to help us.
So I'm using gas to do my business. I cannot feel gas again based on how they price this. I don't tire for this gas issue. From fuel to gas. You don't follow check now. You know if you buy fuel, you know if you buy gas.
The experience is not different for families who are now considering returning to charcoal and firewood, despite concerns about health and environmental impact.
Like me, I normally fill 2 bottles. I will fill one and I have to fill another one for backup. But as it is, to afford one is very difficult.
I'm cooking with firewood recently. Has been causing heat, internal heat in my body. 90% of homes uses gas, but at a point where you cannot afford to buy it, you have to fall back to firewood, and firewood here is even more expensive.
Despite leading Africa's oil and gas industry, Nigeria has long faced recurring exposure to fluctuations in the prices of petroleum products whenever there are disruptions in the international markets. Analysts say this situation has persisted largely due to the country's prolonged inability to restore full refining.
750 rhinos. At an undisclosed location in South Africa's northwest province, these rhinos are being prepared for life in the wild. That's under a scheme by conservation NGO African Parks to rewild 2,000 captive-bred white rhinos. It's a move that could boost the world's wild southern white rhino population by up to 15%. African Parks project manager Donovan Juice said the aim is to rewild around 200 rhinos per year over the next 10 years to various protected areas across Africa.
It's a once-in-a-lifetime.
Thanks for joining us. Yes, we're back here again for your parliamentary program Inside the Parliament on AIT. This is where we give you all the details as it happens from the National and State Houses of Assembly. I am Oyedia Borom. Now, the lawmakers returned from plenary last week with a lot on their plate. They are worried over the recent abductions and kidnappings, especially in Borno State and Oyo State. Now, lawmakers took turns to lament over the rising cases of insecurity in the country, with a recent case where over 40 persons were abducted, including toddlers and some of the teachers that were killed. Now, let's bring you details as the lawmakers deliberated on this and more.
Among those held in captivity is a toddler, 2 years of age, and vulnerable underscored the cruelty and inhumanity of the perpetrator. Saddened that one of the victims of the brutal attack, Mr. Michael Oyedokun, a mathematician, teacher, was beheaded in a gruesome manner and recorded for the public to watch. This was the most barbaric act which has struck fear into the people of the area and the state at large, and even in Nigeria. Mr. President, I have always tried to be present in every day that this thing is sit. As I speak, I am not aware that we have gotten a response to that simple inquiry. If the armed forces is not accountable, if we do not carry out due audit and oversight on resources that we have all been blackmailed to appropriate to protect Nigeria, and we come here lamenting that the things is now taking over the country, I think we need to do more than that.
We have been allocating resources at a time. 3 of our budgets, defense was carrying the highest. And yet, every day, it is either we don't have the arms, or the money is not there to pay allowances for our servicemen. Where is the money going to? Not until we do this scrutiny, we'll not be able to get it right. Because security go hand in hand with also the expenditure.
Well, there you have it from the Red Chamber. Let's go now to the Green Chamber, where it was a similar situation as the lawmakers were visibly sober over the kidnappings and insecurity in the country, calling on security agencies to expedite action to ensure that these persons that have been kidnapped, especially the children and the teachers, are brought back and reunited with their families. Take a listen. The National Assembly and Executive Arm have been asked to commence full implementation of decentralization of the police and regional security architecture towards addressing the escalating security situation across the country. This request follows a motion of urgent public importance by a member representing Ogbomosho North, Ogbomosho South, Orire Federal Constituency, Ayodeji Akala, who drew the House attention to what he described as a worsening security situation in parts of Oyo State, particularly within communities bordering the Old Oyo National Park. The lawmaker told his colleagues that the motion have become necessary following the invasion of Baptist Nursery and Primary School in Yawota Community Grammar School in Esiele and LA Primary School by armed attackers, leading to the abduction of school children and their teachers in broad daylight.
As we sit in the comfort of this chamber, mothers in Orire are sleepless, fathers are broken, and children still in the hands of their captors are crying out for a rescue that has yet to come. And that every passing hour of their captivity is an hour of unbearable agony for families who do not know whether their loved ones are alive or dead. The National Assembly and the executive arm must, without further excuse or delay, commence full implementation of this House-adopted resolution on the decentralized and regional security architecture, the creation of state police, local government policing units, decentralized courts, and an integrated national intelligence and surveillance network. For the people have waited long enough, and every further postponement is paid for in blood of innocents and brings the nation closer to being overrun.
Nigeria's House of Representatives has called for the immediate rescue of 42 school children abducted from Musa Ward in Askira-Uba local government area of Borno State and demanded urgent measures to strengthen security around schools across the country. The call follows a motion of urgent public importance by Midala Balami representing Askira-Uba Federal Constituency of Borno State,
warned that recurring attacks on schools and communities continue to endanger lives, disrupt education, and weaken public confidence in government's effort to tackle insecurity. Balaam, in his motion, expressed concerns over the growing cases of abduction of pupils, describing the protection of students, teachers, and school communities as a fundamental responsibility of the government at all levels. In its resolution, the House have asked the executive arm of government and relevant security agencies to take immediate and decisive steps to secure the release of the 42 abducted school children and all other persons currently being held in captivity across the country. They also called for enhanced security around schools in Borno State and other vulnerable areas through increased deployment of security personnel, improved intelligence gathering, and effective rapid response mechanism.
Well, there you have it from the Green Chamber. Now, lawmakers are still asking for the expeditious passage of the state police, which many believe will quell the problem of insecurity in the country. Let's bring you details of this and more.
We are standing with Nigerians on the issue of state police. Cross-section of Nigerians have made it clear that there cannot be a better time to have state police in Nigeria than now. And that's where we stand. Where do we come in? Where we come in is to now help translate this popular desire of the Nigerian people into reality as elected representatives of the Nigerian people. It may be said, it may be, you may sing with it, you may joke with it, you may just do anything about it. People may even shed tears until it is law. It does not happen. And that's where the parliament comes in. We came to a conclusion that we were going to pass the constitutional amendment with respect to making provision for the state police. And if I can tell you as of today, that will come to fruition this very week, because there is no need, to allow any further delay in it. And again, speaking to our staff, the National Assembly, and when I say the National Assembly, the team of the National Assembly led by the chairman of the Senate Committee on Constitutional Review, where I'm the vice chairman. The chairman, as you know, is His Excellency Senator Jubril Barau, who is the Deputy President of the Senate, and the chairman of the House Committee on Constitutional Review is also the Deputy Speaker, His Excellency Distinguished Senator Ben Kalu, representing the National Assembly. There have been a series of meetings with the Office of the Attorney General, the Chief of Staff to the President, the Inspector General of Police, and other stakeholders. Very serious meetings in the last 1 week. And that's why I can sit here and tell you that, we are pursuing that this week. It's probably going to be the most important, the most topical and most crucial issue we'll be dealing with as a parliament this week. And what we have resolved to do is to isolate it from the rest of the bills that we have on proposed constitutional amendment, so that we can vote on this ASAP in the National Assembly, so that the bill can be on its way to the 36 State House of Assembly.
Well, if you just joined us, you're watching your program Inside the Parliament on AIT. Let's bring you other activities as it shaped the both chambers of the National Assembly.
Nigeria's House of Representatives has called on the executive arm of government to urgently release adequate funds to the Nigerian Center for Disease Control and Prevention (NCDC) to strengthen the country's preparedness against the growing threat of Ebola virus following a recent outbreak in DRC. The resolution follows a motion of urgent public importance by Amobi Oga, who raised concerns over the outbreak of a rare strain of Ebola in the province of the Democratic Republic of Congo, as reported by the Africa Center for Disease Control and Prevention on May 15, 2026. Oga noted the outbreak poses a significant public health risk to Nigeria due to the country's porous borders and high level of cross-border movement, informing his colleagues that the NCDC had on May 25, 2026 classified Nigeria as being at high risk of Ebola importation and activated emergency preparedness measures, including placing the National Emergency Operations Center on alert. The lawmaker, however, expressed concerns that despite the heightened risk, the NCDC has been grappling with severe funding challenges, disclosing that the agency received no operational funding in 2015, while no capital releases have been made against its approved 2026 budget allocation, with irregular and grossly inadequate overhead releases. Oga warned that the prolonged funding gap has weakened the NCDC's capacity to carry out critical health security functions, including outbreak response operations, laboratory services, disease surveillance, logistics coordination, and emergency preparedness activity. The lawmaker cautioned that if urgent funding is not provided, Nigeria's ability to respond effectively to the surging Ebola threat and other epidemic-prone diseases could be severely compromised. The House in its resolution directed the executive arm of government to immediately release funds appropriated for the NCDC to enable the agency settle outstanding liabilities and carry out its statutory responsibilities effectively. Lawmakers also mandated the House Committee on Infectious Disease to monitor the utilization of the released funds and report back to the House for further legislative action. Well, on our interview segment today, we had a chat with the senator representing Oyo North, Senator Abdul Fatai Buhari. He speaks on the motion which he raised on the floor that called the attention of senators on the abduction in Oyo State. You had a lot to talk about the insecurity in the country, whether state police will be the solution to some of these problems in Nigeria. Take a listen.
I was there. The soldiers, they brought a battalion there, full in that area. The same thing with the police and the DSS.
Was it after the incident or during the incident?
Okay. And that's the reason why.
And how swift was their response?
Less than 24 hours, which was good. From Ibadan, which was good.
24 hours?
Yeah, less than that.
And you think that was good enough?
It was good enough because they from Ibadan to Ogumasho, it was less than 24 hours.
24 hours, you could have traveled, they could have even left the shores of the country.
The argument is that since they came in and then they've relocated to that area, a lot of things have changed. It was a very short period. I'm going to be honest with you. They won't just start coming. They have to prepare too. They have to call the men. They have to carry their equipment. And then there are some of the vehicles that will take a longer time to move. And those are the things that really help the psyche of the people from that area. Even when I went there, I've been there 4 times, 3 times alone. The 4th one was when we went the federal government delegation to the area. So, and we were very happy. They stationed themselves in between Yawata and Esiele, the battalion. And the other side, the police unit too was there. So far, they've done well. So you don't accuse them wrongly. And then if there's going to be, you want to audit, we have Army Committee. You can make that submission on Army Committee, of which I'm also a member. You can now go on your oversight. From your oversight, you do that. You don't expose security. They are also laying down their lives. That is where I disagree with that is additional prayer. It's not in the interest of the public.
Do you have a problem with the timing when the prayer is coming?
probably because the focus now is how to rescue these children. But it doesn't take away the fact that so much funds has gone into the military, and yet we're yet to see results of this.
I don't know where you have your facts from the so much fund that.
No, but from the budget, the security have had the largest chunk of all the budget so far in the last 3 years.
On that, I agree with you. I know what you are talking about. But don't forget one thing. It's not only Oyo. It's happening in Kwara. It's happening in Kebbi. It's happening in Maiduguri. It's happening almost everywhere in the country. And these people are foreigners that are coming from another country. And we need that information for us to block. Maybe where do they pass? It's in the forest.
I've listened to some of your colleagues time and time again who also say that some of these incidents are politically motivated because most times they happen just before an election. Do you agree with them?
No, I disagree because except they want to tell me that nothing happened in 2000 and we are now in 2026. Except they want to tell me that nothing happened in 2023, nothing happened in 2024, and nothing happened in 2025. It's only in 2026. Then I'll agree. I always base my own argument on facts. I remember last year, we remember Katsina student. The same last year, we remember Niger. And this year again, another Niger. So there are times we trivialize things. Everything we say is politics. We are in pain. You shouldn't trivialize the issue that is paining all of us. These people, you need to see the family. My sister, you need to see the family. Let me tell you something. There is this woman. She should be between 45 to 50. She's not up to 50, I'm sure. That the husband was beheaded. When she saw me, then, Senator, when is my husband coming back? Where is my husband? Up to now, I couldn't answer. I was just practicing. I said, don't worry, you don't be all routine. I'm just trying to console her. And when the federal government delegation now went in, that was the same question she asked. The chief of staff have to hug her to start begging her, including the Nurubadu, the NSA. But it was a very powerful delegation the president sent. So these are the serious things. You can see you now start telling me.
Distinguished, I know a question was raised yesterday whether the country is helpless at this time, because I've seen the Senate have closed session with heads of security agencies for over 9 hours. We were here, we waited till the end of it. Several motions on the floor. Is there another thing to do right now? Are we helpless at this time?
We are not helpless. It's something the security agent could do. Let me give you an example. Let me take the Oyo issue. We are talking of the children. If we want to go to war with them, are we ready to take risk with 46 children, toddlers? The only sin they committed was that they went to school. So they have to be tactical, they have to be careful. Life I involved. We are not dealing with only the criminals. Our children are involved. So when this type of issue happens, it becomes very, very difficult to act. That is the issue. It's not that we are helpless. If it were to be war, it's a different thing entirely, and then they are able to go, we will conquer them. But they always use this key and use the terrain of the forest. Our soldiers, if they are ready to go, they will be ready to take them on. But how about the children? Supposing, I just gave you an example. They beheaded an adult. Supposing they start torturing or killing those kids, the same Nigerian will say, they are killing our children.
But distinguished, do you think the issue of state police will solve all of these problems?
I believe in state police.
Okay.
I believe in state police a lot. Maybe the reason why I believe in it is that I serve as the commissioner for local government. And I know the local government is very, very close to the people. And within your area, within your vicinity, they will know everybody. Let me give you an example. A woman that was selling beans and bread within that area, suddenly they say shoot up between 10,000, 15,000, 20,000, at times up to 30,000 every morning. They were buying. So she thought market was booming, or maybe they are building some construction. And she was just wondering. She also increased where she was buying her bread from. Unknown to her, that is these same people that were doing surveillance the first 2 days before the strike. It was when the incident happened that I said, so these people that buy bread and beans, they were stockpiling food. That Adibi is a developed world. That is where those 3 years come. When you see it, you say it, and it will be sorted. But probably Adibi, at the time, she saw the market jumping from this that ordinarily she will sell less than 1,000, 1,005. And the thing suddenly jumped to 10,000, 15,000, 20,000. So, even if she reach home, or she decide to go and see the ballet or the cabbie, some people always come and they come on a bike.
What do you have to say about the fears of so many people who also believe that probably some of the state governors may just use state police against them?
I've listened to this argument. My answer is, even if you want to silence us, it's 4 years, every 4 years. We are not doing election every year. We are not doing election
4 years
every year.
is long enough.
No, that's what we're saying. It's 4 years different. Let's assume this year you're able to use the state police to silence us and you achieve. And then what happened the following year? What happened the third year? What happened the fourth year? What happened the fifth year? And let me give you an example. In the developed world, particularly America, the state police in Texas, they won't obey the federal police. They have their own jurisdiction. They have what they do. And then don't forget one thing. There are times, even the command, they may not even listen to the state governor. It's not everybody you command to go and do bad thing that he will listen to you. That's the truth. There are some people, the love of the country or the love of the state will paramount in their heart. That's why I said we need what is called reorientation. Let's reorientate our people. Okay, let's assume you say you are using state police and you ask me as the commander-in-chief of your state police, you now ask me to go and destroy Ogbomoso, which is my hometown. They can only use it only once, and it may not even work, but it will help. There is nothing in this world that has no pros and cons, but you weigh the options and see which one will be far, far better. If the state police will come and help us solve this kidnapping issue, all this terrorism, why won't we use it? Let's wait for the time of election that you want to use.
All right, before I let you go, in about just few days, the Senate will be marking 3 years since its inauguration. I know it's been a lot of ups and downs, lawmaking oversight, but if you are to rate the performance of the Senate so far in 3 years, including your committee as the chair of aviation.
We have not been perfect. We have not reached there, but we can reach there soon. I'm very pleased and I'm very happy. And like I said, I will keep thanking the federal government. There's one thing they have done for my own constituency or my own senatorial that is making me happy very well. In the whole of my senatorial, there's a place we call Lokobu. It's 10 local government. There's no federal government college. I didn't say federal government college. But now, among the new university, we were given one, Federal University of Agriculture and Technology, OKO. Just like what Michelle Obama said, he said, give a child an education, then you have done what? You have already enriched and developed and empowered the nation. Why is the children, our children that they abducted, why is it paying off? Those are our future.
There are lots of comments out there that most lawmakers are here for themselves. That's why I asked that question on what the Senate has achieved so far in the last 3 years. How do you begin to shape, perception out there that lawmakers are actually working for the people?
You see, the perception of the people, there's no way you can take it away from them. If you talk, it's a big problem. If you don't talk, it's a big problem. It's normal. It's you. There is this guy, I like him so much. Usain Bolt. I didn't like him because he's a sprinter. I like him because of his word. He said, 100-meter dash. You don't look sideways. You don't look back. The only thing, the target is your team. So when you are a legislature and you think they won't abuse you or they won't criticize you, you must be joking.
In terms of oversight, how do you rate the Senate? In
my own committee, I'll give myself a pass mark. I'm the chairman of aviation, and if you see a lot of developmental that has happened at our airport, the only complaint people will do or they are still doing is delay delay. But in terms of the services, go to most of the airport, particularly Lagos, Abuja, Port Harcourt. Even Wi-Fi is working there now, and the foreigners are happy. Little things like this. The service, when you go to the toilets, you see 24 hours. They are cleaning it. You see, little. Initially, it's not like that.
Well, it's been 3 years of the National Assembly, 3 years of lawmaking, 3 years of oversight functions to the various ministries, departments, and agencies of government, and a lot of controversy as well. But Nigerians are asking, they want the lawmakers to ensure that the laws they are making will impact positively in the lives of Nigerians. Well, that's the much we can bring to you on today's edition of Inside the Parliament on AIT. Do join us again next week. I am Oyeda Oro.
Years after President Bola Tinubu assumed office, Nigeria's journey under the Renewed Hope agenda continues to generate intense national debates. The administration has embarked on far-reaching economic reforms, including the removal of fuel subsidy, the unification of the foreign exchange markets, tax reforms, and efforts to strengthen public finances. Government officials insist these difficult but necessary measures are beginning to produce positive results, citing improvements in some macroeconomic indicators, increased government revenues, renewed investor confidence, and signs of economic recovery. However, beyond the statistics, many Nigerians continue to grapple with the realities of daily life. The cost of living remains painfully high, with soaring food prices, rising transportation fares, escalating energy costs, and shrinking household purchasing power, placing enormous pressure on families and businesses. For many citizens, the anticipated benefits of the reforms are yet to be felt in their everyday lives. At the same time, insecurity continues to cast a shadow over national development, from terrorism and banditry to kidnapping for ransom and communal violence. Many communities still face persistent security threats that affect livelihoods, agricultural production, investment, and public confidence. While security agencies report successes in several operations, concerns remain over the frequency of violent attacks and the safety of lives and property across different parts of the country. The Tinubu administration marked its third anniversary in office on May 29 this year, and with it comes some important questions which require answers. Have the economic reforms laid the foundation for sustainable growth, or have they imposed unbearable hardship on ordinary Nigerians? Are the government's achievements sufficient to justify the sacrifices citizens have made. How effective has the administration been in addressing the nation's security challenges? And what more should be done to ensure that economic recovery translates into real improvements in the lives of Nigerians? These are the issues we shall interrogate on today's edition of Jigsaw. Dr. Ene Ogbole is a member of the All Progressives Congress APC. She joins us on today's Jigsaw to assess the achievements, the challenges, and the road ahead for the Tinubu administration after 3 years in office.
All right, nice to know you're there. The program's Jigsaw on Africa Independent Television, AIT. I'm Oloyede Oworu, sitting in again for Gbenga Aruleba, who is taking care of business out of town. And like you heard from the prologue, we're going to be taking on things that have happened in the administration of President Bola Tinubu since he came into power in 2023. You can call it the good, the bad, and the ugly. And like you also heard, we are joined in the studio by Dr. Ene Ogbole, activist, public affairs analyst, and also a member of the All Progressives Congress, as you're about to find out when we start talking. Doc, many thanks for coming on Jigsaw. Perhaps we should begin on what's been making headlines today. Comments accredited to the NDC presidential candidate Peter Obi calling for President Bola Tinubu's resignation. Some people have called it a reckless statement made out of ignorance, but there's another school of thought that says, well, look, these are the conversations we need in a countdown to election, where, I mean, all the issues are addressed and none swept under the carpet. Where do you stand on all this?
Good morning, and thank you for having me. It's my pleasure being with you here to attend to pressing national issues and also to throw more light, on areas of controversies and all of that from an objective perspective. That is what I owe my country as an activist. That's what I owe my country as a patriot, and I will stop at nothing to do that. Obi at it again, if you ask me. That is what I'll call it. And it wasn't just a reckless statement, like others said. And I think that statement was also made out of cluelessness and ignorance. That I can tell you for free. The question every right-thinking person will ask is, why is he asking for the resignation of the president? That is one question on one side. And then number two, for whatever reasons he thinks that he's asking Mr. President to resign, of course, perhaps for reasons of maladministration, for reasons of failure in government, or so on and so forth. Anybody who is also reasonable and thinking in the right direction will know that he's clueless, and he does not know what is happening in his immediate society. He does not know that the administration, perhaps because he doesn't want to know from the point of an opposition person.
When you say clueless, do you really mean that?
Absolutely. And I'm going to justify that in no time. He's clueless, and I have my reasons for saying so. He's clueless because when he had the opportunity to bring about a paradigm shift in government and administration and development in his state, he didn't do anything. He's clueless because he does not see anything good in the government and country that he intends to rule. He's clueless because he has deliberately refused to listen, dissect, and know the truth that is on ground, and of course, where the government is headed to. So I think he's clueless.
But some people will say, well, there are some justifications for the cause. Maybe calls for resignation might be a bit extreme in some cases, but you really can't fault him for, having not so nice things to say in line with what people seem to be going through.
I don't understand when you mean that people say he's justified. How is this justified?
Well, I'm saying justified, but I'm saying that maybe calls for resignation might be extreme, but for him to have maybe seemingly unsavory things to say about the government.
You
With
see,
what people are going through now, it's not
you see,
out of order.
You see, Obi, by rights, has gotten to a stage in politics and leadership and governance where we should not expect to hear him come out to make careless statements. He should be guided at all times if he's what he claims to be. Because if you ask me, there should be concrete reasons why Obi should say the president of Nigeria should resign from office. That's number one. And then number two, even if you want the president of Nigeria to resign from office, you have to check the timing of your statement, number one. And then number two, there are other ways, other better and civil and diplomatic ways you can coin some of this, public statements that you make. A situation where somebody who claims that he deserves or has, the profile and then the pedigree of becoming the president of Nigeria cannot even guide the words that comes out of his mouth. It's questionable. It shows that he's just a clown, who is trying to...
Please be nice about the language, clown. That's a bit harsh, isn't it?
A clueless one at that.
Now, okay, so what you're saying now, you have nothing against him criticizing the president. Maybe it's just his choice of words and the way he's gone about it?
You see, criticism is part of governance and politics. But there's what we call constructive criticism. That is on one side. And then number two, when you want to criticize, you must have germane points with which you are throwing out the criticism and tantrums. You don't just wake up from one side of the bed one day because perhaps you are aggrieved that Nigerians did not vote you into power in 2023. You think it's your birthright to become the president of Nigeria against the wish of the people. And then that annoyance and grievances, just takes you off to say whatever you want to say when you want to say them without watching your word, without filtering the words that comes out of your mouth. What are the qualities of a leader? The ability to control yourself in whatever situation, the ability to watch what you say in the public space, the ability for you to dissect what you want to say, look at it from all sides to ensure that you don't just throw a country into trouble, throw a country into war, or begin to paint the picture of your country in a way and manner that is detrimental, particularly when you know that what you are saying is not true. And this is Obi's talking trade. Obi had there's time for everything, like you and I know. There's time for campaigns, there's time for election, there's time also for governance. As patriots, what do? When the time for election is over, I think as patriots who actually want their country to develop, who want their country to be in peace and tranquility, who want Nigeria to develop and meet and compare favorably with other countries of the world, what you do is after election, you put politics behind you and begin to see how all hands can come on deck to begin to profile solutions. Because first of all, Nigeria has to exist before you can even be the president of Nigeria. But the situation where at all times, the only thing you have to say about the country that you so wish to govern, you so wish to change, you so wish, to develop, are negative in nature. It shows that you have other motives that are known to the people. And this is what we are thinking it is. Because he has never seen anything good with Nigeria. He has never seen anything good with our leadership. And then you now ask, what are your track records? When you were the governor of Anambra State, what did you leave behind? What are the concrete things that you can show to Nigerians and say, this is what I left behind, apart from throwing numbers and figures and data that are fictitious and unreal around?
All right, Professor, let me take your mind back to 2019, when incumbent President Tinubu was campaigning for President Muhammadu Buhari of blessed memory. He did say things similar. He did call for Jonathan's resignation in light of the security challenges that were on ground then. And he also pointed to some economic downturns that were going on. What's the difference between then and now?
Well, there's no difference. And whatever I've said about Obi is applicable to all politicians. Because like I've always reiterated, there has to be a Nigeria before we can talk about who governs the Nigeria. A situation where your words, where your comments, where your phrases are capable
Did President Tinubu say anything different? What, did it sound nicer than the way that Peter Obi has put it this time? Because it was also a resignation call.
We are saying the same thing, that people must guide their words. It doesn't matter who. As a politician, as a leader, as a patriot, because you never can also tell where the bat can go.
Yeah.
We must guide our words, and we must also be sure. We must also bear in mind that whatever we say, we speak for or against us at some point in time. And beyond that, we have younger ones whom we're supposed to mentor. We have younger ones who are supposed to learn from us. We have younger ones who are also going to make references to what we said at one point in our political history as a leader of the
So I
country.
take that to mean that you're also of the view that probably President Tinubu then shouldn't have also called for his resignation.
Well, I don't know whether that was too
I don't want to
harsh
put you in the
or
spot,
not.
but
I'm putting
I
on the
take
spot.
that to mean that that's what you're also
He had
saying.
his reasons, and but I think that we can approach issues better and also make more civil statements that can bring about.
So in other
peace
words,
and
calls
stability.
for resignation, whoever it comes from, probably at a time like this, isn't the right thing to do. I guess
It
that's what
might
you're
not
saying.
be the right thing. Yes.
Okay, so let's move on to, you talked about germane reasons. That probably there were no germane reasons for calls for resignation. But with what's on ground, with the security situation that's on ground, with the way that people are grappling with economic realities, surely the present administration must be expecting some harsh words. The average man doesn't seem to understand a lot of the things that people in higher places are saying, and the views expressed by certain politicians actually do represent the views of a lot of the average Nigerians. What do you have to say about that?
Well, I'm going to speak from the point of strength and knowledge, because if you ask me, I understand what it means to grow an economy, particularly when the successor inherited a very damaged economy from his predecessor, where things were at the verge of collapsing and where the country was living on fiction and nothing that was real. There was subsidization of so many things. The dollar was subsidized, the petroleum was subsidized, with a lot of crises surrounding it. And then here comes a leader who says, look, we can't continue in that trajectory. We need to begin to do things differently. We need to begin to do the right thing, not minding whose ox is God. Yes, you know what reforms are. You know what reforms represent. And one thing that is certain is this: I think that we need to begin to redefine the meaning of the meaning of the concept of reform, because many people, I think, are just beginning to throw this word reforms, just like that, not knowing the nitty-gritty and what reforms, entails. Reform is the best way to control, stabilize, consolidate, grow, and then begin to achieve development in any country of the world. There's no country that has developed to certain levels, whether the second or the first or the second world countries, that have not at one point in time embarked on serious economic reforms that touches on almost all sectors of the economy. You talk about health, you talk about power, you talk about infrastructure, you talk about the economy. You just talk about a holistic approach to setting a country on the right trajectory. It comes with pains.
Yeah, but for the average Nigerian in the last 3 years, pain to some people is actually putting it mildly for what they're going through. Some people are going through real horrible times.
No, but you see, let me tell you, whenever any government comes on board, we sing the same song. Both are activists, both are citizens, and that is also relative. Because I'm going to tell you a true life story, okay? Like I said before, development takes time everywhere in the world, even in your home. When you give birth to a child, the child is first an infant, and then he becomes a child, a toddler, and begins to grow until he assumes the status of an adolescent, and then maturity. And, life is in stages, particularly when you know what you're doing. You expect that everything happens over time, particularly in a complex society like ours, where everybody wants everything free. At what point are we going to develop? At what point are we going to take the bull by the horn? At what point are we going to start facing our economy realistically, not on illusion, not on falsehood? It is tough. It has to be tough. For instance, when you have a cancerous patient, you're living with cancer, it's excruciating pain. You have to embark on a surgery to remove the cancer to set you free. It's a bigger pain. But do you rather live with cancer and die in a short time? No. It's just to make up your mind. Face the pain of the surgery, and then you are free and free forever. This is what we are facing. We were in a very critical epileptic situation. We were going down on a daily basis. The economy was collapsing. Things were falling apart, and the center obviously was not going to hold. Until this man with experience came and said, look, it's not going to be funny. It's going to cost me my popularity, but it is better done than never. And this is why he embarked on these programs. But you also agree with me that to a large extent, this hardship is beginning to go down a bit.
Oh, really?
Yes, if you ask me.
I'm not too sure too many people would agree with that.
Well, I don't know. It's my opinion.
Yeah, based on your circumstances.
And I'm going to tell you why.
Yeah.
When the president came on board, we were buying a bag of rice for about 100 and something thousand naira. Yes, that was the peak of the hardship. That was when the reform that was alien for the people or to the people was hitting very hard. But at some point, we also had to come in terms with reality. That was when every corner became one form of farm. Everybody went back to the farm. Everybody who was roaming around the city knew that there was a need to go and indulge in something productive. People started realigning, and things started getting better. As I speak to you today, there's nowhere, whether the backyard of the house, whether the compound, there's nowhere you go to in Benue State that you don't see farm. That is solving many problems. We have the health implication that is resolving. We have food sufficiency that is beginning to come on board. We have so many people are now even more active with their lives, their minds and thoughts. Do you understand? But the situation we had before was a situation where people didn't need to do much to get everything. How will that be sustained? And that was why we were living on falsehood. And that was why everything that was happening around us was fictitious. And the economy was going to collapse in no distant time. Everywhere in the world, people labor to earn a living. And you must work hard to earn a living. This is what the president has said. He said, look, we must begin to aim higher. We must begin to achieve development in the real sense of it. We must begin to grow our external reserves. We must begin to take care of practically in schools. People have to begin to go to schools. And that is why you have the educational reforms. Medicals have to be subsidized and sometimes free. That is happening. Roads have to be constructed and built. Nigeria has been converted into a huge construction site. There is no time in our history when you have road construction going on simultaneously in the 36 states of Nigeria and Abuja inclusive.
I'm going to take you up on that later because it's interesting you talk about that. There's some people that are saying that this huge construction site that Nigeria has been turned into, some of the construction projects are not what the country needs right now.
No, I'm ashamed for anybody to say that roads are not what the country needs. What happens to commerce?
Or not necessarily, not that there shouldn't be roads, maybe where the roads, the type of project.
Let me tell you.
For example, people have talked about this Lagos, Calabar, Coastal Highway. They just feel that the kind of money that's been expended on that thing, it's just
you see,
fall in line with our needs right now.
See, when you don't know what to say, you begin to exhibit ignorance. Okay. And if you ask me, any right-thinking Nigerian who comes to say that road construction has been on the front burner since I was born, and then somebody comes up to say, look, let us construct roads, and then somebody says it's not important or it's not pertinent, the person must be a clown.
But if I'm saying there's more important things.
What are the important things that he's not touching on? Tell me. What are the important things that the president is not touching on as we speak? You talk about education, he's touching on education. You talk about health, he's touching on health. You talk about power, decentralized power. You talk about tax reform, you talk about financial reform, fiscal reforms. Which area is he not? You talk about agriculture, with the introduction of livestock.
So a lot of these things you're talking about, in the eyes of many, aren't working. You're talking about power. A lot of people don't have proper electricity
This
supply.
is the incubation period for every development.
This is 3 years down the line. Isn't that a long period of incubation, or what kind of incubation period are we looking at?
Let me tell you, yes. You see, right now, power has been decentralized. What that means is he has given states the power to generate and transmit lights. That is a policy and reform in the right direction. We've been talking about devolution of power. Analysts come here and talk about devolution of power from time to time. And then at some point I also ask myself, what do Nigerians want? They will come and ask of this. Once you start, the same people who have been clamoring for what you have decided to bring to fruition, the next minute they are against it because they want to be in power or because they are not in tune with the person in power or something. Is it about ourselves or is it about our collective development?
Or is it some sort of jinx? Because you're talking about power. I mean, we're still stuck on what? I think less than 5 megawatts. So I didn't calculate this thing. The generation is a huge problem, and it's made to look like rocket science. Is there any? I don't think there's much that the president administration.
I've just told you that power has been decentralized.
Yeah, right.
I've told you that, so that
So what's likely to happen
That is
from there?
one. That is one, and I'm going to also, reiterate some other, points here right away. One of the biggest problems leaders face, or we are facing in Nigeria, is that of sabotage. There are people who have interest in some particular sectors, and whenever there are policies formulated to improve on those sectors, you realize that those who have interests, either by ways of business that they have established over time to to make alternative supply to the people or something, they sabotage these policies. The same thing is applicable to our security. It's no news that in our security architecture, we have sabotage and we also have fifth columnists within the security architecture. This is making the fight against insurgents and insurgency very difficult for the government. It is rather unfortunate that very innocent people, patriots, who have decided to serve their country, who have pledged to serve their country, to restore peace and order and security of lives and property, are losing their lives on a daily basis as frontliners in the battleground. But what baffles me is whether these people are still human beings. Why do they do this? Some of them are intended to run down the government, not minding the number of Nigerians, number of, what do I say now? Number of very innocent people.
It's interesting you talk, because people seem to frown at some of the things you just said now. Saboteurs, fifth colonists, which you are claiming a major part of the problem. When you identify these, why don't you fish them out, name them and shade them, instead of having anonymous saboteurs and fifth columnists that people in power seem to talk about?
It's just like a football match. When you're watching a football match and you're not the one in the pitch, you see all the mistakes. And you sit down in the comfort of your home, and then you begin to criticize and say how he's supposed to have thrown the ball the left way and then the right ways and all of that.
You sound like a sportswoman.
I'm not actually a sports person. I only play tennis anyway. That is by the way. So you make comments, you say everything, and they make it look very easy. But you can only know if it is easy or not when you get to the pitch. That is what happens. All hands are on deck. Everything within the confines of the law. But you must also remember that fighting security is not what you and I think it is. It is no news that people who we call insurgents and Boko Harams and whatever you want, or terrorists or whatever you want to call them, are our children, our brothers, our uncles and fathers, and so on and so forth. Tackling insurgency head-on by ways of neutralization and so on and so forth is just our last alternatives. It's not what any right-thinking person would want to do. Because when you lose people, you lose value. When you lose people, you decongest your country. When you decongest your country for reasons like that, you also lose strength. It is not what any right-thinking government or human being would like to do, but these are necessities. While that is ongoing, don't ever imagine that decisions are just taken impromptu to just go and kill, go and neutralize. And there are lots and lots and lots of factors you put into consideration before you sometimes arrive at those very brutal decisions of going to confront insurgents and terrorists and bandits head on. But whatever it is, one thing is certain. The Tinubu government is committed to enhancing security and securing the lives and properties of all Nigerians. And I can tell you for free that if there are ways they can go into profitable, negotiations or ways of wooing these people back and integrating them into the society, that would have been the best bet. But while those attempts are ongoing, why heads are being rubbed together, why decisions have been made.
Now, that's one place where I think you're really going to touch a few raw nerves from what I can gather, because these are people that have killed thousands. They've killed thousands, and you talk about reintegrating them back into the society where they've killed everybody.
If that is an option, we can't lose.
Is it an option? Should it be an option?
Well, it's dicey, and I'm going to tell you why.
Okay.
Terrorists are killing Nigerians. Nigerian soldiers are killing terrorists. The first question I want to ask is, does two wrongs make a right? Because in all of this, Nigerians are being brutally killed. In all of this, Nigerians are being brutally killed. The question is, how do we salvage this situation? How can we avert killing from both sides? Military killing the insurgents killing the people. It's what all hands ought to be on deck for.
I think the first side is that we need to stop the insurgents from killing the people. If some people say if you have to wipe out the insurgents to stop them from killing the people, so be it. Doc, you're going to hold your thoughts for a minute. You're watching Jigsaw on Africa Independent Television. We'll take a short break. When we come back, me and Dr. Joe will continue talking. Don't go away.
Thank you.
The stories now break online. Don't miss anything from our real-time updates and exclusive content. Follow and participate in discussions on live TV studio programs to shape the narratives. Subscribe, engage, and share from AIT.live at AIT_online on X, AIT Online on Facebook, Official AIT Live on Instagram, TikTok, and Threads on YouTube. Stay connected with AIT. On air, online, on live.
New chapter in political discourse. The conversations that matter most are stepping into the spotlight like never before. Political platform, the hard-hitting, no-holds-barred program you have trusted on Ray Power Radio is making a powerful move to television. Tune in to Africa Independent Television, AIT, as political platform debuts on your screen, bringing deeper analysis, sharper debates, and the voices shaping our nation's future right into your screens. From policy and politics breakdowns to real-time discussions with key stakeholders, this is more than a program. It is where opinions are tested, truths are uncovered, and the people's voice is heard. Join seasoned hosts and expert guests as they tackle the issues that define our democracy. No filters, no distractions, just real talk. Political platform now on AIT, 9 to 10 a.m. every weekday. Stay informed, stay engaged, be part of the conversation.
All right, nice to know you're still there. And if you're just joining us, you're watching Jigsaw on Africa Independent Television, and the aura of the third anniversary of President Bola Tinubu's administration is still in the air, and we are taking a look at the good, the bad, and the ugly. And joining me in the studio looking at all these is Dr. Ene Ogbole. Dr. Ogbole is an activist, public affairs analyst, and a member of the All Progressives Congress. Doc, thanks for still staying with us. Now, just before we went on that break, you were talking about the issue of these terrorists, being our brothers, and that's, I mean, the former chief of defense, I think, was quoted as saying something like that, and he really set the cat amongst the pigeons and got a lot of people very angry. Surely, should we really be referring to people like that as brothers who are wiping out people in their thousands? I mean, and people are saying that it's because of views like that. That's why an approach that isn't militant enough is what's being employed, and that's why these guys are continuing to get away with murder.
Okay, thank you very much. As part of my introduction, I'm also a very strong member of the Tinubu Support Group, one of the pioneer groups that conceptualized, the coming on board of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu in their quest to restore peace, order, and development in Nigeria. But be that as it may, let me now, go back to the question that you asked. I'm over 40 years of age and a patriotic Nigerian. I'm a very civil Nigerian, a Nigerian who has been at my best in any way I find myself. I am entitled to my opinion, and I'm a very compassionate person. I have empathy, and I see Nigeria as a country that we should live harmoniously together and develop together a step at a time. And that is what informed my position on whether we should, deploy other measures, other ways of combating insurgency. Beyond my opinion, we have a government that is capable, a government with very brilliant and intelligent people, well experienced in all ramifications of economy and development, so both security and so on and so forth. So my opinion, I don't think really counts. The president, the administration and the president is at liberty
to do what it wants.
What they deem best for Nigeria, in line with the provisions of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, because nobody has the right to do anything out of the Constitution. And if the Constitution permits that this is what should happen, who am I to say that shouldn't happen? But I've only spoken as a mother. I've only spoken as a woman with a lot of compassion and who has serious concern about how well Nigeria move in the nearest future, because it's not just about now, because if we end up cleaning all ourselves, what happens from there? Do you understand? So that is why we have to be very careful with the way we handle this matter of insurgency. I'm not a security expert, like you know, but I'm only just, touching it on the surface just to be able to air my opinion about what I think is best for Nigeria, even though what I think is best might not even be good enough. So it behoves on the Federal Republic of Nigeria and what they deem right in that regards. Thank you.
Okay, there's obviously a clear link between the issue of economy and security, because it's been largely said that it's, the idle hands as a result of unemployment, as a result of a bad economy, is why we have so many bad guys available through these insurgents and people who don't mean the country well. So let's get back to the economy. Yes, I mean, you talked about, I mean, the Tinubu administration grabbing the bull by the horns. Country was going on a trajectory that was not sustainable.
Definitely.
Yeah, but I mean, as unsustainable as it is, the present reforms of the past few years have also, like I said, have caused pains.
Sorry, can you repeat that, please?
And made
repeat
things.
that, please. Repeat your question.
I said yes. Okay, I said that you yourself said at the beginning that the present administration halted Nigeria from going on a trajectory that was not
so economic collapse. Yes.
Yeah, economic collapse. And in some senses, we seem to hear reports that there are quite a few macroeconomic gains in terms of growth and all that. But people are saying that these are things that are not trickling down to the ordinary man. Are these things that we also have to wait? I mean, we've waited 3 years to get to where we are now. I mean, how much longer are we going to wait for things to really trickle down, for them to have the effect that will probably reduce unemployment, idleness, and make less of these bad guys available for insurgents?
Well, let me tell you something about economic recovery and stability. Maybe we need to ask Chinese people and government how they were able to make it.
Okay.
The sojourn to achieving development in China was not an easy journey. It took a lot. It took lives, it took hunger, it took sacrifices, it took risk, it took, I can go on and on and on and on and on. But one thing is certain. The government was ready on one hand, and the citizens also were ready on the other hand. We get it wrong most times because we heap all the problems on the head of the government and administration at every point in time. We hardly point out where the citizens have obligations to meet that they are not meeting. For instance, well, it is multidimensional, and I'm going to just, expatiate on a few of them because of want of time. This government has come, and one of the cardinal points of the government is we want to attain self-reliance. How do you attain self-reliance becomes the question. I want to ask you in earnest, in your candid opinion, how many jobs do you think the government can create?
Okay, Doc, I'm the one that asks the questions around
Hold
here.
on.
So you're going to give, you're going to provide the answers.
Okay, don't worry, I'm going to provide the answer.
Yeah.
Definitely, I'm going to provide the answer. With the upsurge of AI and the likes of them, science and technology, white-collar jobs are beginning to give way in other parts of the world. So when you talk about job creation in this age and time, sometimes I wonder what you're referring to.
Okay.
It is said that necessity is the mother of invention. I think that we have to begin to look beyond our government, to begin to be people who create jobs for people. We all cannot sit down and fold our hands and watch government create jobs. How much are our salaries? The government has put necessary reforms and resources in places where people, citizens, can access to create jobs from themselves.
Like?
We have loans. Go to livestock, what is it called? Livestock ministries. If you want facilities, they give you facilities there and watch you grow over time. We have institutions that are there that look out for people who want to be self-employed, to create jobs for them, and also help them monitor and nurture these things to heights. But again, how can that happen when you have opposition who all the specialize in, whom their stock in trade is to demonize government and create apathy between the government and the people? Do you ask yourself one question? For how long have we noticed that our citizens no longer believe even in their government? How do you benefit from what you don't even believe in?
See, Doc, you're talking on the path that, I mean, it's going to pay me too, because we're looking at want of time. We're going to go to the politics because the countdown to the 2027 elections are no doubt on. But just before we move to the elections, listening to you talk, listening to a couple of other government, don't let me call you a government person, but at least people who are sympathetic to the government, we tend to get the impression that perhaps government isn't doing a great job in making what it's doing or what it has done known to the people. Because even listening to you, there's some things that I'm hearing from you that are pretty alien to me, and I'm a newsman. So I can just imagine what's been happening to the average man out there. Do you think that, perhaps government should be a little bit more, forthcoming or open in what it's doing?
Without missing word, I'm going to agree with you in that regard.
Yes.
I'm not here to deceive. I've promised, I've vowed on my honor not to lie to Nigerians.
Thank you very much
because at the
indeed.
end of the day, if I lie to Nigerians, I'm lying to myself, and I'm also lying to my children and even children yet unborn. So I'm not in the business of lying to Nigerians. I'm a very objective analyst, and I hit the nail right on the head. Yes, that's what I do. I think that our government can also do better with regards to projecting the government and her activities in good light, with regards to sensitizing the people on all the juicy programs and projects the government has on board to cushion the sufferings of the people. One thing that I know for sure is that President Tinubu has a track record of development. He might not have read economics from the university or wherever he schooled, but I know that he's an unbeatable economist. He knows the nitty-gritty of governance, and that is why when he had the opportunity to govern Lagos State as the governor of Lagos State, without his constitutional or legitimate subvention during Obasanjo, he was still able to sustain his state. And even better than other states that were getting their monthly allowances or allocation from the federal government coffers. That was because he understands governance. He understands he's been one of us, so he knows exactly what we need, how we should get about getting what we need. He's a man with track record in governance. He's a man that dwells on development. He's a man that loves Nigeria and wants us to have the best within his powers and within his thoughts. And of course, you will agree with me that he's a president that listens. He listens to opposition. This is the first time in our political history, and maybe one of the few times where you have people from opposition parties constituting part of the core of the government as federal executive members and so on and so forth. For him, the watchword is not party. Party is just a platform you use to get to office.
All right, Doc, talking about parties, like I said, we're going to touch on the politics of 2027, and we probably got a taste of what to expect over the weekend in Ekiti State with the governorship election there, where Abiodun Oyèbánjí was re-elected government. Because you smiling, there's a little grin on your face as I've mentioned in that. Yes, I can understand why. But from the Ekiti elections, does that serve as anything for us to go by? Apart from the result, does it serve as an indicator of what to expect in subsequent elections and indeed the 2027 general election?
Absolutely. And you will recall that on several occasions on your platform here, I have, particularly with, what's his name? My friend, I've forgotten his name now, when he hosted me on your platform here, I said it unequivocally, countless number of times, that what Nigerians are going to see is tsunami. And I have my reasons, for saying that. It was shortly after that, almost all the governors, they camped into APC for obvious reasons. And then, let me tell you.
Obvious reasons. Can you explain what you mean by that, Lily?
Obvious reasons, because they saw a government that is working. They saw a government that has come up with policies and programs they have never witnessed before in our
I have a lot of people that believe that these governors were self-seeking.
No. I don't want to believe that.
Yeah.
I don't want to, of course, there's nothing wrong with aligning with the center that is working, that is productive and functional. That's not what is politics, by the way. Is it about segregation? Is it about opposition? Is it about quarrels? Is it about disagreement? No. Politics and governance should be about the well-being of the people. It should be about collaboration to attain better lifestyle and standard of living for the people.
Yeah.
That is the primary aim of government. So it's not about opposition, it's not about dichotomy, it's not about aggression, it's not about quarrels. It should be about the people.
Yeah.
Once it is not about the people, it's no longer politics.
Is that the politics you're seeing now? Is that the kind of politics you think?
Well, I see
because you're not expecting the opposition to be nice to the government in power, are you?
The opposition members are self-seeking elements that can go to every extent to destabilize the country, and of course that is not.
Not too many people will agree with that. I think because I think.
So what do you agree with?
You're trying to make it sound as if you are a little worried about having a strong opposition.
Look.
There's a difference between a strong opposition and a troublesome opposition.
Let me tell you, where is the strong opposition? Tell me the strong opposition. Where is the strong? In fact, I wish I have a better opposition. I wish I have better candidates representing other political parties than these clowns I have here.
Now, please, be nice with the language, please. Don't refer to them as clowns, please.
I have my reasons for calling them.
Clowns, that's a bit strong, please. We're going to continue.
Who is there to challenge the president? Who? I'm throwing the question back at you.
No, I'm asking the questions. I've told you already, Doc. You're the one to provide the answers.
Look.
You're the one to provide the answers.
I'm not seeing anybody who is going to compete with the president. What are they going to, how? On what grounds?
Through an election.
There's no grounds for
an election.
Listen, let me tell you. See, can we be real here, please? Can we be real?
Yeah.
Atiku was one time the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Without missing words, you know what he represented. Obi was the governor of Anambra State. You also know who he is. Between you and I. Because there's something the press is doing. I said that before, and I think I have to do it again. There's what we call the corporate social responsibility. Yes, I am aware that as a business venture, you are here to maximize profits. That is not out of place. It's normal in a business environment like this. But beyond maximization of profits and so on and so forth, I think that you also owe the country where you have your company or your venture domiciled some certain responsibilities. Beyond everything, I think that you people need to design programs.
We people? We're talking about the media?
I'm talking about the media.
Okay, go ahead.
Where you call the spade a spade. Where you need to open up to Nigerians on what you collectively agree that is the truth from your perspective. I want to give you that leverage from your perspective. You know that these two candidates are not matched.
Are you saying the media is the one that's supposed to project that? Is that what you're saying?
No, what I'm saying is this, particularly with respect to the achievements of the government as well.
Yeah, because there's some people that also believe that in the last 3 years, the government hasn't done an awful lot too.
But I've just mentioned, these are verifiable facts. They are verifiable facts. You can go and verify everything I've said here today and call me back here. and say it's otherwise, okay? I will apologize to Nigerians if they are not facts and figures. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
What I'm saying in essence is, there's no way that in your right, you can think that Obi or Atiku is an alternative for Tinubu, President Tinubu. I don't think it's possible. What's the yardstick? What's the grounds for comparison? You talk about their track records in whatever capacity they have served in the past. You talk about empathy. You talk about their sense of mentorship. You just name them. There's no grounds for comparison. And I can tell you quite unequivocally that at the point that Tinubu took over governance and government of Nigeria, if any of these individuals, any of these candidates, succeeded in winning the election that time, maybe by now, Nigeria would have been history. We would have been saying there was a Nigeria. But God, in his infinite mercy, being the all-knowing God that he is, said, this is the right thing to do. And against all odds, he did it.
Okay.
That is where we are.
I guess, Doc, that's going to be a safe place for us to land. I'm sure the discussion isn't over. Probably bring you back in a few weeks. Maybe I'll do some verification, like you said, and find out whether all those things you said are really indeed true.
Thank you.
We've been speaking with Dr. Ene Ogbole. She's activist, public affairs analyst, and as you can gather, a member of the All Progressives Congress. We've been speaking for the past 55 minutes or so on the achievements of the Bola Tinubu administration since it came into power in 2023. Doc, many thanks for your time and the passion in which you said some of these things. And please, Doc, remember, I'm the one that asks the questions around here.
Thank you for having me, and I'm also a member of the Tinubu support group.
All right.
And we're here to do the needful, to do the best to put Nigeria on the right trajectory.
That's where we're going to draw the curtain on Jigsaw for this week. Many thanks for your time, and do join us when we come your way the next time. I'm Oloyede Oworu. Bye for now.
At an undisclosed location in South Africa's northwest province, these rhinos are being prepared for life in the wild. That's under a scheme by conservation NGO African Parks to rewild 2,000 captive-bred white rhinos. It's a move that could boost the world's wild southern white rhino population by up to 15%. African Parks project manager Donovan Juice said the aim is to rewild around 200 rhinos per year over the next 10 years to various protected areas across Africa.
It's a once-in-a-lifetime de-risking effort from a conservation initiative at scale that's never happened before. So I think for the species, it's a massive opportunity.
The rhinos were bought from private breeder John Hume. He sold the animals because of the high cost of protecting them. Poaching remains a severe threat in South Africa. 499 were poached in 2023, according to government data, an increase from the year before. Rhinos are targeted for their horns, which are in demand in East Asia for traditional medicines and jewelry.
Despite current deal with the United States, Iran says the UN's nuclear watchdog will not inspect previously damaged nuclear facilities. The United Nations report accuses the Myanmar military of causing more than 700 deaths during elections. And dozens die as France battles massive heat waves. This is the World News on AIT. I am Shola Jaisimi, and you're welcome. Iran has said that the United Nations nuclear watchdog, the IAEA, will not be allowed to inspect key nuclear facilities damaged in the US and Israel strikes last year, as the first round of talks aimed at ending the current Middle East conflict concluded in Switzerland.
The announcement came after Tehran and Washington signed a memorandum of understanding to open a 60-day window for broader negotiations on Iran's nuclear program and sanction relief. Iranian officials denied claims they had agreed to invite inspectors back to facilities hit during a 12-day war last year. A foreign ministry spokesman said there had been no meeting with the IAEA Director General and no plans for inspections of sites damaged by US and Israeli military action. Iran's UN ambassador also said no decision had been made to allow access. Diplomacy intensified after the Swiss talks, with Iran's president traveling to mediator Pakistan, the US Secretary of State visiting Gulf allies, and Lebanon and Israel set for direct talks in Washington. Mediators said both sides agreed on a roadmap to reach a final document within the 60-day period and would set up negotiating groups on nuclear issues, sanctions, and other matters. The U.S. Treasury temporarily lifted some sanctions on Iranian oil trade until mid-August and agreed to release frozen funds, though Iranian officials said only Tehran would decide how to use any released assets. The moves were framed as part of efforts to keep negotiations moving while broader issues remain unresolved. On regional security, Iran's parliament speaker said the Strait of Hormuz will not return to pre-war conditions and will be administered by Iran in line with international law, despite an agreement to establish communication lines to keep the waterway open. Marine traffic through the strait hit a record level on Monday.
Russia has accused the United States of stepping back from efforts to act as a neutral mediator in the Ukraine war, saying Washington is now focused on increasing sanctions instead of brokering peace.
Russia's foreign minister said in Moscow that recent U.S. actions suggest it is abandoning any claim to an objective mediator role and is instead pursuing a course of escalating economic pressure on Moscow. The comments came as diplomatic talks on ending the conflict remain stalled. US-led negotiations have shown little progress since the offensive began in 2022, with Kiev rejecting Moscow's demands to withdraw from parts of Eastern Territory and Moscow refusing to drop those conditions. The US president, who pledged to end the war quickly after returning to office in 2025, has shifted attention to the Middle East following recent military strikes in the region. At a recent summit in France, leaders from a group of major economies, including the US, agreed to boost air defense supplies to Ukraine and to increase pressure on Russia's war economy through stronger sanctions on fossil fuel revenues. Russia's foreign minister also warned that Europe's continued military support for Ukraine is turning the continent into a growing threat to international peace and security.
Lebanese President Joseph Aoun has held talks with senior US and Qatari officials on establishing a mechanism to prevent renewed fighting between Israel and Hezbollah and to reinforce the ceasefire in southern Lebanon.
Spoke with the U.S. Vice President, a senior U.S. advisor, and Qatar's Prime Minister about steps to consolidate the truce, halt Israeli military escalation and create a deconfliction cell involving Lebanon. The proposal emerged after a first round of US-Iran talks in Switzerland aimed at ending the wider Middle East conflict, with Pakistan and Qatar acting as mediators. The U.S. Vice President said the new mechanism is intended to prevent incidents from spiraling into broader escalation and stressed that protecting Lebanon's territorial integrity and Israel's security will require coordination with the Lebanese armed forces and pressure on Iran to rein in Hezbollah. Israel's prime minister stated that its forces retain full authority to respond to threats in southern Lebanon and will remain deployed as long as needed. Lebanese authorities are pushing for the withdrawal of Israeli troops and insist on handling negotiations directly without any other party representing them. Aoun said his government welcomes assistance to end the war given the region's interconnected situation, but draws a clear line between help and interference in domestic affairs, referencing Iran's long-standing influence through Hezbollah.
The United Nations Commission of Inquiry says Israel has deliberately targeted Palestinian children in Gaza, resulting in genocide, crimes against humanity, and war crimes, and in that Gaza province and the occupied West Bank. The report alleges Israel authorities and security forces inflicted death and severe harm on hundreds of thousands of children, with killings continuing after the October ceasefire. The Commission concludes the act formed part of a strategy to destroy the future of Palestinians in Gaza by targeting children. The Israeli military campaign began after Hamas-led attacks on southern Israel on the 7th of October 2023. At least 3,000 people have been killed in Gaza since then, including more than 21,000 children. That's according to the Health Ministry, figures seen as reliable by the UN. Since the October ceasefire, Gaza's Health Ministry says more than 1,000 Palestinians have been killed, amongst them 265 children. Myanmar's military was responsible for more than 700 civilian deaths during the 6-month election period from August 2025 to January this year. This is according to a report by the United Nations. 702 people, according to the report, the UN verified, were killed, including 224 women and 153 children, after the military announced elections, widely criticized as a sham. Airstrikes caused the most destruction, with the Sagang, the deadliest region, with 191 deaths. The report cited attacks on civilians in Changhung and Tabayan that killed dozens and noted abuse of Rohingya people, including forced recruitment and sexual violence. The military seized power in the 2021 coup that sparked the civil war and displaced millions. After earlier rebel gains, forced conscription and drones have put the military on the offensive. The military leader became president in April, and the election filled parliament with loyalists after many parties were banned. Hungary's parliament has approved new anti-corruption measures as part of a reform drive aimed at securing billions of euros in European Union funds that were previously withheld over the rule of law concerns.
The legislation, backed by the governing party, which holds a 2/3 majority, passed with 142 votes in favor, 39 against, and 3 abstentions. The EU had signaled late last month it would release more than 16 billion euros if Hungary continued implementing major reforms following a change of government in April. The new law expands the powers of the National Integrity Authority, established in 2022 under an earlier EU-mandated reform package. The watchdog will now review asset declarations, pursue anti-corruption investigations through the courts, and suspend public procurement processes to safeguard EU money. It also introduces stricter transparency rules for private equity fund ownership. Another key provision dissolves public interest asset management foundations created under the previous administration, with assets valued at around 8.5 billion euros to be reclaimed by the state. Parliament also passed separate legislation restructuring state-funded media, creating a new television and radio broadcaster from existing companies, and restoring the National News Agency as an independent non-profit. Budgets for the new media bodies are expected to be lower than the approximately 450 million euros allocated this year.
The European Union issued 5 one-day visas to a Taliban delegation for an EU meeting in Brussels focused on migration and deporting Afghan asylum seekers whose applications were rejected. It is the first time the bloc has hosted Taliban officials since they returned to power nearly 5 years ago. The European Commission said the meeting will address irregular migration and returns of Afghans without a right to stay, especially those convicted of serious crimes or deemed security threats. The Commission stressed that the talks do not amount to a formal recognition of the Taliban, and several senior leaders remain under EU sanctions. Right groups warns that deporting people to Afghanistan risks exposing them to danger amid a deep humanitarian crisis, while EU officials defended the outreach as necessary to address returns given the lack of other channels with authorities in Kabul. And to Central America, where Guatemalan President Bernardo Arévalo has stated that the U.S. military operations against organized crime will not take its place in his country, citing constitutional limits on joint military activities with foreign forces.
Arévalo made the remarks in Panama during the organization of American States General Assembly, explaining that Guatemala's constitution does not allow foreign armed forces to conduct operations or carry weapons within its territory. The statement follows recent remarks by U.S. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, suggesting targeted strikes could be considered in Guatemala and Ecuador to combat criminal gangs and drug trafficking. Despite ruling out direct U.S. military action, Arévalo confirmed that Guatemala continues to cooperate with Washington through an anti-agent drug alliance promoted by President Donald Trump. The cooperation covers training, tactical support for raid planning, and intelligence sharing, while armed operations remain the responsibility of Guatemalan security forces. Guatemala continues to confront drug trafficking networks and gangs such as Mara Salvatrucha and Barrio 18. Designated as terrorist organizations by the Trump administration, the U.S. has intensified regional operations, including a raid in Venezuela that killed Tren de Aragua leader Hector Rustamford Guerrero Flores, airstrikes on suspected drug boats in the Caribbean and Pacific, and acknowledged joint missions with Ecuador along the Colombian border.
Staying in the Americas, shortages have begun to ease in Bolivia after the president declared a state of emergency to end weeks of anti-government protests and reopen most roads blocked by demonstrators. The measure authorizes the army deployments, restricts certain civil liberties, including the right to protest, and outlaws roadblocks erected to demand the president's resignation during the country's worst economic crisis in decades. The blockages had caused severe food, medical, and fuel shortages in several cities. The National Road Authority said only 9 remained, down from around 100 at the peak. Markets in La Paz, the capital of the country, restocked and crowds returned as normal life resumed after weeks of upheaval. Authorities faced resistance in the central Cochabamba region, a stronghold of the former president, accused of fomenting unrest. Security forces announced plans to enter the Chocobamba's Capore province, saying the operation would proceed peacefully, while the former president declared a temporary pause to the roadblock, saying it was not a surrender. Now, in Central America, Honduras intends to purchase drones from Ukraine to strengthen border policing and support operations against drug trafficking and organized crime. This according to statements from the country's president.
Discussed during a meeting in Kyiv last Friday between the Honduran leader and Ukraine president, who offered to provide military technology, particularly unmanned area systems. Ukraine has relied heavily on drones in its war with Russia since 2022. The Honduran president said the equipment would be used to guard borders more efficiently and combat criminal groups with high-tech tools, adding that drones could also support agriculture. The potential purchase comes as Honduras expands security cooperation with the United States, whose president recently endorsed the Honduran leader ahead of November's election. The country's military chief indicated last week that the two nations are considering joint combat operations against criminal groups on Honduran territory. Honduras has struggled with years of violence linked to narco-trafficking networks, street gangs, and corruption within security forces. The homicide rate stands at 24 killings per 100,000 people, nearly 4 times the global average. Recent incidents include a massacre of 19 people in a northern farming village amid disputes over palm plantations and drug routes, and the killing of 5 police officers near the Guatemalan border on the same day.
To Asia, where North Korea's leader Kim Jong-un has pledged to accelerate his country's defense capabilities, citing military modernization efforts by South Korea and the United States as pushing the Korean peninsula closer to the risk of nuclear conflict.
The pledge was made in a concluding speech at a 3-day ruling party meeting that ended on Monday, according to state media. The leader reaffirmed a policy to strengthen national defense more quickly, accusing Washington and Seoul of advancing plans for South Korea to acquire a nuclear submarine and openly pursuing broader military reinforcement in the region. State media said the moves were described as pushing the situation towards the brink of nuclear war. The meeting unanimously endorsed the continued expansion of nuclear forces as the most effective response to an unpredictable international security environment. State media reported that development of the country's nuclear-based deterrent would proceed at an increased pace, and analysts said the wordings effectively rules out denuclearization talks while signaling intent to use nuclear capability as a diplomatic and strategic tool. Pyongyang has repeatedly declared its nuclear status irreversible since denuclearization talks collapsed in 2019 over sanctions relief. A senior official reiterated this month that the policy represents a line of no retreat and that the country has no intention of giving up its arsenal. A South Korean president said last week that the U.S. president had agreed it was time to refocus on the North Korea issue and that existing sanctions had proven ineffective.
You're still watching the World News on AIT. Let's take a short break. We'll be back with more.
Don't miss anything from our real-time updates and exclusive content. Follow and participate in discussions on live TV studio programs to shape the narratives. Subscribe, engage, and share from AIT.live at AIT_online on X, AIT Online on Facebook, Official AIT Live on Instagram, TikTok, and Threads, AIT_live, and AIT Livestream 1 on YouTube. Stay connected with AIT. On air, online, on live.
You're welcome back to the World News. France has recorded its hottest night since measurements began in 1947. That was between Monday and Tuesday, with the national average temperature reaching 21.6 degrees Celsius. That's according to the National Weather Agency. The previous record of 21.4 degrees Celsius was set in July of 2019. The heat wave has battered the country since last week, disrupting daily life and forcing school closures and train cancellations. The Prime Minister convened a crisis meeting on Tuesday to address the situation, reporting that, as you saw on your screen there, not less than 40 young people have been killed from drowning since June the 18th amidst the severe heat wave that is being faced in the country. Officials describe the fatalities as a tragic consequence of the extreme conditions. The Sports and Youth Minister had earlier asked young persons and swimmers to respect safety rules, noting that around 20 had drowned since the start of the weekend. And a midday shooting in Montreal, Canada on Monday killed 3 people, including a police officer, a civilian, and the alleged gunman, prompting shock across the Canadian city.
The incident occurred in the Côte des Neiges neighborhood, an area with kosher markets and restaurants that includes members of the Montreal's Jewish community. Police said they responded to a call about an active shooter around 11:30 a.m. and engaged in a shootout with the assailant, who fired from inside a building with a long gun while wearing military-style clothing. One officer was killed and another was injured, but not critically. The civilian victim was identified by a local civil society group as a well-known member of the community. Authorities have not confirmed the motive, though a public broadcaster reported the gunman had links to Inche ideology, a misogynistic extremist worldwide previously connected to mass violence in Canada. The country's leader said he was horrified by the attack, and online speculation immediately raised concerns about anti-Semitic violence amid a rise in reported crimes targeting Jews since the Gaza conflict began in October 2023. The area was initially locked down, but police began leaving the scene Monday afternoon as traffic resumed.
Now to Africa, where Kenya's Labour Minister is facing accusations of involvement in a scheme that lured citizens to Russia with promises of civilian jobs, only for many to be forced into military service and sent to fight in the war in Ukraine.
The case drew attention after a Kenyan father of three died on the battlefield in Ukraine in January. His family says he left in mid-2025 under a government work program and holds the Labour Ministry responsible. Advocacy groups alleged that hundreds of Kenyans were promised well-paid jobs in Russia, but were coerced into army contracts, often with little training. Official figures report 221 Kenyan victims of irregular military recruitment by Russia, including 19 dead and 32 missing. An intelligence report seen by media puts the number above 1,000 and suggests official complicity. Sources familiar with the case claim the Labour Minister was personally involved, though the accusations could not be independently verified, and the Minister declined to comment. Before taking the Labour portfolio in 2024, the Minister served as Foreign Affairs Chief and oversaw engagement with Russia as the government sought to expand trade links. The ministry also manages and oversees work placement program that has sent more than 400,000 Kenyans abroad, a major source of remittances. An advocacy group handling over 500 cases of forced recruitment describes the minister as the main figure behind the agreements.
Mutua is also culpable because he's personally benefiting from these recruitments. The $1 million that is coming in through this illegal recruitment.
The scandal has led to the minister being excluded from a recent diplomatic visit to Russia meant to secure guarantees against further forced recruitment. Lawmakers have questioned the ministry over broader recruitment fraud, and a recruitment agency head has been charged with human trafficking in connection with the scheme. Victims' families are calling for the minister's removal and prosecution, though political considerations ahead of the 2027 election have so far spared him formal action.
Welcome to Nigeria. The National Security Advisor to the President, that's Nuhu Ribadu, says the UK-Nigeria Security and Defense Partnership is no longer just about dialogue, but practical deliverables and measurable security outcomes. He said this in Abuja at a Defense Partnership Dialogue where top security officials from both countries are reviewing evolving threats and strengthening bilateral cooperation. AIT's Ada Onoye reports.
United Kingdom Nigeria Security and Defense Partnership Dialogue was launched in London in 2022 to strengthen cooperation in defense, counter-terrorism, policing, and regional security. 4 years later, the partnership is under renewed focus as both countries confront increasingly complex and borderless threats. National Security Advisor Nuhu Ribadu says the partnership has moved beyond dialogue to practical outcomes.
The UK-Nigeria Security and Defense Partnership continues to evolve in response to a rapidly changing world. Together, we are building a partnership defined by practical delivery, strategic trust, and a shared commitment to long-term regional and international stability.
The UK also sees Nigeria as a critical security partner in Africa.
So for us, the UK-Nigeria partnership is vital. It provides a framework for which we can align our efforts, share our expertise, and build the capabilities needed to respond to both the current and the future threats, and of course integrating human rights and rule of law throughout all of that.
Both countries say the focus is now expanding beyond conventional threats to hybrid warfare, cyber attacks, disinformation, and illicit financial flows.
We have UK military personnel now in Maiduguri supporting Nigerian forces in the crucial battle you face there. We have counter-terrorism specialists training your counter-terrorism police. And we have support for the National Counter-Terrorism Centre Forensic Laboratory to make it fully operational and give you the ability to investigate, attribute and respond to terrorist threats with greater precision.
For both countries, the priority is stronger intelligence sharing, deeper coordination, and faster response to evolving security threats. Ada Ononye, AIT News, Abuja.
And that's it on the World News on AIT. I am Shola Jaisime. Thank you for staying with us.
The stories now break online. Don't miss anything from our real-time updates and exclusive content. Follow and participate in discussions on live TV studio programs to shape the narratives. Subscribe, engage, and share from AIT.live at AIT_online on X, AIT Online on Facebook, Official AIT Live on Instagram, TikTok, and Threads, AIT_live, and AIT Livestream 1 on YouTube. Stay connected with AIT. On air, online, on live.
The issues as they break. The multitude, the political figures, the state and non-state actors.
It's a serious threat to democracy.
And our governments seem to be incapable of protecting.
The scheming.
This is not a period we should say bow and go.
Every part of this country is equal.
The intrigues.
There can be no one person that is bigger than the party.
Deft moves and the momentous declaration.
We didn't get any protection. I'm not particularly against anybody.
We track and capture them all.
I don't believe in godfatherism in politics.
Follow in-depth analysis and no-holds-barred interviews.
Armed forces of the country is well capable. They need the political will.
Are they just waking up from sleep? Is there complacency?
Feel the pulse of happenings in the political arena on AIT Democracy Today. Widely acclaimed authority on politics. Monday to Friday, 7 p.m. Nigerian time.
At 17 years old, Job Nimbi has never spoken a word. Born with speech and hearing disabilities, Nimbi and others at this Ghana school instead found their voices through photography. Nimbi says he is happy to share his life journey with the world through photos, and he wants to inspire others who live with disabilities. But Nimbi and his peers face significant challenges, including discrimination. Other hurdles are limited training and resources. Ghana's Statistical Service estimates only a fraction of the children with a hearing disability are able to pursue a higher education. Yet, Nimbi remains resolute.
Government takes steps towards protecting and empowering internally displaced persons in Nigeria. President Tinubu seeks constitutional amendment for the creation of state police. And Nigerian Army seeks tactical leadership and stronger collaboration to combat insecurity, insurgency in Nigeria. And this is Update Report on AIT. I am Oyebimpe Wells. Welcome. The Nigerian Army says there is the need for enhanced tactical leadership and stronger interagency collaboration to combat insurgency, terrorism, banditry, kidnapping, and other threats across the country. The commander for Special Forces Command, Major General Olurotimi Awolo, said this during the command's Operations Planning Cadre 2026 training in Doma, Nasarawa State, designed to improve the operational planning capabilities of participants while strengthening cooperation among security agencies. Major General Awolo
especially the participants to apply the knowledge and ideas that will be acquired during the cadre diligently and efficiently, so as to be able to address the various challenges they might likely face in the field of operations.
Participants to actively engage in the lectures, discussions, and syndicate exercises to maximize the benefits of the program.
I believe that they will also find this training very useful as they engage in future operations. I further urge the participants to take keen interest in all presentations during this time. The lectures on interagency collaboration in military contemporary security challenges and logistics planning in operations, military operations further and more in focus.
Described the training as timely in addressing the nation's evolving security environment, expressed appreciation to the Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General Y.D. Shaibu, for approving resources and providing support for the successful conduct of the cadre training. In a fresh move to establish state police, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is seeking an alteration of the 1999 Constitution to pave the way for the creation of state police services across Nigeria. The president, in a letter read at the resumed Senate plenary on Tuesday, transmitted the State Police Bill 2026 to the upper chamber. A proposed legislation is aimed at creating a constitutional framework for state police as part of efforts to tackle the country's growing security challenges. In his communication to the Senate, President Tinubu said the bill builds on the substantial work already carried out by both the Senate and the House of Representatives on the issue. He explained that the proposed legislation introduces additional safeguards to ensure that the creation of a dual policing structure effectively responds to Nigeria's evolving security concerns in a timely manner and for the benefit of all Nigerians. The president described the bill as a critical component of his administration's plan to reorganize the nation's security architecture and strengthen the protection of lives and properties across the country. He also expressed confidence that the Senate would give the proposal expeditious consideration and passage. It noted that the decentralization of policing would involve a two-phase legal process, with one aspect embedded in an act of parliament and the other requiring constitutional alteration to spell out the modalities, safeguards, and oversight machineries needed to prevent abuse of the proposed state police structure. The development comes 2 weeks after the Senate passed an existing state police bill and referred to its Committee on Constitutional Review. Both bills are expected to be consolidated as part of legislative process. The bill is referred to as the Senate Committee on Constitutional Review to report back to the chamber on Wednesday for further legislative action. Nigeria's National Security Advisor says the UK-Nigeria Security and Defense Partnership is no longer just a dialogue about practical deliverables, and measurable security outcomes. He stated this in Abuja at the 4th UK-Nigeria Security and Defense Partnership Dialogue, where top security officials from both countries are reviewing evolving threats and strengthening bilateral cooperation.
The United Kingdom Nigeria Security and Defense Partnership Dialogue was launched in London in 2022 to strengthen cooperation in defense, counter-terrorism, policing, and regional security. 4 years later, the partnership is under renewed focus as both countries confront increasingly complex and borderless threats. National Security Advisor Nuhu Ribadu says the partnership has moved beyond dialogue to practical outcomes.
The UK-Nigeria Security and Defense Partnership continues to evolve in response to a rapidly changing world.
The UK also sees Nigeria as a critical security partner in Africa.
So for us, the UK-Nigeria partnership is vital. It provides a framework for which we can align our efforts, share our expertise, and build the capabilities needed.
Both countries say the focus is now expanding beyond conventional threats to hybrid warfare, cyber attacks, disinformation, and illicit financial flows.
We have UK military personnel now in Maiduguri supporting Nigerian forces in the crucial battle you face there. We have counter-terrorism specialists training your counter-terrorism police.
For both countries, the priority is stronger intelligence sharing, deeper coordination, and faster response to evolving security threats. Ada Ononye, AIT News, Abuja.
Now, the federal government has reaffirmed its commitment to the protection, welfare, and empowerment of refugees, asylum seekers, and internally displaced persons in line with the Renewed Hope agenda. The Secretary to the Government of the Federation, George Akume, stated this at the commemoration of World Refugee Day 2026 and the 75th anniversary of the 1951 Refugee Convention.
Grappling with the displacement of millions of its own citizens.
Under the theme, Until Everyone is Safe, government officials, security experts, the diplomatic community and religious organizations gathered to advocate safety, dignity, and hope for millions displaced by conflict, violence, disasters, and other humanitarian crises.
Every refugee and IDP here and across Nigeria, your struggle has not been in vain. Your journey through force is not without dignity. You are not a burden.
This day reminds us that behind every refugee is a father, is a brother, is a sister, is a mother, and a family created in the image and likeness of God, deserving of love, protection, and respect.
Secretary to the Government of the Federation, George Akume, says the federal government is creating sustainable pathways to help displaced persons rebuild their lives and become self-reliant.
We have consistently embraced policies that promote protection, inclusion, and support for displaced populations while ensuring respect for their fundamental human rights and dignity.
Akume also disclosed that Nigeria currently hosts over 100,000 refugees and asylum seekers, mainly from the Lake Chad Basin region, while millions of Nigerians remain displaced due to humanitarian crises. Kedonojo Okoliko, AIT News, Abuja.
And this is Upjoy Report on AIT, reaching you live from our Padumakio studios here in Asokoro. And here's a reminder of our top stories. Federal government takes steps towards protecting and empowering internally displaced persons in Nigeria. President Tinubu seeks constitutional amendments for the creation of state police. And the Nigerian Army seeks tactical leadership and stronger collaboration to combat insurgency in Nigeria. If you're just joining us, this is Upjoy Reports on AIT. Humanitarian organizations in Nigeria have been tasked to prioritize transparency and accountability, especially on how they use funds from donor organizations and the government. This was a central message at a high-level forum organized in Abuja, where top health officials, including the Honorable Minister of Health, warned that public trust depends on responsible stewardship of resources. AIT's Amaka Ezekwe has more.
Government officials from the health sector told participants that transparency is no longer optional for humanitarian work in Nigeria. They said donor agencies and the government are committing billions of naira to health, education and emergency response, but impact will remain limited if funds are not properly tracked and reported.
Love for Country moved us to trying to ensure that we can empower women, children, families. I think we must encourage organizations to become more patriotic, to think selfless, to think about the country. We still can make our country better.
Those working in the humanitarian ecosystem, our work has to do with vulnerable people. And so accountability is very key, and we need to ensure that whatever we do gets to the last mile.
Others tasked NGOs to be more patriotic to make Nigeria better, despite the country's current economic and security challenges.
We don't have too many institutions, whether in the health sector or education sector, that has endured this long in terms of the sustainability of their results, the efficiency of their approaches, and the kind of impact that they continue to deliver for the Nigerian people.
It's been a remarkable year of resilience, of impacts, of changing lives.
Many participants argued that well-managed humanitarian organizations can play critical roles in minimizing infectious disease outbreaks, improve access to education, and reduce social vices across the country. Amaka Ezekwe, AIT News, Abuja.
Now to business. The Central Bank of Nigeria has taken its campaign for currency respect straight to the classroom, inaugurating the Naira Ambassador Clubs, a youth-led initiative targeting the everyday abuse of Nigeria's legal tender. Governor Olayemi Cardoso says the club is more than money. It is about building a generation that treats the Naira as the national symbol that it is.
Parties, in markets and across daily transactions, the Naira has long endured rough handling, sprayed, mutilated, stapled and crumpled by the very people it serves. Now the Central Bank of Nigeria is pushing back through the young. 175 students from 7 schools have been selected to form the Naira Ambassadors Club, a CBN initiative to restore respect for the nation's currency and educate the public on proper handling.
You will educate your classmates on why banknotes should not be written on, stapled, mutilated, or sprayed at social events. You will encourage responsible currency handling in your homes and communities. Above all, you will demonstrate through your own conduct that patriotism is expressed not only in grand gestures.
So today's inauguration is just the beginning of this advocacy. We envision the Naira Ambassadors Club growing into a vibrant platform that inspires civic responsibility, financial literacy, and patriotism among students across the country. Students, do we all agree with that? Thank you.
We want a situation where we catch them young, because we are not happy with the way Nigerians are handling our Naira, who's supposed to be our national identity and our pride. So, and as such, we want to try as much as possible to start with the younger generations.
I feel that I will uphold the Naira by telling my friends and families that Naira is the symbol of Nigeria's independence and national economics.
For the CBN, the Naira Ambassadors Club is a long game, raising a generation that understands the Naira is not just money, it is a national symbol worth protecting. Landry Babalola, AIT News, Abuja.
Nigeria is taking another major step towards achieving its net zero emissions targets with the commencement of a 3-day workshop on the low-carbon hydrogen economy in Nigeria. The workshop brings together ministries, departments, and agencies alongside key stakeholders to explore strategies for developing a sustainable hydrogen sector. Declaring the workshop open, the Minister of Innovation, Science and Technology, Dr. Kingsley Tochukwu Ude, described hydrogen as a critical component of Nigeria's clean energy transition. He noted that the national hydrogen policy is at an advanced stage and will provide the regulatory framework needed to attract investments, drive innovation, and support large-scale hydrogen projects across the country.
Hydrogen is becoming increasingly central to Nigeria's energy transition plans, with the country exploring the potential of both blue hydrogen derived from natural gas and green hydrogen produced from renewable energy sources. Backed by more than 209 trillion cubic feet of proven natural gas reserves, Nigeria is looking to leverage its vast resources and strategic partnership to establish a competitive hydrogen economy. The Minister of Innovation, Science and Technology, speaking through the Permanent Secretary, said greater attention must be given to infrastructure, research and development, skills acquisition and the creation of incentives needed to unlock growth across the hydrogen value chain.
Where coordination is needed between our regulators, this government will provide it. Where political will is required to move a decision from committee to commitment, this government will provide that too.
Director General of the Energy Commission of Nigeria, Mustafa Abdullahi, said work is already underway on a national hydrogen policy that will provide a regulatory framework needed to attract investments and drive the development of a sustainable hydrogen industry.
We must take advantage of this. We must take the lead, particularly in Africa. We want Nigeria to be the highest or to be a hydrogen hub.
The roadmap is expected to strengthen the country's position as a potential hydrogen hub in Nigeria, expand export opportunities, and contribute to Nigeria's goal of achieving net zero emissions by 2060.
Nigeria's environmental regulator, the National Environmental Standards and Regulations Enforcement Agency, is defending its new plastic waste control regulations following concerns by manufacturers over their economic impacts. The agency insists the policy is not a ban on plastic, but a gradual roadmap to cleaner production, increased recycling, and a circular economy. Our correspondent Ngozi Omodu reports.
The Manufacturers Association of Nigeria has warned that the newly gazetted plastic waste control regulations could increase production costs and threaten jobs. But NESRA says those fears are based on misconceptions. The agency insists the regulations are not intended to shut down industries or discourage investment. Instead, they introduce a phased approach to tackling plastic pollution through improved waste management, recycling, and stronger producer responsibility.
We shouldn't be afraid of job loss, but we should actually be afraid of not doing anything. Because then when health challenges are being produced, then we cannot reverse that. And the kind of financial burden it will be on the system will be very high. We're out to actually see how businesses can be done responsibly in a sustainable manner. And so this is a clarion call that we and the manufacturers can sit down and say, how do we do this thing better?
With plastic pollution posing an increasing threat to public health and the environment, the challenge now is whether government and industry can work together to achieve cleaner production without undermining jobs, investment, and Nigeria's industrial competitiveness. Nkoli Omodu, AIT News, Abuja.
We'll go on a quick break. I'll return. We'll bring you more stories. Just stay with us.
All FCT commuters that the newly constructed bus terminal in Mabushi under the management of Planet Project Limited has commenced operations. Consequently, the administration has approved the relocation of various surrounding ad hoc motor parks at Otago and Banex areas to the Mabushi bus terminal, as formal quit notices have been issued to affected parks. The deadline for the completion of these movements has been set for Wednesday, June 24, 2026, after which the government will recover the affected parks and spaces for other overriding public purposes. FCT administration appeals for your cooperation as we work for a more organized urban transportation system and a better livable city. FCT administration, announcer.
Welcome back. Protesters have held a peaceful demonstration at the headquarters of the National Agency for Food and Drug Administration and Control, NAFDAC, in Abuja, calling for the suspension of the purported enforcement of a ban on sachet alcoholic beverages by the agency. Addressing journalists, the leader of the protest, Ndubisi Nwogo, said the agency's enforcement on the ban of sachet alcohol was in violation of existing national alcohol policy.
The sale of alcohol in sachet and PET bottles was not intended to have a negative impact on Nigerians. Rather, it was an innovation to serve the low-income adult population who also desire the product and should be allowed to give the right of choice. If allowed to stand, the ban would deny them the opportunity to exercise their fundamental right of choice.
Advised that the ban could threaten jobs and smuggled alcohol products to dominate the market, thereby reducing government's revenue. Now, the Federal High Court in Abuja has refused an application by former Kaduna State Governor Nasir El-Rufai seeking a review of his bail conditions and the ongoing alleged wiretapping trial. Justice Joyce Abdulmalik held that the existing bail terms remain valid, dismissing the defense argument that the conditions were too stringent and difficult to satisfy. Justice Abdulmalik ruled that Level 17 civil servants who own property in Maitama or Asokoro as required by the bail terms are available and capable of meeting the conditions. El-Rufai counsel Paul Erokoro had urged the courts to vary the bail conditions, particularly the requirement for sureties who are Level 17 civil servants with landed properties in Maitama or Asokoro, alongside verification and attestation letters from the Kaduna State Traditional Council. However, Counsel for the State Security Services, Oluwole Aladedoye, opposed the application, insisting that qualified public officers who met the requirements exist and urging the courts to dismiss the request. Meanwhile, the State Security Services formally disclosed its case against El-Rufai at Tuesday's proceeding after informing the court that it would not call additional witnesses. Following the closure of the prosecution's case, the defense indicated its intention to file a no-case submission, arguing that the DSS had failed to establish sufficient evidence to warrant El-Rufai's entering a defense. The defense requested 2 weeks to file the application, while the prosecution asked for an additional 2 weeks to respond. The matter was subsequently adjourned to 22nd.
Anna Jufo runs her multiple e-commerce businesses in Nigeria's capital, Abuja. Her business is known as drop shipping, a business model where products are sold online without the need for a so-called brick-and-mortar facility where those products are stored and processed. It involves the management of e-commerce inventory and affiliate marketing, where she promotes online products for other businesses. Ajufo started her online business in 2022 with less than $50.
Okay, let's say I started with 50,000 naira. So today, I can tell you the percentage has increased to over 150% of income coming in from the business.
Ajufo's success story has its roots in access to the internet, a good phone, social media, and spending around $6 a month on a data subscription.
When it comes to showcasing my business online, internet access has done most of it, 80% of it. Without the internet, we won't be able to do any of those things.
And for many, like Ajufo, the internet means more income and opportunity. A January 2024 World Bank report discloses that Sub-Saharan Africa recorded a 115% increase in internet users between 2016 and 2021. This, the bank said, also reduced extreme poverty by 7% in Nigeria, fostering economic growth and innovation.
Opportunities abound in terms of the benefit for e-commerce, benefit for e-health, benefit for e-government, and as well as in terms of basic commercial transactions.
Despite the gains, the World Bank says women in Sub-Saharan Africa have less access to the internet compared to men. The report also says women are 37% less likely to use mobile internet services than men, and that women in rural communities are affected most by the lack of digital access.
Once they cannot have, one's means of, accessing the internet or data becomes much out of their reach, they become deprived. In fact, they become deprived educationally, they become deprived in terms of skills, and once all of these things, they become deprived in terms of having access to basic information about markets, about services, about even how to improve them. And once that is done, because then they become left behind.
Rural women in Sub-Saharan Africa earn about 77% less than men, while urban women earn 46% less, according to data from the U.S. National Library of Medicine.
Quite a number of women, particularly in rural Nigeria, cannot afford the cost of basic smartphone or feature phone.
The Nigerian Communications Commission says it has launched projects to close the country's gender digital gap. Among them are the Digital Skills for Women and Girls Initiative, Nigerian Girls Can Code, and Women in ICT. Experts say there is a need to double these efforts. They suggest the government ramps up grassroots access to internet-enabled devices at affordable rates to get more women on board. For Gibson Amika in Abuja, Nigeria, Mary Alice Salinas, VOA News. Anna Jufo runs her multiple e-commerce businesses in Nigeria's capital, Abuja. Her business is known as drop shipping, a business model where products are sold online without the need for a so-called brick-and-mortar facility where those products are stored and processed. It involves the management of e-commerce inventory and affiliate marketing, where she promotes online products for other businesses. Ajufo started her online business in 2022 with less than $50.
Okay, let's say I started with 50,000 naira. So today, I can tell you the percentage has increased to over 150% of income coming in from the business.
Ajufo's success story has its roots in access to the internet, a good phone, social media, and spending around $6 a month on a data subscription.
When it comes to showcasing my business online, internet access has done most of it, 80% of it. Without the internet, we won't be able to do any of those things.
And for many, like Ajufo, the internet means more income and opportunity. A January 2024 World Bank report discloses that Sub-Saharan Africa recorded a 115% increase in internet users between 2016 and 2021. This, the bank said, also reduced extreme poverty by 7% in Nigeria, fostering economic growth and innovation.
Opportunities abound in terms of the benefit for e-commerce, benefit for e-health, benefit for e-government, and as well as in terms of basic commercial transactions.
Despite the gains, the World Bank says women in Sub-Saharan Africa have less access to the internet compared to men. The report also says women are 37% less likely to use mobile internet services than men, and that women in rural communities are affected most by the lack of digital access.
Once they cannot have, once means of, accessing the internet or data becomes much out of their reach, they become deprived. In fact, they become deprived educationally, they become deprived in terms of skills, and once all of these things, they become deprived in terms of having access to basic information about markets, about services, about even how to improve them. And once that is done, because then they become left behind.
Rural women in Sub-Saharan Africa earn about 77%.
Hello and welcome to Democracy Today on Africa Independent Television, AIT. I am TV Tiav. In a major executive move, perhaps never seen in recent Nigerian history, President Bola Tinubu has officially transmitted the Constitution Alteration State Police Bill 2026 to the Senate. Read on the floor of the Red Chambers by President of the Senate, Godswill Akpabio, this historic correspondence seeks an urgent constitution framework to establish decentralized state policing across Nigeria by moving law enforcement from the executive to the exclusive to the concurrent legislative list. The bill aims to give states the power to directly combat local insecurity. But with major questions surrounding operational safeguards to prevent political abuse by governors and the looming hurdle of securing two-thirds majority in the national and state assemblies, the stakes have never been high. Indeed, is Nigeria truly ready for state police? Can the lawmakers deliver the accelerated passage the presidency is seeking for? Is there any direct and structural link between the recent efforts in the House of Representatives and the current action in the Senate to achieve a unified constitutional amendment process? In his official letter to the Senate, and indeed the National Assembly, because we're sure the House of Reps also has a copy of that letter now, the president, instead of starting from the scratch, the executive framework exercises the ongoing work of the respective constitutional review committees of both chambers to fast-track the bill's passage. Furthermore, the Senate is utilizing the specific structural safeguards pioneered in the House of Representatives debate to address fears of political abuse by state governors. These shared features include establishing independent state police commissions, which the Nigeria Governors Forum appears to be opposed to, requiring state houses of assembly, confirmation for state commissioners of police, and then allowing federal police intervention only during a total breakdown of law and order. Let's listen to what the President of the Senate said when he was reading the letter from President Tinubu.
Distinguished Senator Godswill Akpabio, GCN, President of the Senate, dated 15th of June 2026. Transmission of Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Alteration, State Police Bill 2026. I am delighted to present to the Senate for consideration the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Alteration, State Police Bill 2026, which seeks to amend the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, 1999, to create a constitutional pathway for the establishment of state police services in Nigeria. This bill builds on the significant work already done in this regard by the House of Representatives and the Senate, and incorporates additional safeguards to ensure that the creation of a dual policing structure to address our nation's evolving national security challenges will be achieved quickly and effectively to the benefit of all Nigerians. The proposed legislation is a critical component of our administration's strategy to reorganize Nigeria's security architecture to better protect our citizens, and I'm confident that the Senate will act quickly to consider and pass this bill.
Meanwhile, the political dust is settling fast on the heels of Ekiti State in southwest Nigeria, leaving behind a reshaped electoral landscape and a treasure trove of lessons or an abundance of takeaways for Nigeria's democracy as the pendulum swings towards the upcoming Osun governorship polls on August 15, 2026, and the definitive 2027 general election. In simple language, as the political machinery moves swiftly towards Osun off-cycle election in August, and ultimately the 2027 general race, Ekiti has provided a blueprint of what to fix and what to emulate As such, we will have on the program tonight a senior official of the election observer body, Kimpact, who was on ground in Ekiti State. Olufemi Adebayo is the head of research. Kimpact will be joining us on the program tonight to review again the lessons and the takeaways from that post. But then let's bring you up to speed with major developing stories. Today we salute the Lagos State Commissioner of Police, Fatai Tijani, his men and officers following the arrest of 4 suspects and seizure of a lorry laden with military camouflage, cache of arms and ammunition.
Information and they were intercepted, and those who were carrying it were arrested. They are presently with us and we are investigating. Not only that, we have cartons of drugs, various types of drugs that were moving together with the sacks of clothes. That is a military camouflage. Well, the case is still under investigation, and we are trying to unravel the brain behind all this. With time, we'll give you the update on them.
And the Federal High Court in Abuja has refused an application by former Kaduna State Governor Nasiru El-Rufai seeking a review of his bail conditions in the ongoing alleged wiretapping trial. Justice Joyce Abdul Malik held that the existing bail terms remain valid, dismissing defense argument that the conditions were too stringent and difficult to satisfy.
Thank you. My name is Rewan Okonachi, representing the third defendant. I think the matter came up for hearing of pending applications today. We announced our appearances, and the court had to retire to chambers to attend to some official engagements. And later we received the information that with the volume of work that he has to deal with, it won't be possible for the court to continue today. So we are forced to take adjournment, and we have agreed unanimously for 30th of this month for hearing of pending applications.
And we have reports that the Independent National Electoral Commission has issued certificates of return to successful candidates who were cleared and declared winners of the 6 by-elections that were held on Saturday in parts of Rivers, Nasarawa, Ondo, Enugu, Kano, and Kebbi states.
We had a very peaceful election, and it was actually free from any form of violence. And for this, we're grateful to the politicians who have had all their supporters in control.
Given where our country is today, each and every one of us who have this opportunity have the chance to be a voice for the people, to speak truth to power.
From infrastructural development to improving on the education sector, improving the health sector, and then empowerment through employment, especially for the youth. Very, 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 very important.
With the certificate of return, they are now fully set and ready to be sworn in as lawmakers in the National Assembly and in Kebbi State House of Assembly. But then the federal government has presented letters of credence to 4 new Nigerian ambassadors and high commissioners, clearing them to assume duty in Trinidad and Tobago, Kenya, Equatorial Guinea, and Egypt. A statement from the ministry says that the Minister of State for Foreign Affairs, Ambassador Shola Ani Konele, performed the ceremony on Monday, that was yesterday, at the ministry's headquarters, and the presentation follows confirmation of agreement from the host countries. According to the ministry, 63 out of the 69 ambassadors appointed by President Tinubu now have received agreements from their assigned countries, including India and South Africa. Many have already departed to begin their tour of duty. The ministry expresses optimism that the remaining countries will soon convey acceptance, and Nigeria's envoys will move ahead to consolidate on diplomatic relations. So we shall take a break now. Shortly after that, we'll be joined to take a look again at the lessons from Ekiti governorship election moving forward.
Across forests, highways, towns, and villages, brave men and women stand watch so that Nigeria can sleep. They leave their families behind, confront danger head-on, and make sacrifices many of us will never see. Yet, the enemies of our nation continue their assault. They target our children. They murder innocent citizens. They force families from their homes. They turn thriving communities into places of fear and uncertainty. Their goal is simple: to break our spirit, divide our people, and steal the future of our nation. But Nigeria is stronger than terror. As we demand greater accountability, stronger security measures, and more effective action from those entrusted with our safety, we must also play our part. Support our security forces, salute their gallantry, stand with those who stand for us. If you see something, say something. Let us be our brother's keeper. We must never surrender to fear, despair, or hopelessness. This is not the time for division, not by tribe, not by religion. not by region, not by political party. Because terror recognizes no ethnicity, no faith, and no ideology. Its enemy is all of us. And together, united as one people, we can defeat it. For our children, for our communities, for our future, for Nigeria. Join the movement. Stand for our country. Stand for one another. #Unite against terror.
Thanks again for staying with us, and we'll get straight into discussions. Welcoming Olufemi Adebayo, Head of Research, KIMPAC. Thank you so much for joining us tonight.
Thank you for having me.
You were in Ekiti State. What were the lessons, apart from the cuisines that most probably you would have?
Well, I think first of all is to firstly congratulate Ekiti people. For going through the process. There are instances of state that have gone through the process. There have been difficulties and challenges. But one thing that stood out in Ekiti is that the elections was actually conducted in a peaceful atmosphere. Also to say commendation goes to also the conduct of the security agents or agencies rather, and also to say that is expected because our pre-election risk assessment also emphasized that the election or the risk or the pressure of the election is not going to be about violence, but it's going to be other underlying factors, that are related to the preparedness. So I think it's just to say congratulations, but away from that, there are two quick lessons to just speak about real quick. Is number one, which is widely discussed, the vote buying conversation. For us, we got the report of vote buying that cut across the 15, for us it's about 13 local government out of the 16 local government. Also to say that we deployed across the ward, the 177 wards in Ekiti, we deployed over 200 observers on the field, and we got the report across 13 local government, borders ranges from around 8,000, or let me just say on the average 7,000, because we got report higher than like 10,000, higher than 7,000 and the likes. But the word becomes so ridiculous that I say this, I saw this myself. As early as 7:31, I was at this primary school, I think it's St. Michael's, primary schools around Waterworks in Ajilosu, and I saw a party supporter. I can't really make a claim if she was a party agent, but I know she was supporting a party and came to the polling unit with biscuit, with a carton of biscuit and with a carbonated drink. And people were hustling to be able to have their own share of it.
At 7:30 a.m.
At 7:30 a.m. And we also saw instances and report where even this sachet gin was used to buy vote. Also, we also saw, reports of even loaves of bread being distributed. So it's ridiculous, it's challenging because again, the whole conversation is not a conversation around the difference between gift and bribe. Because when I say this about even witnessing the 7:30 conversation, people will ask me, can you call that vote trading or vote buying? Either trading, either inducement or anything, I think it's highly condemnable. We need to condemn it in its entirety. That's the point. But the real concern...
If it was done for a particular purpose, but if it was just, okay, everybody this is my ward, you can, I can take care, because don't forget, in some of these places, the stakeholders, they put the canopy. They rent chairs, and all of that for people to sit, and all of that. So if somebody feels that, okay, people are coming, they should have. I think when it becomes vote buying or vote trading is when the reason for that is not for convenience or to take care of, the welfare of the people as it were under the sun, and all of that. But then the fact that, okay, I'm giving you this because I'm supporting party A or candidate A, so you should vote my candidate, and all of that for the fact that I've given you.
So a political party that did not, maybe from the beginning, of campaigning, even orientate the people or maybe give sensitization to say this is how voting is. You know, just normal voter education. I mean, a political party that did not see need to invest in that, a political party that does not see need to campaign about what they want to do for the people, a political party that, you know, have decided not to even get involved in maybe the social investment package for the people. Because, I mean, if we talk about the big political parties, I mean, the dominant ones, I mean to say, or the most visible ones, if we look at that, at one point or the other, they've been in power, right? Even in the state. And if you look at it, they fail to invest in social investment programs and all. And at the end of the day, we now say, for a fairism purpose, on the election day, they are sharing biscuit and Coca-Cola. I mean, that's ridiculous. But my concern is not even about how ridiculous that was. My concern is about if there are no consequences for action.
I was going to ask, you deployed people, observers on the ground in the number of polling units and wards that you mentioned. Did they come across EFCC or ICPC officials? Because we've been asking this question. It appears they were absent in a way. Some say they were in plain clothes and all of that, but the EFCC that we know, when during election, if they have arrested, and by now they would have been made all the noise. We have arrested a number of people who were prosecuting them.
So if you look, because we also track the deployment of security agents, and largely the report that came into our election data room is largely that we have almost 80% of, I beg to say, about between 70% of the security agencies on the field on the elections were police officers, followed by the NSCDC. We saw correctional service, we saw immigration. I think that's just the way I would respond to your question, right? But like I said, the major concern for me is actually the aspect of no consequence for action. And if there are no consequence for action, really, evil deeds or possibly misdeeds would actually be entrenched in the system.
The REC, it is the REC, that the Resident Electoral Commission in Ekiti State, on the day, I think a day before the election, he was clear. He said, look, INEC has no business with this vote buying stuff. It's the job of anti-corruption agencies.
Okay.
And that's why I was very emphatic. So if the anti-corruption agencies were not there, then...
Maybe we also need to remind the REC about the fact that there is also the provision that is also saying that for any activities regarding arrest to happen at the polling unit, the presiding officer must also point to the person to be arrested, most especially if it happens within 300 meters of the polling unit. But away from that, the greatest undoing regarding the issue of vote buying, or the greatest disadvantage, is the fact that prosecution of electoral offenders is still hanging. EFCC were actively present in Edo elections, 2024 elections. In Ondo elections, there were even videos of them arresting individuals that were caught with large sum of money. I say these officials that were arrested or that were caught with politicians getting money from the hotel room of politicians in the by-elections in Kaduna, in Ogun, Kaduna State. What has happened to them? Right? So it now become a battle to say the police arrest, they investigate, you send the file to INEC, and you just mentioned that the REC said they're not involved in all of those. But I think that's why it is important for us to now start talking about the need for the Electoral Offences Commission, or possibly the process of amendment should move into the fact that there should be a special unit within the police force that would do this. I think that's just the importance of this. Again, the second thing, because, for instance, we've been talking about vote trading, and the second point that I want to raise quickly, which is one of the major lessons, is...
Before we get to that, how widespread was this vote trading? How widespread was it?
I mean, for the report that we got, like I said, it's across about 13 local government, but within the local government...
Were there isolated cases? Or?
Within the local government, the report we got in a place like Ado-Ekiti, Ikere, Ikole, Ijoro local government, they're a bit, spread in terms of the spread of it. But if you now go to some of the interlands, the reports we got there were not as widespread as the urban local government. So, so to say. But away from that, like I said, is BVAS functionality. I mean, everybody will be a bit apprehensive, when I speak about or when I mention BVAS functionality. The basic truth is we have a methodology to be able to measure the success rate of BVAS in the elections. And what we saw or what we have from our hand is about 82.5% of success rate for BVAS. Which is
an excellent...
Yeah, if I have a child in school, even myself, if I have 82.5, that's like AA, right? But what matters is this. I think we need to now look at the standard INEC has set for itself in previous elections. In Anambra 2025, BVAS success rate was about 97, 98%. If you go back to Ondo, it was around that same 95, 96%. If we go back to Edo, it's also almost 90-something%. But it's not a conversation. The lesson for me is not a conversation about if BVAS failed in Ekiti elections. No, it's not about that. It's about how INEC can actually sustain the standard it has set for itself. I mean, that's what matters. So, because we are entering into 2027, which is a large
Osun is even here.
Osun is here. So Osun has more polling units, even more than Ekiti. So if we have a reduction in the standard INEC has set for itself in Ekiti, I'm a bit, gradually, this is the way, issues creep into the electoral process. Vote buying started gradually. So we also need to spotlight this, that INEC needs to actually, nip this in the bud before it becomes another, difficult thing to do. Owing fully well that if you also look at the response time, because for instance, I was at a polling unit that they couldn't start election 9 a.m. Because of they are talking about activation of BVAS. I was a bit surprised.
8:30 actually.
I was a bit surprised, but I couldn't interfere in the process. I'm just to observe and look at what is happening. But at the end of the day, it's about activation of BVAS, and I was trying to think activating BVAS. Could it be an issue of login or password, because I've heard before in previous elections that you need a password to be able to access. I understand credential, to be able to have a kind of security. But again, I mean, these are some of the challenges, but I think I left that polling unit around 9:30. And the truth is there wasn't any form of response or replacement for it. So again, it's also to let INEC, put into consideration what is the response rate. Knowing fully well that they told us before elections that they have rack tech across the rack, right? And they are closer to the polling unit.
That's each council ward now.
Yes, that's registration area center. So they are also supposed to, respond to that. I think those are pretty much the two lessons to pick in terms of processes and procedure. And also to say that KDI, we also have what we call the ballot integrity project, where we look at the result management process in itself, and to be able to put into, what we call the statistical model, to be able to look at if there are variabilities or things we need to look at in result management process. We've been doing this since 2023 general elections. After the general elections, we looked at the Kogi, Imo, Bayelsa. We looked at Edo, Ondo in 2024, Anambra in 2025. Some of the by-elections, we also deployed this methodology. And here we are in Ekiti, we also deployed them. And I think on the interim, we have some very interesting findings to talk about.
Share that with us.
I think majorly just to start with the registered voter. The registered voter in the elections, before the elections, I want to speak specifically to the figures. If you look at, so the first thing is that ballot integrity uses data from IREF. So in this election, the total number of results uploaded on IREF is 2,390. And we were able to actually scrape this data which is like 100% of what is on IREF, but that's not the expected result. It is the 96% of the expected result.
So 4% is not there?
Yes, it's not there due to reasons best known to INEC. But we got 100% of what is actually
was supposed to.
Was supposed to, yeah. Thank you. And if we look at it, registered voter mismatch before the elections, INEC said that the number of registered or recognized or registered voter in the elections is about 1,059,360 in the election. So, and we're celebrating that Ekiti has crossed the 1 million mark, right?
Ekiti and Bayelsa have the lowest.
And Bayelsa had, they have the lowest. But now we were celebrating. But one of the things we saw is the mismatch between the registered voters. So one of the things we normally do is to look at the registered voter on IREF and also look at the registered voter at the State Collation Center. I mean, I will take IREF out of this picture because let us say that a human error on IREF, let's put it aside. But comparing the registered voter, INEC actually released before election, which is over 1 million. But if you aggregate the registered voter, that INEC, I mean the local government returning officers, the local government returning officers and the EOs, the electoral officers that they call in each of the polling units, each of the local governments. Yeah. If you aggregate them cumulatively, it gave us 988,251. 988,200.
So it was short of the over 1 million INEC.
It was short of 71,000 plus. In short, to be specific, 71,109. Right. So if you look at that, it calls for concern. And the truth is, this is not just happening today. I remember that we also raised this concern in Anambra. We raised this concern in Edo. We raised this concern in Nondo. We raised this concern in Imo, Bayelsa, and Kogi. So if you look at those elections I mentioned, and our report is out there, it's public, each of the registered voters, I mean, each of those elections were conducted with 3 different registered voters. The one released before the elections, the one released on the election day at the collation center where they are doing collation, and the one on IREF. So now, a lot could be responsible for this, but I think it's important for INEC to actually, clarify this because it has been happening, in different elections. And because of the importance of registered voter, it is key for us to understand where these variabilities are coming from. It could be as a result of database management related issues. It could be as a result that maybe the presiding officer or to say the collation officer now needs to be more meticulous about how they detailed all of this. And we've made recommendations over and over that even from ECATA, which is the result sheet, that registered voter is determined, is predetermined. It doesn't change on the election day. Even PVC collection collected doesn't change. If you look at from ECATA, if INEC is able to put the name of the the name of the polling unit, the code of the polling unit, and all of those details, and it is already typed. Is in
their database.
It's in the database. Yeah. So why not also add that of registered voters? On that. So the core members or possibly the poll worker can actually now fill the rest. But registered voter doesn't change. That's actually pretty much the very first thing to raise in this conversation. And I think INEC really need to also understand that database management is key in any election because elections really is about the figures. The second point to raise, which is very important, is also the upload on HiRev.
Maybe before we go through that, we have reports that the PVCs collected, I don't know whether you also have that data, the PVC collected in 2022 and that collected in 2026. The numbers, and all of that, there are some discrepancies that need to be looked at.
Well, I I think it's also to say that when it comes to PVC collection rate, again, INEC controls the figure. And when I say control, INEC give us what the final figure looks like.
And it's supposed to have, they're supposed to have to stop the distribution, I think, 30 days to the election.
I think the new electoral act says 30 or 60. I'm not so sure. I know it previously was 90. Previously, I've not checked the new electoral act to know if that has changed, but I know they're supposed to stop. But they told us going into the elections that the PVC collection rate is about 97%.
Yeah,
right? But one of the key things that, again, about PVC collection is it has been like the culture of INEC to actually release the data of PVC collected per polling unit. I mean, per polling unit, beyond the overall figure. But from Anambra election, we saw, it has been happening in previous elections, but in Anambra election, we saw that that was just released about the eve of the elections. It was made public the eve of the elections, of the election day. But in Ekiti elections, we couldn't get that anywhere. And
the INEC did not provide that information. They did not provide that.
I mean, the usual place we get that is either they release it on their platform or maybe on their website, which is majorly where we even download it. There is always a link to get it downloaded there. But again, INEC didn't release the data. I mean, the hallmark of this conversation is about transparency. I think civil society organizations, citizens do not necessarily have to queue to be able to get the data of PVC collected, broken down into bits of that nature. And not because of anything, because also it's also good to understand if I'm in a polling unit, I want to also know who are the people we're expecting, our expectation about voting, who are the people that we're expecting that will come out to vote in that elections. And that is why PVC collection rate is important, because knowing fully well that INEC also have the rule of no PVC, no voting. Of course, I have also my reservation on the aspect of the usage of PVC, but that's not a conversation for today. But just to also speak towards the rate at which the results are being uploaded on the IREV. Before, one of the things we also noticed is that as result is being uploaded directly from the polling unit, we get to see this result on IREV.
Yes.
I mean, almost the same minute, except for maybe there are issues around connectivity, where people need to move from one place to the other to be able to get that connectivity. But what it means is that Beavers, from my understanding of the process, Beavers, save this, and by the time it sends network, it synchronizes, and we get to see that on IREV. But in Ekiti, that was a bit different, but it all started from the FCT area council elections. The first result for the area council elections dropped on IREV around 5:03
p.m. After voting closed at 2 p.m. or this 2:30?
Well, let's just say that the rule is the last person on the voting queue will vote. So either it is 2 p.m. or 3 p.m. or 4 p.m. the last person voted. That's when polls, counting and sorting will start. But what is interesting is that there are polling units that we heard about that have concluded elections as early as even 12:01. Right. But if you look at the first result came...
But no polling unit is supposed to shut down
until 2:30. Yes, that's just what it is here, basically. But even at that, we then now have, even if, let's just say, the first polling unit, the result, were counted, sorted, and ECTA feel that the polling unit, party agent signed, let's just say 3 p.m. But it took the first result to drop on IREV about 2 hours interval difference, right? We thought that was just maybe FCT. And for FCT, at least in terms of network coverage, the coverage of network or the widespread of connectivity, we shouldn't be doubting the infrastructure, at least in some major parts. It's better than in other states.
But the truth of the matter is, even in FCT, there are connectivity issues.
Yes, of course, in some places, but in terms of how widespread that is,
it's low.
It's low. So in Ekiti, I'm privy to the information toolkit that INEC released before the election day, and about about 16 to 20 pages of that document was actually mapping out the type of connection, internet connection that works specifically at the polling unit. I was really impressed that INEC was able to do that at that level. So, but if you now come back to what happened in Ekiti regarding the first result dropped on IREV 419 or 418.
Earlier than
FCT, right? But if you look at that, in the hour of 4 p.m., 459 result dropped on IREV. On the 15th 00 hour, which is, 17 00 hour, which is 5 p.m. On the Saturday, 356 result dropped on additional. Now, when you now go to 6 p.m. on that day, within that hour, 1,244 result dropped on IREV. And these results were not like they were dropping once. One at a time. It was more or less like a bash upload. Like maybe somebody was just pushing, to press go. And the thing just...
More like bulk SMS.
Like a bulk SMS, thank you. More or less like a kind of bash processing. And really, that really calls for concern, really. That really calls for concern because 80%, and I say 86.1% of the total result came within 3 hours. But where it becomes interesting is that we got to report at a polling unit, and I say specifically St. Michael's Primary School, because it was a kind of center that we have people designated because of how voluminous that polling unit, is in Ekiti State. I know there are 2 polling units there. One of it has at least about 2,000 registered voters. The second one is also close to 2,000. So if you mesh together, they're about 3,000 or 3,005 thereabout. And elections were concluded within 2 to 3 p.m. And everybody packed the poll workers packed every of the things. But St. Michael's Primary School resort.
And that school is in Ado-Ekiti.
Is in Ado-Ekiti, Ajilosu to be precise, Waterworks area. In short, is the roundabout leading to Ajibandele. Incidentally, I'm from Ekiti State, so I have understanding of these places, right? But the result of St. Michael's actually was created and dropped on IREV 10 p.m. So now the question is, we don't know what happened, and I don't want to preempt.
We'll get to this, and we'll also discuss some other school of thought, in respect of the IREV management and all of that. We'll do that after this break. Stay with us.
Nigeria has survived everything, not because we are lucky, but because in the hardest moment, when the news breaks and the grief is raw, someone somewhere makes a choice.
To confirm before spreading panic. To empathize rather than assign blame. To hold when everything inside said, pooh.
For terrorism is not only the attack that sparks our outrage. Terrorism is also the choices that follow, the ones that feed division and erode the bonds of nationhood and patriotism that hold us together as Nigerians.
Let us choose to defeat terror, one division at a time. Take a pause. Choose Nigeria.
Let's all unite against terror.
Thanks for staying with us. I'm sure the discussion is getting interesting and more interesting. For INEC to have said over 1 million people were registered to vote, and then at the end of the day, the collation, the data that was gotten per registered voter in each of the polling units amounting to 988,251. Serious matter. And then the issue of the IREF, how we had results coming in bulk, as if someone was somewhere sending bulk SMS. So Olufemi Adebayo, the head of research with Kimpact, is still with us. There is a school of thought that believes for that back end of INEC, the same way there are party agents at the polling units and at collation centers,
Right.
that the parties should have agents at the back end to monitor what is going on, so that issues like what you are raising now, it can be understood, or the reason why results came in bulk, you know, the way they came, and then for a result, an election.
And I remember that when the general election in South Africa, the screen where they're doing the collation center, the National Collation Center went off, right? I'm not going to go into the details of what South African Commission, what they did regarding the screen going off. I'm not going to go into that detail.
That was their own glitch.
Yeah, their glitch, right? Which is similar to maybe the IREV and the issues that happened in 2023 in Nigeria. In short, to just quickly say that they commission an independent audit on their process. And I got this information from an official from the South African Commission that what happened is that when the auditor, I mean now the firm that audited them and their technological process, finished the process, wanted to submit the report, the chairman said, no, you need to make it public. And we would also get to see the outcome of the result the first time, also when other people are getting to see the outcome of the audit, I mean the result of the audit. But again, I mean, I don't want to go into the old ones of 2023. But what happened is that even at that, I also am aware that the commission in South Africa actually gave each of the parties the commission-owned laptop that has also the same, the interface and the data that is also displaying on the screen, and some other details that could help them to understand how transparent the process were, you know, at that instance. But again, typical of political parties, they were making falls about the whole, you know, the blackout and all. And the chairman said, no, but you also seeing what is happening. You're seeing what is happening. You have these details. But again, it's about trust. It's about trust and how we trust ourselves, maybe from, or the type of synergy also between the political elite or the political parties and also INEC. But if you look at it, I've turned data enough to understand that even delegitimizing the Electoral Commission is one of the strategies that political parties are using, currently, and they are going to use entering into 2027. Because it's now looking like delegitimizing the commission is a strategy. Now, if we can...
So that people don't believe the process.
So that people don't believe in the process. And it's now bringing legitimacy issue into the conversation. And if you see, again, you also see some of the disposition or some of the happenings from the commission that is also, you know, I mean, aiding some of this. Just to put it in that fashion, you know, the conversation around some of the things, political interference and influences, having access to the back-end data around INEC and all of those that the politician is not supposed to have access to. So these are some of the challenges, and it's more like it is helping. So again, the point I'm just raising is how transparent is the commission, and how open are they willing to get to, and how trustworthy are politicians? Because these are some of the issues. So it's really a big conversation around trust. How do we trust ourselves? So if INEC open their system, I mean, maybe the back end to politicians.
Open day.
Yeah, what would they use it for? And also, if INEC do not give them access, just like we're seeing, just like the way you're suggesting, or how suggestive your thoughts are, is also the concern that what is the belief of the political class towards the commission on issues like this? So it's a bit dicey. I mean, it's multiple compound complex, but I think the big solution here is that we need to come together to agree on the minimum standard that we can get to, or the minimum we can go lower in terms of our electoral process. I mean, no electoral process is perfect.
No.
Right. But again, what is the minimum standard that we can go? I think it's very important, and it should be a national conversation.
Indeed. what's it called now? Result collation. It's has become a major issue in Nigeria's electoral process. Yes, accreditation with beavers, that has been sorted out. And then what's the other one? Thumb printing, massive thumb printing. The voter...
Yeah, but that's ballot stuffing.
Stuffing, you know, all of those ballot snatching. It's useless doing that now, you know. But how do we now manage the collation process that we can, you know, people will have trust and it will also have that integrity and accountability moving forward. So these are issues for discussion. We'll continue with the discussion, the national discourse leading into the August 15 Osun State governorship election. Will INEC do anything different? Will they pick lessons from what has happened in Ekiti moving forward? Will they listen to people like Olufemi Adebayo, look at reports from Kimpact, look at reports from Nigeria Civil Society Election Observation Group, and others that were also part of the process? Pick lessons and see how they can make some corrections. It's important. And the issue you raised about legitimizing the process is fundamental to how it will drive voter turnout. Because if people don't believe in the process, you can be sure a number of them will stay back home. But that's the program today. Thank you so much for joining us. I am David Chapstein. Stay out of trouble and continue to be a good citizen. Nigeria's democracy must indeed work for Nigerians.
Year-old Hussein Abdurrahman comes to this butcher shop every day to buy 8 to 10 kilograms of meat for Mogadishu's stray animals.
He is such a kind person. It's wonderful to show compassion and kindness to those who cannot afford it. He deserves support for this initiative.
Nearly 70% of Somalis live in poverty, making it challenging for many to afford food for their families, let alone for their pets. So Abdurrahman is filling that gap.
My goal is simple, to spread love and kindness throughout society. It's not just about animals, it's about reaching every corner of our community, from humans to animals, with compassion.
There are no official numbers for the stray animals roaming the streets of Mogadishu, but they are part of the urban scenery. Feeding the animals demand both time and money. Abdurrahman, who works at a commodity shop, dedicates a significant portion of his modest income to this cause. He learned his compassion from his grandfather, who also fed stray animals.
When you spend your money on good things, surely you will get back more, and your good deeds are already recorded by the angels.
Each day, Abdurrahman feeds 20 dogs and 30 cats along with some birds. The animals recognize him and rush to him. And every day he has a crowd of human admirers.
If all Somalis were like him, we would live in a better country. I encourage everyone in the neighborhood and in Somalia in general to support people like Abdurrahman because they spread love and kindness.
Somalia lacks an effective animal organization dedicated to the needs of stray animals, and the country lacks robust policies to protect them. Abdurrahman a proud dad to 3 cats, aims to address this issue by creating an organization to support stray animals and extend his efforts nationwide. Jamal Ahmed Usman, VOA News, Mogadishu, Somalia. "19-year-old Hussein Abdurrahman comes to this butcher shop every day to buy 8 to 10 kilograms of meat for Mogadishu's stray animals.
He is such a kind person. It's wonderful to show compassion and kindness to those who cannot afford it. He deserves support for this initiative.
Nearly 70% of Somalis live in poverty, making it challenging for many to afford food for their families, let alone for their pets. So Abdurrahman is filling that gap.
My goal is simple: to spread love and kindness throughout society. It's not just about animals, it's about reaching every corner of our community, from humans to animals, with compassion.
There are no official numbers for the stray animals roaming the streets of Mogadishu, but they are part of the urban scenery. Feeding the animals demand both time and money. Abdurrahman, who works at a commodity shop, dedicates a significant portion of his modest income to this cause. He learned his compassion from his grandfather, who also fed stray animals.
When you spend your money on good things, surely you will get back more, and your good deeds are already recorded by the angels.
Each day, Abdurrahman feeds 20 dogs and 30 cats along with some birds. The animals recognize him and rush to him. And every day, he has a crowd of human admirers.
If all Somalis were like him, we would live in a better country. I encourage everyone in the neighborhood and in Somalia in general to support people like Abdurrahman because they spread love and kindness.
Somalia lacks an effective animal organization dedicated to the needs of stray animals, and the country lacks robust policies to protect them. Abdurrahman, a proud dad to 3 cats, aims to address this issue by creating an organization to support stray animals and extend his efforts nationwide. Jamal Ahmed Usman, VOA News, Mogadishu, Somalia.
The stories now break online. Don't miss anything from our real-time updates and exclusive content. Follow and participate in discussions on live TV studio programs to shape the narratives. Subscribe, engage, and share from AIT.live at AIT_online on X, AIT Online on Facebook, Official AIT Live on Instagram, TikTok, and Threads, AIT_live, and AIT Livestream 1 on YouTube. Stay connected with AIT. On air, online.
State police take center stage in Nigeria's President Tinubu transmits bill to the Senate. Nigerian police to begin impoundment of tinted vehicles nationwide. And advocates call for an end to violation of rights and dignity of women as Nigeria joins in observing World Widows' Day. In business, Central Bank of Nigeria deepens fight against Naira mutilation. And in sports, Super Eagles coach gets new contract as NPFL champions now get 1 billion naira and player welfare soars. This is the News Hour on AIT. I am Utaba Omora, and with me tonight is Binta Booker.
Welcome. President Bola Tinubu has transmitted to the Senate a constitutional amendment bill seeking to establish a legal framework for the creation of state police in Nigeria. The proposal is aimed at amending relevant provisions of the 1999 Constitution to formally allow the establishment of state-controlled policing structures across the country. Our correspondent Oyedia Urum has more.
The renewed wave of insecurity across the country has once again intensified calls for the establishment of state police. At resumed plenary, President Bola Tinubu requested urgent consideration of a constitutional amendment bill, describing it as a key component of his administration's plan to restructure Nigeria's security architecture and strengthen the protection of lives and property.
I am delighted to present to the Senate for consideration the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Alteration State Police Bill 2026.
Lawmakers say the proposed legislation contains additional safeguards to ensure it's properly regulated and responsive to the country's evolving security needs.
Since 1960, Nigeria did not have the courage to decentralize policing, and this is the first time we will embed it in an act of parliament in order to bring out the modalities to avoid abuses. And I've always emphasized that even the current governors will one day leave office. They should not be afraid of the state police that they created. And therefore, there will be a lot of safeguards.
The Senate has also indicated that the bill will be fast-tracked and urged senators to prepare for Wednesday's plenary, where the proposal is expected to be debated extensively.
Now, while the issue of state police failed to gain traction in the 9th Senate, having been rejected at the committee level, now the renewed push by President Bola Tinubu brings this issue back before the National Assembly, setting the stage for what could be one of the most consequential constitutional debates of the current legislature. Oyeda Orom, AIT News, Abuja.
Us to give some more perspectives to the issue of state police is Jubrin Saeed. He's a legal practitioner and public affairs analyst. Jubrin, thank you so much for joining us. Well, unfortunately, we don't seem to have Jubrin Saeed just right away with us. We'll move on now and hopefully bring him in the course of the news bulletin. Nigeria's Inspector General of Police Olatunji Disu has signaled a major enforcement push against fully tinted vehicles and covered or defaced vehicle number plates across the country. The police chief, who spoke in Abuja during a strategic engagement with officials of the Nigerian Bar Association, led by its national president, Mazi Afam Usigwe, senior advocate of Nigeria at the force headquarters in Abuja, also warned that both tools have become dangerous for kidnappers, one-chance syndicates, and other criminals.
Only two sets of people can tint their vehicles, according to the law in this country, for security and for medical reasons. And even at that, you do not have right to tint your vehicle so dark as we have it around. Some people have been kidnapped, even in their vehicles, and they will pass through police checking points. At that particular time, you'll be wishing, praying that police officers stop you to search those vehicles. But they have used you, they have used your car to take you away. So we are not going to accept fully tinted vehicles in this country, and we are going to come out at a particular time to start enforcement of it.
Beyond traffic and security enforcement, discussions also focused on bail conditions, detention practices, police court attendance, and stronger police-lawyer collaboration. NBL leaders raised concerns over punitive bail conditions, abuse of surety requirements, and the need for improved respect for detainees' rights.
Anywhere You cannot drive your vehicle in this country without affixing number plates to it. We are going to arrest you and we'll charge you to court accordingly for that. We are not going to cover your number plates. You do not have right to cover your number plates. They have turned that to status symbol. Nobody has rights to cover their number plates. A lot of crimes have been committed by people covering their number plates.
I also want to see that the police will also take steps to ensure that the rights of persons who are detained in detention facilities are respected, and that bail is not used to punish people, and a proper record be kept of people who are processed in our police stations.
The IGP admitted that some bail conditions imposed by officers are improper and assured stakeholders that corrective measures would be taken. He also urged lawyers to stop criminalizing civil disputes through petitions designed to trigger unnecessary police investigations.
47 sacks of military camouflage uniforms, 80 cartons of suspected illicit drugs and assorted arms and ammunition have been recovered in a series of police raids across Lagos State. 4 suspects were arrested in connection with the recoveries, including the interception of an unregistered truck in Ekpe, allegedly conveying the items to the eastern parts of the country. Lagos State Commissioner of Police Fatai Tijani says the command is also investigating a threat to the managing director of the First Generation Bank after a package containing 2 live cartridges was delivered to the bank executive.
To CP Fatai Tijani, the state command under 2 weeks made an impressive statement through intelligence gathering, arrested 4 suspects along Lekki axis last Sunday with a lorry filled with bales of military camouflage, suspected hard drugs in cartons as they made their ways out of the state.
We got the information and we swung into action. The vehicle that was conveying this, the lorry that was conveying the sacks well, we wouldn't know. All we know is that it's going through area like Lekki to Ekpe outside Lagos. I believe they are moving outside Lagos.
This latest incident involving the threat to the life of a senior banking executive following a package sent to him containing 2 live cartridges is what the CP has assured that the matter is ongoing with the police digging deeper into the incident.
In a particular house on the island, we have the information that there are lots of foreign nationals within the occupying that particular building. There we went to do action again.
The CP, however, assured Mushin residents and Lagosians at large of their safety and that the police investigation into the Mushin incident is still ongoing. Obi Nume, AIT News, Lagos.
Nigeria's National Security Advisor says the UK-Nigeria Security and Defense Partnership is no longer just about dialogue, but practical deliverables and measurable security outcomes. He stated this in Abuja at the 4th UK-Nigeria Security and Defense Partnership Dialogue, where top security officials from both countries are reviewing evolving threats and strengthening bilateral cooperation. AIT's Ada Onoye reports.
The United Kingdom Nigeria Security and Defense Partnership Dialogue was launched in London in 2022 to strengthen cooperation in defense, counter-terrorism, policing, and regional security. 4 years later, the partnership is under renewed focus as both countries confront increasingly complex and borderless threats. National Security Advisor Nuhu Ribadu says the partnership has moved beyond dialogue to practical outcomes.
The UK-Nigeria Security and Defense Partnership continues to evolve in response to a rapidly changing world. Together, we are building a partnership defined by practical delivery, strategic trust, and a shared commitment to long-term regional and international stability.
The UK also sees Nigeria as a critical security partner in Africa.
So for us, the UK-Nigeria partnership is vital. It provides a framework for which we can align our efforts, share our expertise, and build the capabilities needed to respond to both the current and the future threats, and of course integrating human rights and rule of law throughout all of that.
Both countries say the focus is now expanding beyond conventional threats to hybrid warfare, cyber attacks, disinformation, and illicit financial flows.
We have UK military personnel now in Maiduguri supporting Nigerian forces in the crucial battle you face there. We have counter-terrorism specialists training your counter-terrorism police. And we have support for the National Counter-Terrorism Centre Forensic Laboratory to make it fully operational and give you the ability to investigate, attribute and respond to terrorist threats with greater precision.
For both countries, the priority is stronger intelligence sharing, deeper coordination, and faster response to evolving security threats. Ada Ononye, AIT News, Abuja.
The Nigerian Army says there is a need for enhanced tactical leadership and stronger interagency collaboration to combat insurgency, terrorism, banditry, kidnapping, and other threats across the country. The commander for Special Forces Command, Major General Olurotimi Awolo, said this during the command's Operations Planning 2026 training in Doma, Nasarawa State, designed to improve the operational planning capacities of participants while strengthening cooperation among security agencies. Major General Awolo noted that collaboration between armed forces and other security agencies remains critical to effectively tackling contemporary security threats.
I wish to encourage every one of those present, especially the participants, to apply the knowledge and ideas that will be acquired during the career diligently and efficiently, so as to be able to address the various challenges they might likely face in the field of operations.
Participants to actively engage in the lectures, discussions, and syndicate exercises to maximize the benefits of the program.
It is my belief that they will also find this training very useful as they engage in future operations. I further urge the participants to take keen interest in all presentations during this time. The lectures on interagency collaboration in military contemporary security challenges and logistics planning in operations, military operations further and more in focus.
He described the training as timely in addressing the nation's evolving security environment. He expressed appreciation to the Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General Waidi Shaibu, for approving resources and providing support for the successful conduct of the training.
Still on security matters, a deadlier dimension to the insecurity in Nigeria's northwest has emerged. Bandits are now deploying improvised explosive devices during attacks. Zamfara State Police Commissioner Mohammed Bello reveals a dangerous collaboration between bandits gangs and Boko Haram and ISWAP. The goal, according to him, is to acquire expertise in manufacturing landmines, as explained in this exclusive interview with AIT's Damina Yusuf.
What started as resource dispute has fully radicalized. Years of farmer-header clashes have evolved into complex terrorism. By 2011, it was a cattle rustling and vigilante reprisals. Today, it is mass abductions, extortion, and illegal taxation. The terror spans Zamfara, Katsina, Kaduna, Niger, Kebbi, but security agencies says the threat is not much deadlier. Bandit groups are now bearing IEDs along major transit routes. Both security forces and civilian are now prime targets. The late head of Zamfara's bomb disposal unit, one of these, Superintendent Abdulrazak Musa, foresaw this threat before his recent death.
Through a similar road, he was able to unearth 4 in the past.
Until his death, Musa and his team saved countless lives. They repeatedly detect and neutralize explosives across the state.
In the past, they had no skill of fabricating IED and landmine. But because of the partnership and networking between them and Boko Haram and ISWAP, they were able to acquire the technology before he left. He mentioned something to me. He said, "Sir, my greatest fear is this. These people are advancing." And they were quite aware of the rainy season. And the battery, they were able to cut a plastic bottle inserted the battery and connected it with all the relevant wires, solitape it and cover it appropriately that water isn't going to penetrate because of the rainy season. So he said he was afraid. If we don't get these people as soon as practicable, there is every possibility that they are likely to move forward.
Police are fighting back against these bomb networks. Commissioner Mohammed Bello says major breakthroughs are now being met.
Reason why it is now improvised explosive devices and landmines. We've taken the fight to their enclave.
Investigators have identified 9 key IED manufacturing suspects. 8 are already in police custody. Only 1 suspect remains at large. The police says it is stepping up its technical capacity to counter the new tactics of the terrorists. The police commissioner vowed that the final suspect will fall. Manhunts are currently intensified across the region to track him down. As tactics evolve, the pressure on security forces intensified. Damina Yusuf, AIT News, Gusau.
And now let's take you to the courtroom where the Federal High Court in Abuja has refused an application by former Kaduna State Governor Nasiru El-Rufai seeking a review of his bail conditions in the ongoing alleged wiretapping trial. Justice Joyce Abdul Malik held that the existing bail terms remain valid, dismissing the defense's argument that the conditions were too stringent and difficult to meet. Justice Abdul Malik ruled that level 17 civil servants who own property in Maitama or Asokoro, as required by the bail terms, are available and capable of meeting the condition. El-Rufai's counsel, Paul Erokoro, had urged the court to vary the bail conditions, particularly the requirements for shorties who are level 17 civil servants with landed properties in Maitama or Asokoro, alongside verification and attestation letters from the Kaduna State Traditional Council. However, counsel for the State Security Services opposed the application, insisting that qualified public officers who meet the requirements exist and urging the court to dismiss the request. Meanwhile, the State Security Services formally closed its case against El-Rufai at Tuesday's proceedings after informing the courts that it will not call additional witnesses. Following the closure of the prosecution's case, the defense indicated its intention to file a no-case submission, arguing that the DSS had failed to establish sufficient evidence to warrant El-Rufai entering a defense. The defense requested 2 weeks to file the application, while the prosecution asked for an additional 2 weeks to respond. The matter was subsequently adjourned to the 22nd of September for the filing of a no-case submission and further proceedings.
Residents of Cairo and surrounding communities can now access potable water following the commissioning of a major water supply network, as the federal government reaffirmed its commitments that no community will be neglected under the administration of President Bola Tinubu. Speaking at the inauguration, the president, represented by Vice President Kashim Shettima, said the project marks the end of years of inadequate access to clean water in the densely populated satellite town, declaring that governance must extend beyond city centers to reach underserved populations.
2 major infrastructure projects critical to urban development and economic expansion in the Federal Capital Territory were flagged off on Tuesday. The national chairman of the All Progressives Congress, APC, Nentawe Uwada, who performed the flag-off of the dual-service carriageways of the Southern Parkway, said the project is designed to address long-standing traffic congestion along the corridor.
The mass housing estate in Phase 2 faced heavy vehicular congestion daily in S2, Abdusalami Abubakar Way, and S2, S20, Oladipo Dia Way, especially at peak periods. When the service carriageways are completed, that pain will reduce, if not ease completely.
He also flagged off the construction of the Collector Road CO1 within the Institutional Research District, linking the Nile University axis to Ring Road 3.
Institutional Research District was designed to be an intellectual heart of Abuja. Universities, law chambers, research centers, and innovation hubs are growing here. But ideas cannot move if roads do not move and connect the heart and people together. That is why this collector of CO1 matters most to this regime and government.
FCT Minister Nyesom Wike assured residents that the administration remains committed to sustained infrastructure delivery despite the ongoing political season.
Whether politics or not, we'll continue to work to make sure we give you the promises, we fulfill the promises that Mr. President has assured you of getting. So let nobody be worried that now that politics is in the corner, that will abandon any project. We are not tired.
Project commissioning activities are expected to continue on Wednesday. Chukwebuka Obodo, AIT News, Abuja.
We must apologize, that story was not about the commissioning of water supply networks in Karo, but actually on the flag-off of new Abuja project by the president. The flag-off of the construction of 2 service carriageways of the Southern Parkway in Abuja alongside the Collector Road CO2, linking the Nile University access to the Ring Road 3 within the institution research district as part of efforts to ease traffic congestion and improve connectivity across the Federal Capital Territory. The national chairman of the APC was there at the commissioning ceremony.
Stay with us here on the AIT News Hour. We shall go on a short break. When we come back, we'll bring you business reports.
Important in life's little moments. Strong teeth can help, even if they get her into trouble sometimes. A great smile is useful to break the ice, and making friends is easier when you know you have fresh breath. I give my family confidence with Pepsodent Triple Protection 123. Its antibacterial action formula gives them cavity protection, white teeth, and fresh breath. Get whiter teeth with a new Pepsodent Natural Charcoal Toothpaste.
Nigeria has survived everything, not because we are lucky, but because in the hardest moment, when the news breaks and the grief is raw, someone somewhere makes a choice.
To confirm before spreading panic, to empathize rather than assign blame, to hold when everything inside said, pooh.
For terrorism is not only the attack that sparks our outrage. Terrorism is also the choices that follow, the ones that feed division and erode the bonds of nationhood and patriotism that hold us together as Nigerians.
Let us choose to defeat terror, one division at a time. Take a pause. Choose Nigeria.
Let's all unite against terror.
The leadership of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, cordially invites all NEC members to the 109th National Executive Committee meeting. Date, Wednesday, June 24, 2026. Time, 2 p.m. prompt. Venue, NEC Hall, PDP National Headquarters, Plot 1970, Michael Okpara Street, Wuse Zone 5, Wadata Plaza, Abuja. All members of the NEC are enjoined to be in attendance. PDP, power to the people. Senator Samuel Nnemeka Anyao, National Secretary, announcer.
Come on! Let's go! Darling natural twists blend with her hair over time.
Yeah, that's perfect.
She's really more beautiful every week. Darling natural twists get better every day, just like you.
No worries, I go make am. Mogo Bible.
Victor, even you they use money point?
Of course now, they use money points.
Confirm.
Money point made for your progress.
My Oga, welcome, sir. We need to look at this report.
What can we offer you?
Don't worry.
Huh? Mr. Chef, it's a 2-finger crush.
Pass the beef and crayfish.
With Mr. Chef, a simple crush turns meals into culture and moments into memories.
This is the true taste of home.
And culture. Chef of life.
Many thanks for still being there with us. Let's bring you more stories before we take business reports. 552 farmers in Kaduna State and Nasarawa State have received over 177 million naira in premium payments from Nestle Nigeria for adopting regenerative agriculture practices that improve soil health, boost productivity, and strengthen resilience to climate change. The reward was presented during activities marking the 2026 International Day of Drought in Kaduna State.
In a demonstration of its commitment to sustainable agriculture and farmer prosperity, Nestle Nigeria rewarded 552 farmers who successfully adopted regenerative farming practices under the Strengthening Farmers and SMEs Resilience Through Climate Smart Agriculture Stress-Fast project. Held under the theme Restoring Land, Rewarding Farmers, Building Resilience, the event brought together farmers, development partners, government officials, and agricultural stakeholders to celebrate progress in climate-smart agriculture and environmental sustainability.
The Stress-Fast project serves as a critical buffer against desertification and drought through targeted, intentional climate interventions.
Nestle Head of Agriculture Services, Alidu Amadu, said the company remains committed to building resilient food systems by supporting farmers who embrace sustainable farming methods. He noted that the 552 beneficiaries were validated under Nestle's regenerative agriculture framework and qualified for the first tranche of premium payments.
Through the Stress-Fast project, Nestle has committed a total of $360,000 United States dollars in premium payments over the implementation period.
Representing the Agri-Country Director, Dr. Esther Ibrahim, described the partnership as a successful model for promoting sustainable agriculture.
So rewarding excellence, just to encourage other farmers to, be committed to whatever they are doing as we continue to build the food systems for Africa, for Nigeria.
The organizer said more than 650 demonstration farms have been established, while participating farmers generated over 210,000 metric tons of grains by the end of 2025.
We've been able to do over 780 training camps, which we call demonstration plots, farms.
Beneficiaries expressed gratitude to Nestle, Agra, and Technoserve, describing the premium payments as both a reward for their hard work and an incentive to continue adopting sustainable farming practices.
This motivation and this premium prize that we have received today is going to motivate us a lot.
The event also featured the launch of a regenerative agriculture impact video and a symbolic tree planting exercise, reinforcing the shared commitment to restoring degraded lands and securing a sustainable future for agriculture. Abimaje Moses, 18 News, Kaduna.
The Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, has officially presented the certificate of return to the Ekiti State Governor-elect, Biodun Oyebanji. The All Progressives Congress APC candidate received the affirmation document alongside his deputy at the Commission's state headquarters in Ado-Ekiti. It formalizes Oyebanji's victory in last Saturday's governorship election.
The brief ceremony marks the official conclusion of the Ekiti off-circle election cycle. INEC declared Governor Oyebanji the winner after a decisive performance across the state. The incumbent polled 319,224 votes. Governor Oyebanji thanked the people of Ekiti for breaking a multi-decade political jinx by electing a governor for a consecutive second term, describing the certificate as a sacred covenant to accelerate his development agenda.
Nobody has won this election. There's no winner, there's no loser. It's democracy that has won. So as we leave this place today, let us extend hands of fellowship and friendship to our brothers on the other side of the political divide, because it's only a unity that will be able to implement our various programs.
INEC National Commissioner Sam Olumekun praised the peaceful conduct of the electorate and security agencies. He noted that advanced electoral technologies ensured a transparent process, boosting public trust in democracy.
I can confidently say that the Ekiti State Governorship election of last Saturday is yet another great performance from INEC as we look forward to the general elections of 2027.
For this APC, the governor-elect will continue to work towards improving the well-being of Ekiti people.
The expectations of Ekiti people for the second term of Governor Bao is high and is expected to be high. And I know the governor will never disappoint us.
We look forward to another 4 years of continued progress. We look to another 4 years of inclusive governance.
Governor Oyebanji cleared all 16 local government areas to defeat his closest challenger, Wole Oluyode of the PDP, who secured 40,554 votes.
And INEC has also issued certificates of return to winners of Saturday's by-elections held in parts of Rivers, Nasarawa, Ondo, Enugu, Kano, and Kebbi states. The elections were conducted to fill vacancies in the Senate, the House of Representatives, and the Kebbi State House of Assembly, owing to resignation or death of lawmakers in the affected senatorial districts and constituencies.
The outcome of the elections had highlighted a widening political divide in several states, with the APC consolidating victories in key northern and southwestern zones. The PDP retained one major seat in Rivers State. The Electoral Body's National Commissioner, May Abamuchembu, who represented the chairman, asked the newly elected lawmakers to work for the interest of their constituents.
We had a very peaceful election, and it was actually free from any form of violence. And for this, we're grateful to the politicians who have had all their supporters in control.
While the winners took turns to receive their certificates in the presence of family, friends, and well-wishers, they thanked the electoral umpire for a successful conduct of the polls and promised to work for the good of all.
Given where our country is today, each and every one of us who have this opportunity have the chance to be a voice for the people, to speak truth to power.
From infrastructural development to improving on the education sector, improving the health sector, and then empowerment through employment, especially for the youth. Very, 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 very important.
The National Commissioner commended political actors and voters for what she describes as a relatively calm and orderly process. Amaka Okoro, AIT News.
Still to come. Lockdown in Europe as heatwave spreads.
And business is next after this break.
Abuja is rising. The Federal Capital Territory is moving forward with purpose, progress, and renewed hope. Join the Federal Capital Territory Administration as we continue to celebrate the commissioning of landmark projects and flag off new ones under the visionary leadership of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, by the Honorable Minister of the FCT, His Excellency Barrister Nyesom Ezenwo-Wike, CON, and Honorable Minister of State, FCT, Dr. Maria Mahmood, in commemoration of the 3rd anniversary of the administration of Mr. President. On Wednesday, the 24th of June, 2026, the President, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, will commission the newly constructed Kuje Gwagwalada Dual Carriageway, Phase 1, venue along Kuje Gwagwalada Road. Time, 12 noon. The Federal Capital Territory Administration, building infrastructure, preserving history, empowering communities, transforming lives.
The FIFA World Cup 2026 is here. Watch all 104 matches live on StarTimes, from the opening match to the final showdown.
And this time, it's not just watching, it's watch and win.
Subscribe or buy a StarTimes decoder and stand a chance to win the 10 million naira grand prize, plus many exciting prizes nationwide, with subscription packages starting from just 4,000 naira. Recharge now via StarTimes app or visit any StarTimes office or dealer outlet near you.
StarTimes. Enjoy digital life.
Every day, across forests, highways, towns, and villages, brave men and women stand watch so that Nigeria can sleep. They leave their families behind, confront danger head-on, and make sacrifices many of us will never see. Yet, the enemies of our nation continue their assault. They target our children. They murder innocent citizens. They force families from their homes. They turn thriving communities into places of fear and uncertainty. Their goal is simple: to break our spirit, divide our people, and steal the future of our nation. But Nigeria is stronger than terror. As we demand greater accountability, stronger security measures, and more effective action from those entrusted with our safety, we must also play our part. Support our security forces. Salute their gallantry. Stand with those who stand for us. If you see something, say something. Let us be our brother's keeper. We must never surrender to fear, despair, or hopelessness. This is not the time for division, not by tribe, not by religion, not by region, not by political party. Because terror recognizes no ethnicity, no faith, and no ideology. Its enemy is all of us. And together, united as one people, we can defeat it. For our children, for our communities, for our future, for Nigeria. Join the movement. Stand for our country. Stand for one another. Hashtag Unite Against Terror.
During this blessed month, we begin with prayer, with faith, and with the spirit of giving. Ramadan is more than just about fasting. It's about bringing hearts together. Together we break our fast and celebrate the blessings of this holy month. Bring out the flavors of the season with Anga. Ramadan Kareem.
Mr. Chef, it's a two-finger crush.
Pass with the chicken and all purpose.
With Mr. Chef, a simple crush turns meals into culture and moments into memories.
This is the true taste of home.
And culture.
Chef of life.
Hello there, welcome to Business Reports. I am Olamide Abiyo. The Central Bank of Nigeria has taken its campaign for currency respect straight to the classroom, inaugurating the Naira Ambassadors Club, a youth-led initiative targeting the everyday abuse of Nigeria's legal tender. Governor Olayemi Cardoso says the club is more than money. It is about building a generation that treats the Naira as the national symbol that it is.
Markets and across daily transactions, the Naira has long endured rough handling, sprayed, mutilated, stapled and crumpled by the very people it serves. Now the Central Bank of Nigeria is pushing back through the young. 175 students from 7 schools have been selected to form the Naira Ambassadors Club, a CBN initiative to restore respect for the nation's currency and educate the public on proper handling.
You will educate your classmates on why banknotes should not be written on, stapled, mutilated, or sprayed at social events. You will encourage responsible currency handling in your homes and communities. Above all, you will demonstrate through your own conduct that patriotism is expressed not only in grand gestures.
Deputy Governor for Currency Operations, MM Osoro, says students are positioned as frontline advocates, challenging the everyday habits that drive up currency replacement costs and erode confidence in the Naira.
We envision the Naira Ambassadors Club growing into a vibrant platform that inspires civic responsibility, financial literacy, and patriotism among students across the country. Students, do we all agree with that? Thank you.
We want a situation where we catch them young because we are not happy with the way Nigerians are handling our Naira, who's supposed to be our national identity and our pride.
For the CBN, the Naira Ambassadors Club is a long game, raising a generation that understands the Naira is not just money, it is a national symbol worth protecting. Landry Babalola, AIT News, Abuja.
Nigeria's infrastructure gap remains one of the biggest constraints to economic growth. It's affecting everything from transportation to electricity and to water supply and industrial productivity. With government resources unable to meet the enormous financing requirements, attracting private capital has become increasingly critical to closing the country's infrastructure deficit. And to address this challenge, the Infrastructure Concession Regulatory Commission has unveiled a new model public-private partnership agreement aimed at creating a more predictable and investor-friendly framework for infrastructure development.
Model agreement provides a dependable point of departure, a shared national baseline grounded in Nigerian law, discipline risk allocation, and global good practices from which every MDA can negotiate with greater speed, security, and sophistication.
The Solicitor General of the Federation, Beatrice Jedi-Agba, says the framework will help drive accountability, boost investors' confidence, and deliver value for money.
This is where this ministry, the Ministry of Justice, plays a critical, non-negotiable role in mitigating risk, scrutinizing indemnity clauses, and structuring robust dispute resolution mechanisms to ensure that the federal government is fully protected from predatory litigation.
The next thing, we have a national policy. The policy provides what is not in the law. It tells you how to implement the law, because the law essentially says every MDA should determine what project it wants to do, but it doesn't say how you can do it. That's why you have to rely on the policy.
The Infrastructure Concession Regulatory Commission believes the new model PPP agreements can help bridge that gap by providing greater certainty for investors and stronger safeguard for the public. And now to the stock market. The Nigerian equities market extended its positive momentum today, Tuesday, with the all-share index gaining 1.06% today, the second trading day of the week. Investors traded a total of 564.9 million units of stocks and is valued at 39.3 billion. That's just a bit over what was recorded yesterday, about 38 billion naira. And that has pushed the market capitalization up to 154.4 trillion naira, but still below the 160 trillion naira, which the market has already passed. And now let's take you to the gainers table, where we have Guinea Insurance leading the pack with a 10% increase, same as Airtel Africa, with also 10% increase. Airtel Africa recorded close to 400 naira gain today to the share price. Guinea Insurance ended at 1 naira 10 kobo. Airtel Africa ended at 4,358 naira 80 kobo, while International Energy Insurance, which is featuring on the gainers, top 5 gainers for the third consecutive trading days, and it ended at 5 naira 56 kobo. Triple G is also there, and Mark Nichols. And to the other side of the market, where we have Red Star Express leading the pack with 9.96 depreciation today, and it ended at 24 naira 85 kobo. Premier Paint, Transnationwide Express, Royal Exchange, and Abbey Mortgage Bank all featured to be among the top 5 decliners for today. And now let's take you to the top 3 most actively traded stocks. Fidelity Bank retained its top spot, and it ended with a value of 1.07 billion naira, followed by Zenith Bank and Dangote Sugar Refinery. And as business reports, I am Olamide Aroyo. The news hour continues.
Thank you very much, Olamide. Advocates are calling for an end to harmful widowhood practices that violate the rights and dignity of women, urging government and traditional institutions to review customs that subject widows to discrimination and abuse. The call came at a stakeholders forum to commemorate the World Widows' Day.
My husband, cousins, not even the immediate brothers, we are dragging that they should give them my husband's property, right from his house down to the rest of the properties he has.
Like many widows across Nigeria, that was the painful reality for Grace Ede. Losing a spouse is one of life's most painful experiences. But for many widows, the grief of losing a husband is often compounded by harmful traditional practices, social stigma, and economic hardship.
In my own case, it was hell. It was hell. I lost everything, but glory be to God.
So many women out there that don't even have a voice.
So, and they should get, go into the hinterland, all the suburbs to get women empowered.
Advocate says some widows are denied inheritance, forcefully evicted from their homes, or subjected to degrading treatment by relatives of their late husbands. Stakeholders are therefore calling for greater awareness, stronger legal protections, and the review of traditions that undermine the dignity of widows.
Most times it is not about women not even getting recognized or widows not being taken care of. It is in fact the policies just work against them.
I believe that the stigma against widowhood should be stopped and abolished. And one way we can do that is to come up with policies and legislations that would help the widows, and also educate women.
As the world marks World Widows Day, advocates say protecting widows from discrimination and harmful practices is not only a human rights issue, but a necessary step towards building a more just and inclusive society.
And in Madrid, people face soaring temperatures, with most of Spain under a heat alert, while parts of the south and north of the country placed on the highest warning level, with France recording the hottest ever night. Italy's health ministry has declared a red heat wave alert in 15 cities, including the capital, and says the number will go up to 16 by Wednesday, June the 24th. Britain is not left out in the crisis that will force authorities to close at least 312 schools across England and Wales.
Britain's biggest train operator has warned passengers not to travel on Wednesday or Thursday because of soaring temperatures. A red warning for extreme heat comes into force in parts of England and Wales for 9 a.m. on Wednesday until 9 p.m. the following day. Scotland and Northern Ireland have recorded their hottest temperatures of the year so far this Tuesday, while it has reached 32.6 degrees in Survey. At least 312 schools across England and Wales are closing fully or partially this week. Overnight storms in southeast England caused flooding and travel disruption, with at least 2 house fires blamed on the weather. France experienced its hottest night from Monday to Tuesday as Prime Minister Sébastien Lecornu said 40 people have drowned since June 18 amid a severe heat wave. The deadly heat wave has battered France since last week, disrupting daily life and forcing school closures and train cancellation to address the situation. The national temperature indicator said an average of readings from 30 stations across France reached 21.6 degrees Celsius, according to parliamentary figures taken Tuesday morning against the previous record of 21.4 Celsius set on July 25, 2019. Tourists in Rome sit in the shade and walk under parasols to shelter from a heat wave. Italy's health ministry has declared a red heat wave alert in 15 cities, including the capital, and says the number will go up to 16 on Wednesday, 24th of June, 2026.
The premises of a 3-story building under construction at Rumo Elumeni community in Port Harcourt has been sealed by Rivers State government. Commissioner for Fiscal Planning and Urban Development, Amariga Edward Hart, says the directive was to enable the ministry to undertake a thorough investigation on the possible causes of the collapsed structure. AIT's Chibuchi Chukwu has more.
The collapsed section of the 3-story building is situated at Rumolumeni community, Obiakpo local government area of Rivers State. Residents of the area say construction work began on a fast tempo early this year before a section of the building collapsed on Monday afternoon.
The people where they work for there, as then they hear something where they do karakara, so everybody just lives there before the thing happen. So nobody went for there.
The boys are work there that Sunday or Friday thereabouts. They have finished their job, so they are about to go there yesterday. They were preparing, so we are here. They run outside. As immediately they came out, they asked me, "Madam, please, where is the entrance of this compound? Being this one that is behind the house." I told them. Then run down there. Before we came out, we saw the house. We just had noise. Everything was down.
The Rivers State Commissioner for Fiscal Planning and Urban Development, Amariye Edward Hart, who ordered the immediate sealing of the premises, said the directive is to allow for thorough investigation in order to ascertain the causes of the collapse building.
Well, that definitely we are still investigating, and we'll get to the office and ensure that we go to the drawing boards to see if he has approval or not.
You're still watching the news on AIT. Up next is sports.
Welcome. I am Osaibovo Sifo. We'll begin with athletics. Favour actually produced a stunning performance to reclaim the Nigerian men's 100 meters title, clocking a personal best of 9.93 seconds at the 2026 Commonwealth Games trials in Lagos. The sprinter, who last won the national crown in 2022, finished ahead of Adekalu Fakorode, who finished in 9.98 seconds, and defending champions Chidera Ekeofor, who finished in 10.03 seconds, with all three athletes recording personal best. Athlete attributed his resurgence to improved discipline gained during his time in the United States of America and expressed gratitude to Athletics Federation of Nigerian President Tinubu Okowa for encouraging his return to compete for Nigeria. The men's 100 meters 400 finals, newly switched athlete Tyler Johnson emerged champion in 5.76 seconds, narrowly ahead of victory at Chapo Kiri and Emmanuel Ojeli in the highly competitive race. US-based sprinter Blessing Ogudiron emerged as Nigeria's new women's 100 meters champion after winning the final in 11.12 seconds at the trials in Lagos. Patient Okun George claimed the women's 400 meters title, while Comfort James and Ayomide secured national crown in women's and men's 800 meters event. Away from athletics, the National Sports Commission and the Nigerian Football Federation have announced a series of major reforms aimed at transforming Nigerian football at both the national and domestic level. Among the key decisions reached at the strategic meeting in Abuja was the extension of Super Eagles coach Eric Cher's contract alongside an improved remuneration package and an expanded role as head coach of Nigerian Olympic team. The NSC also unveiled a record $1 billion prize money for future NPFL champion while introducing stricter club licensing regulation and a minimum monthly salary of $2 million for players. Officials say that the measures are designed to improve players' welfare, attract investment, raise league standards, and strengthen Nigeria's football development pathway. The reform also includes plans to return the NPFL to mainstream television as stakeholders seek to usher in what they describe as a new era for Nigerian football. Super Falcons defender Ashley Plumtier has dismissed report claiming she was left out of Nigerian squad for the 2026 Women's African Cup of Nations, describing the information as the work of social media impersonators. The Saudi Arabia-based star warned supporters not to engage with fraudulent accounts posing as her, reiterating that she does not operate a Facebook account. The false report alleged that Plumtier was unhappy after being omitted from the squad for tournament scheduled to take place in Morocco from July 25th to August 16. However, the Nigerian Football Federation clarified that no official squad list has yet been submitted by the coaching crew, making the claim entirely baseless. The Federation assured and urged the public to verify information before sharing amid growing concern over fake news targeting Super Falcons players. Cristiano Ronaldo scored a brace to help Portugal secure a 5-0 victory over Uzbekistan in their second group game, their first win of the 2026 FIFA World Cup. The Portuguese captain made history by becoming the first player ever to score in 6 different World Cup tournaments. Rolando opened the set and set the tune before he completed his brace to seal all 3 points for the Portuguese. The result left Portugal to 4 points in Group K following their opening 1-1 draw against DR Congo. With another landmark achievement to his name, Rolando continues to redefine football's greatness on the world's biggest stage at 41. And just before we go, let's tell you that the race for a place in the final of the 2026 President Federations Cup Women competition has reached a crucial stage as 4 teams battle it out in the semi-finals of the tournament. The FC Robo Queens of Lagos, fresh from their impressive quarter-final victory over Rivers Angels, will face Heartland Queens of Owerri at the Samuel Ogbemudia Stadium, while Sunshine Queens take on experienced campaigner Nasarawa Amazon at the Nnamdi Azikiwe.
We can build a safer and more secure Nigeria for all by cooperating. I am Binta Bukar.
And I am Tabor Morin. That's the news hour. Thanks for staying with us.
The stories now break online. Don't miss anything from our real-time updates and exclusive content. Follow and participate in discussions on live TV studio programs to shape the narratives. Subscribe, engage, and share from AIT.live at AIT_online on X, AIT Online on Facebook, Official AIT Live on Instagram, TikTok, and Threads, AIT_live, and AIT Livestream 1 on YouTube. Stay connected with AIT. On air, online, on live.
750 rhinos.
At an undisclosed location in South Africa's northwest province, these rhinos are being prepared for life in the wild. That's under a scheme by conservation NGO African Parks to rewild 2,000 captive-bred white rhinos. It's a move that could boost the world's wild southern white rhino population by up to 15%. African Parks project manager Donovan Juice said the aim is to rewild around 200 rhinos per year over the next 10 years to various protected areas across Africa.
It's a once-in-a-lifetime de-risking effort from a conservation initiative at scale that's never happened before. So I think for the species, it's a massive opportunity.
The rhinos were bought from private breeder John Hume. He sold the animals because of the high cost of protecting them. Poaching remains a severe threat in South Africa.